Welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon Invitational Season 3. That's right, here we are. I am Doey, your host, and with me are Dratnos, Nagura, and Zyronic. I'm hyped. We've got Encrypted, we've got a lot of dungeons, we've got a lot of returning players, we've got some new players. I'm just excited to be here. I've gotten to do a couple great pushes, but it is an honor and a pleasure to be able to finally join the MDI broadcast. I've just got a lot to live up to. You guys are great. Somebody say something.
Man, I don't know how to follow that up. Yeah, the season's going to be great. The Encrypted affix is going to be cool. Has a lot of interesting ways to get through the dungeon for all the teams. We've got returning teams. We got Echo today. We also have 3 new dungeons. We've added both of the Tazavesh dungeons to the map pool, and we've also got Port of Stars on our pool for week 1 as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how the teams have come up with strategies to deal with these new dungeons.
That's right. So speaking of the teams, we are going to see the 8 on the very left there. For Group A this weekend, we're going to have a different group each week, of course. But looking across that list, obviously, like, Echo is the team to beat, right? They are kind of like the raid boss of this whole thing. But, like, who else is a big threat here, you think?
Yeah. I actually think there's a lot of teams in this group that are a big threat. This is a super stacked group, so it's going to be exciting to watch. We have Baldy here as well, which is, of course, the JB group with a lot of Liquid members in there as well. And they have Lepan as a tank now, which is an addition to their team. And we know Lepan is a really good tank, so interested to see what they have to show us as well. Then we do have Evolved, which is also a pretty known team with known players, with Shella in there, for example. Then we have Incarnation as well, which is also a really stacked team. So yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really interesting group to watch.
Yeah, last time Incarnation met Echo in a group stage, Incarnation took the dub, so we could potentially see that here, but there's so many good teams in this group. If you told me I had to play in one of the MDI groups, I would pick not this one. This one is the scariest one I've seen.
I love Witness Cuties versus Apes Together Strong is kind of like, it's not a matchup we have today, maybe we'll get it down the line, but apparently Witness Cuties are other players from the same guild as Apes Together Strong, and they're out to basically take them down, which is kind of hilarious. I hope I hope not too much strife comes out of that in raid for them, but it'll be fun to see. I hope they end up actually going head to head.
Yeah, it's actually really cute because the guild they're in is called Witness, and that's why one of the team is called Witness Cuties, and they said that they picked the cutest members of Witness, and they created this group, and they also said that Apes Together are not strong. So definitely...
That's a bold statement.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not the only inter-guild or intra-guild rivalry we have here as well, because there are members of Echo's team on Team Yeppers, I think, so... There's going to be a lot of guild conflict here. We'll see if any guilds fall apart after the stress of this.
Well, we'll hope not. But then again, when you look at the affixes, maybe that's going to happen. There's a lot on your screen right now, obviously, because we've got all of the matches. But basically, we're going to break it down later. Each team does get a ban, but you can't ban the first map. So that's going to be the one that a lot of people are going to be maybe focusing on more than anything, is making sure they nail that first map right.
Yeah, and importantly, the difference this season is that they're blind bans. It's not one team bans and the other team bans. So technically, they could just ban the same dungeon. But if that happens, they'll just play the first 3 maps in the series as well. So, I mean, it's good to see the map ban system come back because we have added 3 extra dungeons to the pool. But, you know, it's just good in general for the health of the games. You don't necessarily have to practice all 11 of the dungeons in the pool, so they get to focus more on the dungeons they think they'll be competing on more often.
So what looks extra terrifying when we check this out? Like, to me, right away, like, Spiteful on Miss is never fun, but there's a couple other things there, too. What jumps out at you as a dungeon that's going to be really difficult to conquer?
The higher level dungeons just in general, right? Because the scaling of keys is pretty nasty, especially going from 21 to 24. That's an extra, like, 30 to 40% damage and health on everything. What about you, Nagura? What do you think?
I do think that Fortified Bolstering Theater of Pain is probably really hard to deal with because, I mean, they did nerf Bolstering quite a lot, but in combination with Fortified, it's always a really difficult affix to deal with. And then it's also one of the higher level dungeons as well. So I do think maybe Theater of Pain is something they ban a lot. Or a team can also decide to specifically practice that dungeon and hope that the other teams didn't practice it or don't ban it. Who knows? I guess there's different strategies that the teams can go with when they think about banning maps.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's a lot of strategy as well with the map bans and that you have to play the first map rule of just like looking at your bracket and seeing what potential series you're going to end up in. And you might be able to say like, hey, look, if we just ban this one dungeon in this series, we never have to play it all tournament, and we remove it from needing to practice it entirely. So we'll get to see whether teams have really made those sorts of strategic decisions. And then on like the second level, if they look at the other teams' similar decisions and figure out what the other teams are going to do and like prep the right maps against them as well.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And we also have the seasonal affix to talk about as well. We've got Encrypted in here now, of course, certain paths, and then the bosses all have relics around them. Depending on what relic you kill first, you get a bigger mob to kill, and then that mob will give you a buff. As you can see, there's a couple interesting ones to choose from. For me, like the Woe Drifter getting the Woe buff with that, with the move speed reduction, not move speed reduction, that'd be really bad. Move speed increase, damage reduction, and stealth. Like I feel like that one in particular is going to open up a lot of interesting possibilities. But you don't get a damage buff, so like, how often are you really going to want to take it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it would only be used in a situation where you can actually, make a major skip with it. One of the things that I saw the first time I ran I ran the other side with some people just in a pub. We killed Woe in the very first pack, and then we ran from that very first pack all the way to Dealer's Iexa through the entire Ardenwold wing. So you can go pretty far in a minute with that move speed buff, and really set up nice lust timings.
Interesting, yeah.
I also wanted to say that maybe we haven't seen this affix at all in the MDI yet, and usually these MDI teams come up with very interesting strategies. So it is also possible that it might be more effective to just have the movement speed over like a damage buff, because sometimes when you play those really like stacked comps like the Destro Warlocks or Survival Hunters who do so much AoE damage anyway, maybe it is just more beneficial to just be faster, so you can pull quicker and everything. I'm not sure.
Would you say, Dratnos, that this affix potentially opens up more variety in ways to approach different dungeons than we've had in the past, or do you think it's about the same?
Yeah, I mean, there's a huge amount of extra options. The Woe, in particular, giving you the ability to go wherever you want in the dungeon to just completely subvert the order that we're used to seeing things done in. And also then the ability to like stack up and use the to get your cooldowns back up, use the to make a really hard boss pull with trash, to just heal yourself to full during a really hard overlap there, something like that. I'm sure we are going to see the teams making some really clever use of these different encrypted effects. Here's a look though at the bracket we've got online here. Yeah, first match of the day is Echo versus Apes Together Strong, which Echo, of course, the highest seed, Apes Together Strong, the lowest seed. Certainly Echo, massive favorites in this one, but Apes Together Strong looking to put up one of those strong showings, and potentially even... we have seen upsets against the top-seeded teams before in the first round. It's rare, but it does happen.
Well, if you'll remember, last season there was a little team that went by the name of Incarnation that managed to take out Echo in the first round. Last time around, they are in the bracket, but this time they're on the opposite side, but they're facing Evolved, which is a team that I think we have a lot of expectations for this season. That's a team that has Shelle, of course, on it, and with Destro being in the meta as prominently as it is, you have to imagine that those guys are going to be pretty big favorites if they weren't in an Echo with so many other good teams. In a bracket, rather, with so many other good teams.
Right, I mean, going from evolving to evolve, that's kind of a statement in itself, too, right? It's like, all right, we're here. We have finished. We are in our final form, right? But Nagura, do you think how far do you think that's going to carry them?
It's difficult to tell. I do think the team Evolved and Shelle as well, they're actually have been competing so many times and they are pretty experienced. And I think them being part of Group A is like a blessing and a curse at the same time. A curse because the group is so stacked, right, with all of those good teams. But it's also a blessing because we haven't seen other teams do dungeons yet, and most of the practice has been secret. No one has really been streaming it that much. So that means if they are really good at figuring out strategies and routes, then they could be winning against even like the #1 team Echo if they have this really phenomenal strategy that they came up with.
Yeah, and here we have a layout of basically how we're going to get our teams in the global finals a little bit later. 2 teams from each group, of course, 1 team coming out of China, and then there is going to be the absolute madness of the Last Stand tournament, where basically everybody else that didn't make it will have that chance to get through again, and it's going to be absolutely crazy, because there's only one spot. Only one person can make it through.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. I mean, last time we had, I think, Ambition coming out of the Last Stand tournament last time around, if I remember properly. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay, so I mean, that was a pretty stacked last stand draw as well. There were probably 3 or 4 teams that could have come out of there. So, yeah, that's a pretty rough spot to get to. Nobody really wants to be there, but in order to not get there, you have to finish top 2 in your bracket. So, every single match today is important.
With Group A, too, it seems like we do have, like, I think Group A is arguably one of the most stacked groups, right? So no matter what, there's going to be a lot of, like, really strong teams in the Last Stand tournament. So if you're in those other groups, like, you really want to try to make it through, because if you don't, you're going to run into some pretty terrifying squads.
Yeah, and last time around, we had this new format for the first time, right, in Season 2. I think in every single group, it was actually the 3rd-seeded team that qualified into the globals instead of the 2nd-seeded team, if I remember correctly. So it's not even that obvious when you look at the bracket and you're like, oh, it's just going to be the 1st and the 2nd team that move on. But it's not always like that.
Right. Well, here is the match. Apes Together Strong versus Echo. We got Necrotic Wake, the other side, and Mists are going to be our 3 dungeons. So Sanguine banned by Apes Together Strong, and Streets banned by Echo. What do you make of that, Dranos?
Well, so Echo are about 8 minutes faster in their Streets time trial than Apes Together Strong. My suspicion is that this is a ban to hide information. I think they do not want to play their Streets on broadcast until as late as humanly possible. In fact, if they can get through this weekend without ever showing their Streets, they would probably be delighted by that, because we know they have a really fast Streets, but we don't know how they have a really fast Streets. And they don't want anybody to know that either, because they want to use it to surprise somebody in, like, Global Finals, right? They don't want other teams to get to practice whatever they've found out is possible in the Tazavesh dungeon. So that is, I think, the rationale behind banning what I suspect is probably their strongest map in this pool. But I think they feel strong in all of these maps.
They probably should. I mean, it's Echo, right? I mean, they've been winning basically everything in every format of WoW dungeon running competition, whether it's dungeon or raids. So I think you can feel fairly confident here. But the thing is I just kind of want to start to see some games, right? Because I feel like there's so many unknowns, because like you said, the teams hadn't been practicing on stream very much. We've heard rumors of various skips you can try. We've heard rumors of different pulls you can try as far as stacking things up with the relics as well. But we're also going to see a massive variety in terms of how teams approach things as we get ready for Necrotic Wake here. But I feel like we just need to see it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the things that I'm looking forward to at the very start of the season is exactly how fast the teams are going to be able to go. Some of the times we saw coming out of time trials were ridiculous. We saw sub 9-minute times in Celia's Gambit. That's ridiculous. That's only 1 lust the entire dungeon. And if we're going to see equal times in terms of speed, this would be a great dungeon to see it on, because Necrotic Wake is one of the fastest dungeons in Shadowlands. So here we go, Nagura. Let's get into it.
All right, so it looks like we do have very similar comps already from the get-go. The only difference is that Blattike on Echo's side and Apes Together Strong playing the Vengeance Demon Hunter, but Echo already having some issues as they're gathering up this big pull. They have the boss here, they have a lot of trash, they're killing. Dragon's actually going down here. They do have a battle rest available, so they need to get him back really quickly, but now is also having some trouble surviving. They did just reset his Necrotic with the Dwarf Racial, but Gingy just went down as well, and they don't have another rest for him. They're gonna have to finish off this boss without a 3rd DPS.
Well, luckily for them, it is a fortified dungeon, so the boss isn't going to have that much HP, but losing an entire DPS worth of boss damage is a big deal. And Clix is going to start to run out a little bit of his Infernal Ramp here at the end of the pull here, because, you're going to start losing those Infernal procs, start losing your Reign of Chaos. I wonder if there's an issue with the dungeon setup, because they are zoning out of the dungeon, and that is not exactly how this is supposed to work. You're not supposed to leave the dungeon in the MDI, so...
oh, they have Necrotic. Yeah, there's Necrotic. They're not supposed to have Necrotic here.
The wrong affix. Let's see.
Yeah, this is supposed to be Tyrannical Raging... Or is it Necrotic? Yeah.
Well, it says that at the bottom.
Maybe it is correct.
Huh. I think we do have a little
definitely something wrong here. Because we'll figure it out, yes.
Interesting. It happens.
I think it's supposed to be Tyrannical Raging Volcanic.
It is supposed to be Tyrannical Raging Volcanic.
You're wrong, right? Yeah.
Here, I'm zoning out and zoning back in. So I think that's just something with this dungeon. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wipe to the first boss plus 2 angle.
Yeah. For me, it's like, oh, we pulled a gatekeeper? Oh.
Yeah.
All right, time to zone out.
Well, we'll get back in there in a minute, but I was curious. So obviously, like, if we're gonna have some changes to the affixes and all that, things are gonna change as well. But did you gain any insight from the first couple seconds, at least, from what we saw? Anything compositionally that stood out?
The size of the pool did not surprise me. That looked like absolutely the way to attack this dungeon is just go big, pull it all. The blood DK is so strong for that, but the Vengeance actually was looking great from Apes Together Strong as well. That's a tank that, you know, their 4-piece, people talk about the scaling on blood DK and how good they look this season, but Vengeance, honestly, really, really good as well. And you're providing 5% more damage to your Survival Hunter, most of their abilities, and your Destro Lock, all of their abilities. That is a lot of extra damage.
I'm still kind of coming to grips with the fact that we're saying the word Survival Hunter when it comes with anything really dungeon running. Yeah. It's still kind of shocking.
Yeah,
but it's cool to see.
The Survival Hunter is it's a product largely of the strength of their 4-piece as well. That their set bonus this tier is phenomenal, especially in AoE. And then they've got a fantastic AoE legendary that they can put on, and they're just represent a huge amount of extra damage. Survival and Destro are both providing so much AoE damage that they really carry the group on that department.
Something that's interesting to me is I'm not sure if this is something they're necessarily focusing down, but on that very first boss pull, Echo opted to get the Vi buff, which is probably the one that I would be least excited to kill with their comp. Obviously, is a huge damage increase for Survival Hunters because it reduces their bomb cooldown, and that's where all of their damage comes from. 10 seconds of just slamming your bomb as a Survival Hunter within that buff that you get if you kill first is, I think, more damage than Vi, so I wonder if they accidentally killed the correct one. I mean, we're going to see whenever they restart the dungeon here if they do opt to kill that again. But I wonder...
It might have been... I mean, it might have been that situation, too, where they were realizing something was up, and so the focus, wasn't quite on the right relic. So, yeah, I'm curious. Because that's the thing is, I feel like we don't see... out of things that are taken the least, it feels like Vi may be up there. Obviously, Woe is only for very specific circumstances, but definitely seems like the default one. Like, if you're ever curious about which one you should be killing, is just, like, a good guess,
Yeah.
I do think it has to do with them... maybe even having double relics, right? Because if you do such big pulls, then you have multiple relics that you're pulling together. And the thing with is that it doesn't actually stack. So if you kill 2 really quickly after another, then you don't just get like an extended buff. It just kind of like replace itself. It doesn't stack. So maybe they're just opting to kill 1 Vi and then 1 to try to get both the haste and also the cooldown reduction.
Yeah, that could be it as well.
Yeah.
You could. I mean, also with the amount of optimization the teams go through in their runs, I imagine you could kill 2 buffs, just desync them a bit so you get like 20 seconds of as well. I don't know. I mean, because they do stack as well.
With this
you can kill 2 of them and they stack.
I'm not sure, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like if you have so much AoE, can you really like not? Right, because it's like Survival Hunter and Destro Warlock. It's just like
you have 5. You've activated the Kyrian Goliath as well. So if you looked at like the damage meter there, Kyrian weapons was actually our top damage, even more than the Destro Lock and the Serv Hunter, right? So though that just indiscriminately bombs things down. So I'm not sure either. I think it'll be something that'll be interesting to see. They may have been reacting to the affixes being, I think the wrong ones was indeed the issue. So. We are getting that sorted out.
Yep, that's right. Like we were talking about earlier, Necrotic Wake should be Tyrannical Raging Volcanic.
Right, so the Spitefuls may have claimed the lives of Fragdens and Ginji, which may be why they weren't.
They might not have been
them.
expecting that. Yeah, if you're not expecting a Spiteful on like a 20-something, you're just gonna die. Yeah.
Sometimes, in my case, even when I am expecting them, they get me. I don't know.
It does happen.
Sometimes one spawns behind you, and you're just like, "Wait, what did I get meleeed by?" It just happens, you're just gone. One shot.
They have
instantly.
really long arms too. They're all Outlaw rogues apparently.
Suspiciously long, yeah. Kind of like they're all the ghosts of Stretch Armstrong or something. Nobody knows what Stretch Armstrong is anymore, though, I guess.
Yeah, that reference is flying right over my head.
That's a deep cut.
Same.
You don't remember? Does anyone remember Stretch Armstrong?
No.
It was just a toy. You just stretch them out really, really long. In like the 90s.
Someone in chat definitely understood that reference.
Somebody gets it. Somebody out there gets it.
Do you think the people who understand that reference are like tech savvy enough to type in chat though?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, only the most classy people get the Stretch Armstrong. Look, there's a little I do at the bottom of the screen there. Yeah, so production gets it. Production remembers Stretch Armstrong. I'm gonna assume that's what that means.
Production are famously extremely old though, so I think that's not helping your case.
Famously old. All right.
Yes.
Watch out, Dratnos. You might get the unhirable talent underneath your camera.
I may end up catching a mute soon. Yeah.
Well, I just feel bad for
soon.
Nelthor the Rhyme Binder, man. He's just getting lonely there, you know? Just binding rhyme all by himself. What does that even mean?
Rhyme is like that's when two words have the same last bit. So they sound nice. Yeah.
So it's really saying Nelthor rap god, basically.
He's a poet and he didn't even realize it.
Yep.
He's a poet and he didn't even know it?
Well, you can tell he doesn't know it because he never rhymes in any of his voice lines.
Man.
I'm so mean. That I know of. Does he? No.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, on that note, I think we're about ready to get back into it.
Mercifully.
Mercifully, yes. Exactly. Look, Nelthor the Rhymebinder just staring into your soul. He's like, come on. Let's come kill me, please. Here we go. Enjoy the dungeon.
Thank God. The dungeon is starting now. It looks like we do have the correct affixes. So you can see it in the bottom. It is at plus 22 with Tyrannical, Raging, and Volcanic. Now we do see Echo do that exact same pull again. All eyes on them. See if they can execute this. Fragments is dropping pretty low. You can see all of the relics coming in. And there we go. Well, no one's dropping low this time around, so I guess the affixes really did make the difference here.
It definitely did. Well, I mean, the thing about Fortified, right, that extra health on the trash, I mean, they probably knew right away, like, wait, why is this trash still alive? It's usually dead by now. And, yeah, you can see that they were definitely expecting the trash to last about as long as it did in that pull. I do want to point out again, they are doing exactly what you guys mentioned. They did kill the Vi Interceptor again, but instead of double killing with an Relic, they killed it with the Woe Relic. So they're double stacking those big buffs, the big 15% haste buff that lasts 45 seconds, as well as the move speed and damage reduction buff from Woe. So stacking those two buffs on the side of
Woe again.
Yeah, and they're also they're restacking that buff. So I think Woe is going to be really important for the MDI, more so than what you see in Live Piece, because being able to just move through the dungeon quickly is definitely a big time sink when you think about how long the dungeon takes you to get through. You don't have to waste time mounting up, you don't have to waste time running places if you're 250% move speed the entire time you're in the dungeon.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, right? I was thinking that Woe might just be something that people don't expect to be used the way it is, because people were thinking maybe, oh, they're killing Woe to skip things, but they're just using it for the movement speed, right? Especially when you do Necrotic Wake, where the weapons do so much damage, as you can see in the damage meters. You just want to run through, pull everything as fast as possible, and then just nuke it all down with that pulsing AoE around you. And there we go, we can see them again stacking up a huge buff. Let's see what they're killing this time around. It does look like Woe
I believe
again?
it was Drifter yet again. They got the Woe Drifter, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep, you can see the model there. You can see the health bar, but you can see the model. That buff should be refreshing any second now. Take a look at the buffs on the health bars at the top. Once it goes down, there's the purple Woe buff. So yeah, it looks like they're just going to be constantly killing that purple Woe buff, giving themselves movement speed. And more importantly, I think damage reduction is really nice for the entire dungeon. You can see that extra little... what's the word I'm thinking of? Extra little layer of protection against just random one-shots in the dungeon, because those can happen so often when you're pulling the massive amount of mobs that these teams tend to do in the MDI.
And look, they still have the pulsing AoE around them from that carrying weapon. And having that movement speed buff really makes it possible for them to just carry it around for so long. Because you're just so quick from getting one place to another. And you can see now they're activating the last Goliath here. And they're going to be picking up another buff here, Kyrian weapon. And they're probably even running to the boss at this point. Maybe gathering up some trash, pulling it into the boss, and then just nuking it all down with that AoE.
Yeah, I would guess that's what they're doing here. Maybe they'll have either their rogue or their hunter tricks it up and then have their priest life grip them back up once everything is said and done. And they'll be doing this again. They'll be double stacking those relic buffs on top of the boss here, bringing in that necromancer, and also killing the boss buff. They'll probably go for the same two, if I had to guess, the Vi Interceptor plus the Woe Drifter, giving themselves those two longer buffs instead of just the ear buff. But check it out, that
3
AoE. Wait, they killed 3 Urs?
Yeah,
how much,
it looks like they're all bad at the same time. No, they just all killed them at the same time, so it didn't stack.
Huh. Interesting. I wonder what the reasoning for that is. Well, either way.
I honestly think there's no reason. I think they just like nuke it. Right?
Yeah, you're probably
as I said earlier, with that anima weapon around them, the only thing they don't want to kill probably is Vi, because it jumps around. And I don't think they want to deal with that, because then they would jump out of melee range to them, and you can't hit them with that pulse. So as long as you kill or Woe, I think it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, they are running the DK as well if they have to grip something, but that's probably not something he wants to... Well, can you even grip the Interceptor?
I don't think you can to see them at all.
Never mind. Then, yeah, you definitely don't want an Interceptor just jumping around, unless you can just kill it in the weapon buffs, right? So, also, the longer buffs wouldn't matter here necessarily as much, because if you kill the boss and you still have some buff left over after the boss dies, you're just spending it waiting for the angels to come down anyways, right? So, it wouldn't make too much sense to go for those buffs here.
Yeah, and we are 4 minutes 30 in the dungeon, and they're already walking up or flying up to the necropolis as well. They do have enough trash to be going up, and they have a lot of weapons left. I don't think they've used any weapons really, other than the Goliath buff and maybe a spear. You can see Gingy still has a spear on his back as well. So I'm not sure if they used something else on that pull just now on the boss. It is possible, because maybe the Kyrian pulse was not enough, but they're using an anima orb here, it looks like. I'm not sure if it's an anima orb or if it's just the animation of the Holy Priest. But yeah, it looks like Kyrian orb did a lot of damage here.
Oh yeah, definitely using the orb here. Now, this is really dangerous here. All these mobs are in raging range, and they didn't finish them off with the weapons here, so you have to be very careful with your tank damage. Your Clix has already popped that Pod Tender from Dreamweaver, so he's in a little state of not being able to do anything for 10 seconds. He'll be able to help out once he gets out of that seed. Man, now is just tanking these Stitchworks like they're nothing, though. Even though they have the Raging Affix, you can see him sometimes getting choked for 75% of his HP. But now that the Interceptor is down, most of the danger of the pull is gone. If that Tenderize goes off, it could be bad. No, they were able to finish it off before the Tenderize hit him. And, well, that's all the trash in the room dealt with. In one pull.
They pulled everything at once. They did mind control the Flashcrafter here with the Priest to make sure that they can keep him around. Because they, of course, want to use those cleavers to help them out with the damage. And they killed 2 Vi's there. So 2 haste buffs. Probably not intended, I would guess. I would guess they wanted to have an and a Vi, and then it just so happened that they killed 2 Vi's. Because I also don't think there's any reason to kill double Vi, right?
No, I don't think so either. I think stacking separate buffs is definitely the play. So I'm not really sure. Yeah, I mean, I think you might just be right. I think the play for most of these bigger pulls might just be blast everything down, deal with whatever we get, maybe try to not get the Vi, but if you do, you just deal with it. I mean, that just seems like it's what Echo's doing.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. I mean, I do think that Woe, like, as long as it isn't Woe at this point, because in Necropolis you don't need the movement speed, you don't need the stealth for anything, right? So if it's Vi or it doesn't really matter. So I do assume that it's probably Fragnance's job to just focus them a little bit to make sure they die, while Clix and Gingy are just, you know, AoEing, because that's what they can do best. And maybe even, you know, Now and Salia helping out a little bit with the relics, making sure the correct ones die. And if it isn't the correct one that dies, then so be it.
Yeah, exactly. I do want to mention something that's a little bit weird about this dungeon. Then in the Necropolis, as a Destruction Warlock, your Rain of Chaos doesn't proc off of Rain of Fire. You can only proc it off of Chaos Bolt. So there's definitely a little bit less damage that Destrolock is capable of when you're doing AoE packs in here. So that might have been one of the reasons why that bigger pull they did at the start of the Necropolis was a little bit more dangerous for them, because the Warlock was doing maybe like 20 to 30% less damage. Not sure why that happens, but it might be something that comes back. It comes back to bite some of the teams if they have a pull that goes a little bit awry.
Yeah, I was wondering, the whole snapping the pull down, that still works, right? You can still snap the Necropolis downstairs?
I think you can, but it's not as easy to do, and mobs will tend to evade bug out more when you do that. That's why teams don't really do it anymore.
Yeah, because I was thinking that would be better, because then the Warlock can do the AoE properly. But I guess the time that it takes for the rogue to pull everything and then things may be bugging out, so I guess it's just not worth it, even with the Warlock doing a little bit less damage.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's not like they're going to play any other spec in this dungeon, right? Warlock for the first 4 minutes of the dungeon still does more than any other class in the game, so you'll just take that as it is and try to do as much as possible. On to Sturgeon Stitchflesh, though, here, the big thing here is going to be try to they're not going to one-phase it, they're going to try to two-phase it here with the second meat hook. If this meat hook misses, that could be really bad for them, but of course, Echo, being the champions that they are, would never miss a hook in their lives. And all they got to do is finish off Stitchflesh here before he goes up again. And then I think they still have almost every single weapon available minus the orbs for the last boss.
Yeah, they have a lot of weapons left. I think that last boss is going to die so quickly. They don't even have Bloodlust ready yet. Still 1 minute on that cooldown as well. And I do quickly want to note something about Apes Together Strong, and it's their Warlock is actually playing Venthyr. It's a Venthyr Destruction Warlock in comparison to Clix, who's playing Night Fae, which I guess is the common Covenant to play as a Destro Warlock.
Yeah, Night Fae is definitely more common for a number of different reasons, especially after the nerfs that happened to Destruction Warlock this past week, where they basically nerfed the amount of shards you generate from Inferno past 5 targets. It really takes a lot more to get your constant feedback loop of soul shards going, right? Of course, the way that Destrolocks are doing this is they're casting the Rain of Fires, which costs 3 soul shards. And they're also running a talent called Inferno, which gives you soul shard bits back whenever your Rain of Fire does damage. And the idea is you want to try to Rain of Fire as much as possible so you can proc more 4 sets, get more Infernals, get more Rain of Chaos Infernals, and just go crazy on AoE. It's a lot harder to do that now. Having that extra haste and crit from the Soul Rot buff that you gain with your class legendary is so useful to start that ramp up. That Dreamweaver is just kind of the de facto choice now. Venthyr is pretty nice for doing a little bit more burst AoE damage at the very start, and it also applies curses to everything, which is pretty useful from like a defensive point of view, but I feel like Dreamweaver is the more offensive choice in more situations.
They killed Vi again here. They also have Bloodlust back up, so this boss is going to be melting. Gingy had PI plus that Vi buff, so it's very unfortunate that he got chosen to go down here with that Exile buff. And I think it makes sense to kill Vi here, and Gingy actually dying on purpose so he can get a battle rest back up. But killing on a boss that probably takes less than 30 seconds, the cooldown reduction might not even matter for them at that point, right? Because the boss is dead when your cooldowns come back up 30 seconds later. So I do think killing Vi here makes sense for them, especially stacking that with Bloodlust and all those cooldowns that are available to them. And still, even though they were unlucky with Gingy being chosen, the boss is still just dying so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the best single target damage choice is the Vi Interceptor. It's just that a lot of people shy away from choosing it because it does jump around a lot. And on that note with Gingy, the second he got Battle Res, the very first thing he did was throw his Kyrian Hammer at the boss to do as much damage as possible. So yeah, they just wanted to get this boss down as quickly as possible and not worry about dealing with that side phase. But with the Rhymebinder going down, that is going to be the first match of the series and this season, going to Echo. Very clean dungeon from them there. Sub 12 minutes. Actually, I'm kind of surprised that that's about the same speed as some of the faster Necrotic stuff we had last season.
Yeah, that's insane. Sub 12 minutes, and this is also the first time that we've seen this dungeon on like Season 3 as well. So I do think there are still going to be optimizations that the teams can do, so it might even be quicker somewhere down the line when people figure out another better tools to do or more efficient stuff that they can do. So yeah, but wow, what a quick first run by Echo here, and clean as well. 0 deaths, except that 1 death on Gingy, of course, that was on purpose. And I do quickly also want to give a shout out to Apes Together Strong, because of course they lost this, and there was, I would say they probably were a couple of minutes off, right? But they had 0 deaths, and they had a pretty nice route as well. Their route was obviously not as fast as Echo's, but they played it really cleanly. They had barely any deaths. They only had those 2 deaths at the very end that we just saw, and that's it. So yeah, really well played by Apes Together Strong as well.
I was shocked at what a huge disparity there was between the times, right? I mean, Echo finished that so fast, and like, do you think this is something we're going to see a lot of this weekend, where depending on what relics you go for, that can really greatly affect the time? Feels like it does.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say it's something we'll see all weekend long. I think this, unfortunately, is just kind of a case
just
of
team diff.
1 seed versus 24 seed.
Fair enough.
It's going to be really, really difficult for Apes Together Strong to outplay Echo, I feel like, just because Echo is Echo. Yeah. But they did play a clean enough key to where if Echo did have any mistakes that popped up, Apes Together Strong could have definitely capitalized on that.
True.
That didn't look like a 24th seeded team to me.
Not at all.
I mean, that they were within 1 wipe of Echo, which is not typical of even like a 6th seeded team is often like 2 wipes behind Echo when we see them play against each other sometimes. But yeah, it is a really impressive showing from them. But of course, what Echo were able to put together there was really, 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 really strong. This first pull they have going into the boss of just everything except for the gatekeepers in the first room all coming together there. Drain Fluid's casting. It's on your rogue anyways, though, so who cares? Don't interrupt that. That's not worth a global from any of the real DPS in the group.
Wow. That's cold, man. That's cold.
Those Kyrian weapons, even more real DPS than everybody else. But look at those numbers. You got a Warlock doing 200k, you got a Hunter doing 150, you got a DK doing 70k.
Wow.
And then you've got a Rogue participating as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Rogue's like,
that's more than my
guys.
enhancement shaman does too. I know it's hard to believe, but yeah.
I'm doing priority damage, you guys. You don't understand. And then this pull onto the next part of the trash as well with the woe that they're sort of cleaving down as well, getting ready to just speed them up towards the next area of the dungeon. It's really well thought out, and it's a really good way to make use of this time while you're fighting Blightbone and you're doing efficient damage to Blightbone, but you're also getting multiple different trash pulls taken care of during the same boss encounter that effectively makes it all count as 1 pull, because you would have to kind of sit here do this damage to Blightbone anyways. One of the weaknesses of the Destro Lock Survival Hunter is you don't have the strongest single target damage in the game with a comp like that, so it's really important to find ways to be doing stuff with bosses if you want to be getting value out of that. Then you can see just this pull onto second boss as well. The Shackle Undead coming out from Zalia, keeping one of those more dangerous mage mobs CC. That one you don't even need to kill. Whenever the Necromancer dies, it dies as well. So really good handling of that there. And then this Boon of the Ascended. Boon is actually so good this season because when the Relic dies, you can literally just spam your button. You can see Zalia there, just every global is going to be one of those Kyrian globals, and actually providing a huge amount of damage and healing off of that as they get all that trash taken care of, and then they just have the boss to worry about after that. This is a really nice pull, and I don't think we've seen anybody doing this in previous seasons. This is I think a Season 3 special.
I mean, speaking of Season 3 specials, like, pulling the entire Necropolis is always, like, a dangerous proposition, but it seems like Echo's theme was just pull the world today.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at the size of this pull. It's every single mob in this room, right, all at once, except for they're going to leave one of the collectors alive, and they're going to mind control it at the end. So when you mind control the last collector, it counts as though all the enemies are dead here, because now that enemy's friendly, unless you start the gauntlet. But keep that flesh crafter that's off in the background trapped alive, and you get even more cleavers to throw, so it's even more optimization. As you do see, the pod tender actually did come out on clicks here, so this pull could happen even faster if that weren't to happen. You see they got 2 Vi interceptors as well there, so potentially not part of the plan, or potentially they're even at the point here where it's like, hey, don't even spend the globals killing relics, prioritizing those things. Literally just handle the mobs, and whatever relics we get, we are going to be perfectly happy with.
I mean, that kind of surprised me too, where it seemed like that was part of the plan, was to just kind of ignore the relics at times. It's like if you stack a couple Urs, whatever, you stack a couple Vis, whatever, like, is it just you're doing that much damage now, or is it something that could maybe be optimized a little bit more, do you think?
Yeah, my guess is
a little.
My guess is it could be a little bit better to, like, if you can kill the correct ones. But on the other hand, usually at the start of these polls, everybody has like 4 jobs they need to execute, right? It's like, okay, I need to kick this guy, knock this guy, stun this thing, right? And if I don't do all of these things, pulling 30 mobs together all at once kills us, right? So on that priority list, dealing extra damage to specific relics that have fairly low health pools and are going to melt very quickly to the AoE damage may just be lower importance and something that makes the map harder rather than easier to do.
Isn't the Rogue the one that is seeing everyone else just pressing damage buttons?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, Rogue is definitely doing like focus damage and getting important CCs that are needed. So maybe in a situation like that specific pull, like onto the second boss with 3 sets of relics, maybe you're just kind of hoping that one of them gets the right one, and they just somehow manage to get 3 Urs, unfortunately. That's such a unique situation, though, because you have Kyrian weapons literally just blasting everything with AoE, so your amount of control over what dies is... Yeah, it's just not going to happen. Unless you're on... I think they just got really unlucky there with which ones they managed to kill.
So the next map we're going to is going to be the other side. So this is one that I think a lot of people, whenever I hear people talk about the Woe Relic, it's always about the other side. Like, that's the one where it seems like you have the most obvious skip paths. But what do you think we're going to see skipped to the most often? I mean, we mentioned the Arden Wild Zone. I know a lot of people are talking about going through the Mechagon Wing really quickly with it. What do you expect we're going to see?
I do think the most skips are going to be in the Mechagon wing, just because the mobs there are incredibly annoying and inefficient to deal with. You have all the lubricators who need to be interrupted a million times, and then you have the line of sight mechanic as well from some of these mobs. So I do think that's the area where they skip the most. I also think they're going to be skipping the raging, the enraged spirits as well, just because they're also inefficient and hard to deal with. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Maybe I do think they're just going to kill a Woe a lot, because that dungeon, the other side, is so big, and having that extra movement speed alone is also already going to be efficient, I think. So even if you don't use it to skip, you just kill it to get the movement speed, I think.
That's a good point. You do so much running in the dungeon compared to some of the other ones anyway. You might just want the movement speed for that. Yeah. How about you, Zyronic? What do you think?
I think Nagura just explained it perfectly. I mean, the dungeon just has so much travel time, not only in the wings themselves to try to skip trash, but between the wings, that I think Woe, like 90% of the time in this dungeon, is probably the correct choice.
Yeah, it's not even like you can't even mount in a lot of in the passageways between the different wings and stuff. So that further enhances the relative gain of having the Woe cipher active during those times. So I agree. I think we're going to see a lot of targeted Woe killing, and then maybe some of the other ones during boss encounters. But yeah. I suspect it'll be predominantly Woe outside of boss encounters.
Well, it looks like we're about ready to get into it, so enjoy. We'll be back later.
Wow, that's 4 druids and Apes together strong. It looks like they have a Moonkin, a Rasta druid, a Feral druid, and a Guardian druid, plus a BM hunter, actually. This is a BM hunter. So I love to see this. I think they're just having fun at this point, right? It might just be... they're doing it for the content, you know?
Yeah,
I love it, though.
Doing it for the memes.
I want to see what the druids can do.
You know what? I respect it. Keeping an eye on Echo here. Very first pull of the dungeon. What did they go with? It's the Woe Relic, and we're going straight into Hakar's Wing. We're going to be skipping past every single trash pack in this wing, except for the one at the end of the hallway that that needs to be killed to get to the boss. So they're going to only be dealing with that 4-pack. Although, in an MDI scenario, maybe they pull that 4-pack on top of some of these mobs. Yep, they're going to be pulling the last 3 packs together, actually, just to try to get, more efficient usage out of not only their damage cooldowns, but also the urn that's in this section of the game as well.
Yeah, unfortunately the door is closed at the end of this hallway until you kill the trash pick that stands in front of it. Otherwise, they might have just pulled it on top of the boss too. Because of course they did change bolstering, that the bosses are not affected by it. So you can now pull trash on top of bosses if you can handle it. But you can see they are trying to kill everything at the same time as much as they can. I do assume that there's going to be some focus damage going on. You see Fragnance actually walking all the way back there, pulling the extra trash in as well.
Oh yeah,
so
they did.
Blind on a priest. So he's blinding the priest and maybe pulled the relic? Or maybe they were incumbent with it and he had to shadow melt, because it's shadow melt on cooldown now. So maybe they accidentally got incumbent with it and he had to reset it? Not sure.
Yeah, I wonder what that was. Hopefully it seems it wasn't that big of a deal, because they're instantly back onto Hakar here. This is where they're going to be using their first Lust of the Dungeon. They didn't use it in the first couple of pulls. It is a tyrannical dungeon, so it makes sense for them to actually use it on the boss here. And Hakar, even though he's been slightly nerfed in the past couple of patches, it's still definitely a dangerous boss to get through, especially on tyrannical, right? Those blood barriers can be pretty annoying, and if you let these Sons of Hakar stack up too much, they can still wipe your group, so really have to focus in here.
Yeah, definitely. And you see Vi jumping around there being a little bit of a problem, so they make sure to finish it off before it causes any more issues. And now they do have the Relic buff on them as well. That's when the Bloodlust is actually already over. So they use Bloodlust to finish off the Relic and deal a little bit of damage to the boss. And now they continue that haste buff with the vibe buff. So just constant haste buffs on everyone. And you can see now the other Relics are coming in. So they did actually plan this. So I assume what they did was they used the blind on the priest, and then when the blind ran out, it aggroed the pack. I assume that's how they're planning on doing it. So now that the blind went out, the priest is here now. You can see the high priest that Magnus had blinded before, and that Relic as well. And I assume those mobs that are casting and need to be interrupted, they probably turned into Sons of Hakar now, unless they don't aggro. I'm interested to see what happened with those mobs. But we'll see in a second when they walk back here.
I'm trying to remember. I mean, this is embarrassing that I don't know this off the top of my head. Is it the priest that's the random patrol?
There's the sun.
Oh yeah, they're the Sons of Hakar, but since they're out of combat with them, they don't have to worry about it, and because they have the woe buff, they can just run right past everything. So actually, that's a really cool strategy to have that Drifter and High Priest just come in at the end of the pull. That's awesome. I mean, shout out to Echo for showing that off. Now they're skipping that major trash pull with the Death Speaker on purpose here. I wonder if that's just going to be saved for later, like for something to deal with Mwizala after they deal with one of the intermission phases.
Very possible. I do think the more they can pull on top of the boss, the better. Now it looks like they are pulling the Enraged Spirit on top of the Warlords pack here, which is a very interesting pull that we rarely ever see in the MDI. Either all of the spirits get skipped, and these Warlords usually get skipped as well, because they have so much HP, and it is a pretty inefficient pack to deal with by itself. So interesting to see that they pull this. I do think it might even be something that they adjusted, because now actually it looked like he fell off. Like he had died when they were skipping from the Hakar wing to this area. So it's possible that they maybe planned on skipping this, but since now died, they didn't have the time and just decided on the fly to deal with this? Not sure.
Interesting. I do want to point out one of the optimizations that Echo is making that a lot of players are going to be very hesitant to do in their live keys. You notice that the Warlock was casting a lot of Chaos Bolts there instead of Rain of Fires. When you're running that Inferno talent, if you're hitting more than 2 targets, you pretty much want to always be spending your Soul Shards on Rain of Fires to do maximum DPS. But because they're playing with the particular comp that they're running, it was actually better for their overall group comp for the Warlock to have it Chaos Bolt the higher HP targets down and just let their Hunter go crazy on AoE. That way the trash would all have roughly the same HP when they got low, and then they'd be able to AoE it down together. Just make sure everything dies at the same time, rather than finishing off all the small mobs through your massive AoE and then having to do 2 target damage later on. That's just one of those tiny little efficiencies that probably only gains you maybe 5 to 10 seconds per pack that you do it on, but it's one of the things that sets Echo apart from some of the, not quite as good teams.
Yeah, and now that I see how they actually skipped the trash in the Mechagon wing, I think it might have been an intended pull after all with the Enraged Spirit and the Warlords, just because they wanted to get that woe buff to skip. Either you kill the Warlords and the Enraged Spirit there, or you kill the RFR plus the Relics plus those smaller mobs. And it might just be more efficient for them to deal with the Spirit and the Warlords if they can just nuke it down without any issues. And that's exactly what it looked like. It is at 21 after all, which is the lowest level we have in the MDI, and it's also tyrannical. So maybe they just decide it's more trash percentage to do that pull, plus we get the woe that we need, plus, it's not an issue. So, interesting route for sure.
Yeah, and something that Echo is going to have to contend with when they do get to the Ardenweald wing is one of the things that's wiping Apes together strong on the right side of your monitor there. Bolstering Ardenweald is still pretty dangerous, even on Tyrannical. When you're pulling 20 or 30 mobs and those bolstering stacks start ramping up, your tank just kind of has to get out. They cannot tank the mobs. Now, of course, bolstering was nerfed coming into 9.2. That bolstering stack only lasts 20 seconds now, rather than being permanent. But still, it's a dangerous affix once you start getting into the 5+ stacks territory. Your tank just kind of has to leave and kite the mobs at that point.
Yeah, that Ardenweald area, you can, because there's so many big pulls you can do technically, right? Bolstering doesn't really prevent you from doing really big pulls, but on Fortified, it's Well, also in Tyrannical, when you have like multiple mobs, it's really hard to control your damage, so they all die at the very same time. And even if one mob is on 5% when the other one dies, it's still just a lot more damage you have to go through. So you might be better off doing something in 2 pools compared to doing it in 1, if that means you can control your damage better and actually kill them quicker and not have that many bolstering stacks, right? So we'll see how Echo pulls the Ardenweald area later, if they're confident in actually controlling their damage and pulling like really big, or if they just decide to do some smaller pulls, maybe being more efficient, especially because some of the classes they have some AoE that is not unlimited, right? That is capped, and then especially it makes sense to do maybe a little bit of smaller pulls, or only let the Warlock AoE, you know, just only let the Warlock hit them.
They could do that, but I think the reasoning behind having the Warlock be the single target player is that Hunter really doesn't have a choice. Their survival hunter is going to hit the bombs regardless of what they do in their rotation. So the Warlock is just going to be the class that takes the L. They still do great AoE damage pressing Chaos Bolt, but it's not quite as what it could be if you're taking advantage of that Inferno talent. Something else that I don't think we mentioned as well is when Echo pulled the Sentinel oils on top of the second boss here, that's another change to this season as well. Bolstering no longer applies to bosses anymore. That's a huge change for the bolstering affix. I mean, that's one of the biggest slowdown problems with bolstering we've had in the past, especially in the MDI. Teams can now just go crazy with pulling 10, 12 mobs on top of the boss, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see that in the Ardenweald wing here too.
Yeah, I agree with you. I do definitely think they're going to be pulling some mobs on top of Dealer Saxa here in that Ardenweald wing, as they now did kill that artifact that I talked about earlier that they skipped previously, and they got another woe buff to skip that trash pack in front of this Ardenweald area, and now they're just running through. I do think this is going to be some of the fastest the other side times we've ever seen in the MDI, because that woe buff just makes it possible for them to be so much quicker.
No, I 100% agree. I mean, you're going faster than mount speed with the woe buff, right? Like it's ridiculous how fast your character actually moves whenever you're out of combat with the woe buff. And you know, we were talking about maybe doing things in a couple of pulls. Neko's not going to be doing it. That's 20 mobs that they've stacked together here. They're going crazy with the AoE. Check out Clicks doing 100k. The cooldowns are coming up for Genji here, getting those right bomb procs here. They're going to be just shooting up the damage meters here, and once mobs start to slowly die, you're probably going to see now starting to kite out the rest of the trash. But they're doing a very good job of keeping everything relatively low. I mean, everything below 10% at the same time is pretty damn good.
Yeah, look at that damage. That's the Destro power, having that unlimited, or used to unlimited AoE. Of course, we did get a little bit of a diminishing return now with that recent change for Warlocks, but still just insane AoE damage the Warlock is doing. Now you can see Fragments on the right side just tricksing some mobs on top of now, as they're just gathering up another insane pool. This looks like, I wanted to say this probably is the Ur pool, where they actually used to Urn and stun them, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like they're just doing back-to-back huge pulls. They did, of course, kill that Ur Relic earlier, and you can see Clicks just having Infernal ready again. Just used Infernal, just gonna do another huge pull. But this around, Jinji also just doing 110k DPS.
You know, just casually having two classes too close to 100k DPS. It's fine, you know. By the way, this is these two classes after their nerfs last week.
Yeah.
By the way, they'd probably be doing like 150k DPS each right now if those nerfs didn't go through. So, yeah, those classes, Destro, Warlock, and Survival, were just kind of in a ridiculous state, and those nerfs were just very good for the health of the game.
And they're not even clicking the Urn, because Clicks is the Night Fae, right? He's the only one who could be clicking it, and that's like a long cast, right? So they're just like, we don't need this Urn. We don't need that AoE stun. That's just a damage loss and a time loss. Why stun them when you can just kill them, right? Because then they won't do any damage anymore either. And that's exactly their motto as they're moving on here. They're just finishing off those rune stacks that actually got bolstered a little bit, but no problem for them. And now we're probably going to see the rest of the trash being pulled on top of the boss after they dealt with that hatchling here. What do you think?
I wonder, because they're definitely going to pull trash on top of the boss. I just wonder how much they're going to pull on top of the boss. They did just deal with the, I believe that's the dismantler, right? The dismantler. Yeah, they're going to use that for cooldown reduction, make sure everything gets back off cooldown, and then once they've dealt with maybe some of the worst of the trash here, they'll be pulling the rest of it into the boss. There's going to be another just pack of mobs here. Yep, that Elder Horn plus the 2 rune stacks. I wonder if they'll also get the 3 invisible mobs off to the left as well. Yep, they did. There you go. The Barkbinder, those Spriggans as well. So they have about 11 or 12 trash mobs that they're pulling on top of the boss here. And this is really going to help out with the damage that the Warlock and the Hunter can put out, while also being a little bit of a funnel for the Rogue too. So just the perfect scenario of AoE blast for them coming out here. Dealer's exit probably will get down to about 50% by the time this trash is dead.
Yeah, and there we go. They did deal with Vi this time, so they have in just a second, and then they're also gonna have Vi. So they have the damage the cooldown reduction, and the haste, plus the bloodlust as well that is being popped. And look at the amount of damage the Warlock and the Survival Hunter are doing, and the Blood Decay as well. I mean, now it's doing up to 100k DPS at some points here, so that's just crazy how much damage is coming out of Echo here.
Yeah, you know, I was actually kind of surprised when they did the nerfs last week and Blood Decay wasn't hit. Blood Decay is actually in the most ridiculous spot in the world right now. They have almost 100% uptime on their Dancing Rune weapon, which is just ridiculous, and the amount of damage they can put out, not only on AoE but on single target as well, it's on par with some of the DPS specs in the game. That class is absolutely busted right now. But check it out, 21 Tyrannical boss, no problem for Echo as they deal with all of the trash they pulled on top of the boss, plus the boss itself, in just a little over 1 minute. Insane.
That's insane, actually. 14 minutes in, and they only have the last boss left and a little bit of trash percentage, but very likely they're just going to be dealing with that trash while fighting the last boss. So it's not going to be a time loss at all. It's just going to be efficient cleave that is happening. Do you think there's any spec or any damage dealer in this setup that they're running that has issues killing the image on the last boss?
So on a 21 Tyrannical, I think Warlock needs Infernal to do it. See, Warlock is such an RNG spec, and they're also playing an AoE spec rather than a single target spec. I'll actually, you know what I wouldn't be surprised if we see is we might even see a Blood Decay solo one of them and Zalia going with the Warlock. Unless the Warlock is just saving Infernal. But it wouldn't make sense to save Infernal, especially when you're pulling this trash back with the boss. So I don't know.
I think you're very right. It is possible that he maybe gets Infernal back if they kill here. Not sure if they pull the boss a little bit later, it looks like it.
Oh, with Vi actually... With Vi and a 4-set proc, Warlock should be able to solo it. He just has to actually use Pot, Blood Fury, and everything to finish it off by himself. You could get a little bit bad Soul Combat RNG. Like, Warlock is playing a Gamble spec right now. It could be pretty bad. You could get really bad RNG.
Yeah. Do you think a Blood Decay would be able to solo it? Because I do think it's possible, right? I'm not sure what he would have to say for it. But yeah, they do have the Vi buff here. Now they're pulling the boss. They're killing... Looks like they killed Vi again.
Double Vi. Okay, I think that's fine.
Yeah,
you can just extend the buff.
Yeah. Is it? I think it also might just be possible to leave Vi here when they move into the intermission and then kill it afterwards.
Would it not teleport to one of the players and start shooting them?
I don't think it does, because it actually does have a path to move. So I'm not sure. I don't think it does, because that actually happened to us once on accident, that we didn't kill it.
Oh, okay.
But it wasn't Vi, it was a different one, so I'm not sure if Vi starts teleporting. It's possible.
Yeah, I could see a scenario where, like, Vi teleports to one of your DPS players and just starts shooting them because you're the only person in range, and your DPS player just dies without the healer nearby. Let's see what they plan on doing here with their group comp here. Okay, well, we have to wait for them to do this Master of Death first, of course. Once the Master of Death is over, though, they'll be splitting up into their quadrants. The Rogue and the Hunter are going to be soloing their own. Can we get a POV on the Warlock? Okay, the Priest and the DK went together, so Warlock is going to be soloing. He does have Infernal off cooldown.
Oh yeah,
he did use the Infernal. Okay, so that's pretty much the only way that you can solo without having good RNG as a Warlock, unfortunately. So he'll be able to solo it, no problem.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any issues with that 3-minute cooldown, which is a lot less than 3 minutes most of the time, being used here. Yeah, there we go, clicking those totems, making sure everyone else has it done as well, and it looks like everyone else made it. Yeah, there we go, last image being killed on that right side there. And there's still one Enraged Spirit walking around, which probably is the side that Fragnance jumped to, because Fragnance being on the Rogue has Vanish and Shadow Melt and Cloak that can help him out in case he does accidentally pull that Enraged Spirit if there's a weird path that the spirit is taking, but it doesn't look like he had to use any of that. And now they're pulling that last trash pack that they skipped earlier, finishing it off with the boss and getting another relic buff as well. Looks like they killed this time around, just, switching up the buffs that they're getting. And yeah, I mean, what a clean dungeon as well. They have this one single death on now, when I do think he fell off. I'm not sure what happened there, but otherwise really clean by them.
Wait, when did he die? I don't even remember him dying.
It was after the Mecha.
He must have fallen off. Okay.
Yeah, I think he fell off. I mean, with the WoW speed buff, you're just so quick, right? You can't blame him.
Yes, DKs aren't used to going that fast, Necrotic. That's really what it comes down
yeah,
to, right?
It's
They're
not
used to
their
waddling
thing.
around. Of course, Mazwala will go down here at 10.5%, so it's pretty much all she wrote at this point. This is going to be a 2-0 for Echo. Going back to the point you made about how fast the dungeon would be, however, I went back and looked at some of our times.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I need to look at the race between Fragments and now. Look,
true.
Now almost got Fragments.
Will now beat him? Oh, no. Fragments came
Okay, sorry.
It was a 2-0 from Echo, of course, taking the first series of the season. But this is about on par with where our times were last season as well. I think in our grand finals we had some sub-18-minute times. This was a tyrannical dungeon, of course, which will kind of increase the time by a minute or two, but still, almost a perfect dungeon from Echo, not having any early hiccups like they had last season. I mean, pretty strong performance from them.
Yeah, the routes looked clean for sure, and poor Apes together strong. I mean, hey, shout out to druids out there. Every kind of druid. You can all be bears sometimes. Somebody dies, someone else can become a bear. Like, there's lots of things you can do. It's fun to be a bunch of druids, but Echo a little bit faster today.
I think the most important thing to take away from this, the other side, is buff druids. Right?
Oh, obviously, yeah. If 4 druids can't do it, who can?
No druid propaganda
definitely buff
on
all
the
of them.
official stream, please.
Yeah. Any spec in particular, Nagura, that you're a fan of? Maybe
no,
anything? No.
Nothing specific.
Nothing specific. Okay, all right. Just wanted to check.
Moonkins.
You're not. Moonkin. Okay, sure. Oh, you've never.
I mean, if you look at
You've never been really like specific about one spec before that you really enjoyed over another. So I wanted to check just to make sure.
No, I love all of them equally.
Okay,
Right,
that's good to know.
Okay.
It's on the internet forever now. Yeah, there you go. Well, Dratnos, we were watching that, while Zai and Nagura were casting, and well, a match happened, didn't it?
Yeah, I didn't have Kyrian Feral Druid on my bingo card coming into today, and my goodness, the egg on my face after that one. Okay, so the Apes Together Strong comp, very, very cool. I loved the one of each covenant, one of each spec druid. Yeah. And then their hunter apparently had DM'd an admin and asked to get the Zookeeper title added to his to the character on the tournament realm as well. So I don't know if we were able to fulfill that request, but that's some important lore behind the scenes there. I did also like some of the stuff that Echo had going on and some of the changes. This actually is a pull I want to highlight. One of the things that's possible now that bolstering doesn't affect bosses is this sort of pull of trash onto boss. And so this season, you're going to see bolstering dungeons being done slightly differently than they used to be. It used to be if you wanted to pull trash onto bosses with bolstering, you had to do it at the end of the boss encounter. And on a fight like this, where you jump into a boss room, that's not really feasible to do. But here, now you're able to do that, and there's no problem, right? And so you're able to, again, find a really good way to efficiently spend this time while you're fighting a slow single-target tyrannical boss encounter, and also cleave down a bunch of trash. So that is a cool little adaptation that you can start doing. I mean, we have this 6 years of muscle memory of like, oh no, it's bolstering. Do not pull that into a boss, right? And that now is changed. So all of us, even in our own keys, can start relearning and maybe. I mean, obviously you don't want to pull 30 mobs in like Echo does to your weekly 15, but if you got one mob left, it healed up a little bit, just pull it into the boss. No big deal.
It's so funny to look at the Warlock here. It's like, you just know that he's just casting Rain of Fires. The hands going up, just Rain of Fire, Rain of Fire, Rain of Fire.
Yeah. Just jazz hands all day, every day. Yeah. Warlock. Yep.
I saw.
Oh, go ahead.
I didn't see a Field of Blossoms go down. Was he playing Dreamweaver in that key? Well, actually, he pod tendered early.
Sometimes he died,
you know. Maybe it was just the way the floor
the fields as well. When we're
the floor is very blue.
Yeah, you're right.
He was playing Pod Tender, yeah.
He was.
Yeah.
All right. Well, a quick 2-0 for Echo. I feel like it's kind of what we expected, going into this. No shade at Apes Together Strong. I mean, it was fun to see them play too, and they did keep up fairly well in the first dungeon, honestly. Like you said, only about maybe 1 wipe behind Echo, so certainly a respectable performance on Necrotic Wake at any rate. But I think, you have that first dungeon, it's kind of like, all right, well, let's see what we can do in the lower bracket. Let's just show off our Druid comp, make people sweat a little bit, that they know it's out there. They know we have the capability of running 4 Druids in 101 dungeon, and then we just go to lower bracket.
Yeah, I haven't looked too much at the bracket matches in the lower bracket, but if you made me guess, I would guess they probably are playing Necrotic Wake again, and they probably aren't playing the other side again. Is my prediction based on how
I think
that
that's
went.
it.
Yeah. Whew. But that is Echo through to the quarterfinals. That's going to be tomorrow. We still have 3 more matches left here on day 1. Yeppers and Dwarf This. It's going to be coming up. That should be a pretty good one too.
So what I guess we probably should wait to get into it a little bit, but what can we maybe expect from Yeppers versus Dwarf This?
I do think it's going to be a very interesting match because they have the 12th and the 13th place in the time trials, right? So their times were incredibly close in those 2 time trial dungeons that they played. So I do think this might just be the closest game that we see today. So I'm excited.
Yeah, Sanguine, Miss, Necrotic Wake, Gambit, and Theater of Pain are the options for dungeons. We'll see what the bans end up being. But I feel like Gambit might be one people just want to kind of take out of the mix a lot today, given that it's one of our higher keys. Kind of scary affixes. What do you think?
I think Gambit is actually pretty close between these 2 teams in time trials. I think because it's such a quick dungeon, it might be something that they might shy away from playing, because those fast-paced dungeons, if one thing goes wrong, you're just kind of out of the key if the other team plays strong. Quick note about Yeppers, though. There are some players on this team that are in high-level guilds, right? We've got Zatsi, we've got Lazzle, both well-known Mythic Plus players, so I know them pretty well personally, just as players, but I don't really know too much about Dwarf This, to be honest with you, so I'm going to go ahead and say I'm going to give the edge to Yeppers here.
I mean, historically, you kind of have to, right? But we will wait and see what happens. For now, though, quick break, and when we come back, our second match of the day here on the Mythic Dungeon International. Don't go anywhere. We'll return in just a few. Hello and welcome, everybody, to day 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doe. Along with me are Nagura, Zyronic, Tettles, who can only be described as swarthy, I would say, with the amount of buttons unbuttoned there. You're going for a very swarthy look, the windswept hair, a kind of almost pirate-oriented look, which, if we go to Celia's Gambit, would seem appropriate. Wouldn't you agree?
Can you spell that word for me? I have to Google it real quick.
It's like Swarthy, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have the definition card for swarthy up there?
That's
No? Did I get that wrong? Hold on.
Let's move on. Anyways, there is no Celia's Gambit.
No, that's not what I was thinking of at all.
There is a Streets of Wonder.
My vocabulary is not very good.
As the first dungeon today between Echo and Yeppers, and I think it's going to be very competitive.
It certainly will be, that's for sure. Well, yeah, that's right. We've got 6 matches today. We've got our upper bracket semifinals, and we've got a bunch of elimination matches down in the lower bracket. How can you follow that up? Nagura, what do you feel we're going to see today? Is it going to be some close? We're going to take a look at the dungeons first. As you can see, we will be starting out today with Streets, so can't avoid it. It's happening.
Yeah.
The music will be played.
We haven't seen Streets at all yesterday, right? And everyone kind of wondered what Echo is doing in Streets, because it was a time trial dungeon, and they were, I think, like a couple of minutes faster than everyone else. So everyone is kind of expecting to see what exactly they're doing in that dungeon for it to be so much quicker than everyone else. And that's exactly what we're going to be playing first. And Echo has to play this dungeon. They have to show their strategy. Of course, we have different affixes compared to the time trials. So it might not be as quick, or it might be different. But I'm definitely very excited to see what they have to show for us in the dungeon, what their secret strategy is.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. And you can only hide stuff for so long, right? It's ironic. I mean, at some point, like, even though obviously Echo is favored as like the best team definitively in this group, you're going to need to kind of reveal what some of the plans are, right?
Yeah, and of course, as you go further into the bracket, you're not really going to be able to hide strategies so much because the quality of the team will get better and better. In addition to the Streets and Gambit, however, we're also starting to see Court of Stars enter the pool of dungeons for almost all of our matches today. And it could just kind of be a dark horse pick for some of these teams. Could be a dungeon that maybe they've practiced and don't want to get banned. So I'm actually interested to see whether or not teams will actually focus their bans on Court of Stars, or if they'll leave it open and kind of just roll the dice. Important to mention, Court of Stars does have a different affix than everything else. Doesn't have that encrypted affix. We're using Infernal, which is slightly different. Essentially gives you a little bit of a buff going into every single boss.
Yeah, and so the question is, like, it's not that difficult of an affix to deal with, as far as like you know you don't need to like learn a huge new skill. Then again, like, it's not something that you've been able to practice on live for a little while. Like, is just banning Court of Stars the way to go? Like, or do we run into situations where both teams think they banned it because it's blind bans and then they end up playing it anyway? Like, do you think what's the likelihood that we're actually going to see it today?
I think that if there was a team that's going to play it, it would probably be Echo. So like I would have a high expectation that they have put a decent amount of practice time into it. For one, they did TGP. The squad did. Most of them did the TGP together. There was a little bit of difference, but at the same time, they have a long history of playing in the MDI, and so Court of Stars is a dungeon that they've played a lot. On the other side, Yepers, it just kind of comes down, at least in this series, to how much they've practiced it. I could see Court of Stars going through from this section, though, as like a missed ban. For some of the other matches, it just really kind of depends on their experience with the dungeon, how often they've played it, how much they've practiced it. I do think that overall, though, the Legion dungeons are probably going to be some of the most commonly seen bans because teams just have less experience on them because they haven't practiced them in multiple years, basically.
True enough. Well, here's our bracket for today. Of course, first we're going to see Echo versus Yepers, which you mentioned already. Then it's going to be Baldy taking on Evolved. Then down in the lower bracket, we've got Apes Together Strong versus Dwarf This, Witness Cuties versus Incarnation. And then, you know, we'll see where things end up after that. It's going to be a lot of eliminations today. Obviously, the teams that do get knocked out have that chance at the last chance qualifier later on. But you don't want to get sent home this early, do you?
Yeah, definitely not, because in that last stand tournament, there's of course going to be all those teams that didn't make it in the normal groups, plus also additional groups that can qualify that weren't part of the group stage at all. And at that point, only one single team is going to make it out of that tournament, and that's not what you want to see. So they want to go as far as possible in this group stage and want to get top 2, so they don't have to think about that last stand tournament and immediately go to the finals.
Yeah, exactly. The route is easier that way. But if you had to pick 2 teams to get through in this group, like Echo, but then who's the other team that goes through? Is anyone bold enough to make a prediction right now?
Ooh, that's tough.
The winner. It's the winner of the upper semis, which is
Yeah.
It's the winner of the next round is what I think is going to be my favorite. So the winner of Baldy versus Evolved. I think that I would personally have to put my wager on Baldy. That team was Complexity last season. They made the Global Finals. I think that they have like some of the most MDI experience compared to where Evolved is. Ooh, Court of Stars did get banned by Yepers.
Unfortunate.
I'm surprised by the Hall's ban by Echo.
Really? Why is that?
Yeah. I was thinking they would ban Spires or Theater of Pain, because I might be wrong on this one, but whenever I think of Spires and Theater, I think that's not like their strong suit when it comes to Echo, because those dungeons are not as open, they're more linear. Of course, in Theater you can choose which path you go, but aren't that many like different trash pulls you can do. And I think Echo is really good at figuring out very efficient routes in more open dungeons like halls or streets even. So the fact that they're not choosing to ban either of those, it might just be a strategic thing. Maybe they want to hide their halls strategy as well.
True.
That is something they have done yesterday, right? So not sure what their ideas behind this.
I do think that Halls is one of those dungeons that basically every team has like a quote good Halls of Atonement too. And with the dungeon being so short, there's not a lot of room for like variability in regards to pulls. And if the two teams were like running similar routes, it could be one of those things that just like 1 or 2 issues of Sanguine healing could cause some problems where Echo could potentially lose a map in Halls of Atonement. So I think that the ban kind of makes sense at that front. If they're worried that Yepers has a similar route to them.
Yeah. We've seen Sanguine already make a pretty big difference yesterday in some of the dungeons, so it wouldn't be surprised to. It's not a big surprise to try to avoid it. Although we still do have Sanguine to deal with on Spires, so like you can't avoid it completely, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
We haven't seen Halls at all, right? Like Halls is
Not
definitely
yet.
one of the most difficult dungeons with Sanguine.
I think it got banned versus in the Incarnation series by Evolved as well. So I think that the 2 times that we've had potential to see Halls of Atonement, we have missed it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure we'll see it eventually, but we're going to start things off with Tazavesh Streets, Echo versus Yepers. This is going to be a fun one. I'm really happy with what they did with Tazavesh, splitting it into 2 dungeons like this. I feel like it's a pretty good split where they did it. I enjoy both dungeons, and I'm really excited to see what teams like Echo and Yepers can do here.
You know, I 100% agree. I like the sort of upper-lower split that we've gotten from dungeons kind of like Junkyard and Karazhan back in the day. Mechagon and Karazhan, rather. Having the 5 boss streets and the 3 boss gambit, it really reminds me a lot of the upper-lower Karazhan, and I think it's a pretty solid style. Just kind of a boss rush streets and then a really quick trash run in the gambit. Yeah,
they both have very kind of unique characteristics for sure. As far as streets goes, though, I'm curious, what is a moment on streets that you think might trip people up more than anything else? Anybody?
Oh gosh,
it's really hard to tell. Like streets is such a. It used to be much more difficult. They nerfed it a bunch of times, but there's so many trash pulls that on live servers are really, really hard to do.
I think it's
and so many different moments where you could say this is probably difficult.
Yeah.
To execute on the MDI. So I think just like everything is difficult. Like even just the first boss room, like how many officers are they going to be pulling? Like how are they going to be executing all of that? Even the first boss room is something that I think could be difficult for them.
I actually 100% agree with that. I think the first boss room is probably going to be one of the hardest points because, like, are they pulling all that trash into the boss? That's like not really a thing that you would ever do on live because all of those casters are so scary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think there's that. Like both of you guys mentioned already, the first boss room, that is probably the most like mechanics dense trash in the dungeon. But then there's also like slight little like nuances to the dungeon that teams have had to figure out how to do. Like for instance, having to deal with the bizarre RP is definitely something that takes a little bit of nuance and skill, and that's something where usually I think teams are sending their healer with a Woe Drifter buff over to that section of the dungeon, and they just kind of solo that while their team is dealing with trash somewhere else in the dungeon. I'd love to get like a POV of the healer doing that while the team is dealing with something else.
Yeah, I wonder what we're going to see as far as the relics go too. Like, what are we going to see skipped? What are we going to see buffed? I mean, like the skips are the big thing, right? But some of it just gets a little bit chaotic, you know, when you're trying to like deliver the packages to the various vendors and things like that at a high key level. That can get a little bit crazy sometimes.
Yeah.
So I feel like that could be a moment too where bad things could happen, you know.
In addition to that, teams on live are starting to pull like the core hounds and the mini bosses on the left side coming out of the first boss area. I have a strong suspicion that's not going to be the case for the MDI though. I think that the MDI teams are almost universally going to go to the right side and just get like more efficient trash count pulls, because the stuff to the left, while it is like on a per mob basis very efficient, it's not super time efficient in that way, and they would rather like do like a triple trash pack pull on the right side. But if they do go to the left, I'm interested to see like where they're going to be able to, or where they're going to look to get the remaining around 20% of their enemy forces that they're going to be lacking.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think a lot of the trash in that final boss room area is definitely something you can get it from. It's just there's going to be a matter of backtracking if you don't go to the left, right? It's a little weird that way.
It is. There is so much backtracking in this dungeon just because of how like where the 3 bosses are positioned. So I think that backtracking is almost inevitable. Well,
we've already seen backtracking used as well to, you know, stack certain relics in certain ways. So, you know, maybe that's something that now with the new affix, that's something teams are going to be wanting to think more about in terms of what can we stack, you know, if we leave some stuff until a little bit later. We saw that yesterday in, what was it, Sanguine Depths, a couple other times. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Seemed pretty effective, too, if you can do it right.
Yeah, well, one thing's for sure is Echo is definitely a massive favorite, not only because they are Echo, but the time trial times between these two teams was just vastly different. Echo had a sub 12-minute time in this dungeon, whereas Yepers had around, I believe, a 16:30 or so. So, I mean, all signs point to Echo playing clean here and kind of dominating this, but you never know. You know, live dungeon play has trumped even Echo sometimes.
I mean, Yepers also has
never know.
Yepers has 2 Echo members on their team.
That is true.
I think there's some leaking going on from strategies.
That's not what I was implying. Not at all.
Sharing, they're going to do the same exact route. Yeah, I'm sure everyone's just like talking together over dinner about it. Yeah,
Miras is actually coaching for both teams this dungeon.
Wait a second. Hold on.
I gave you the worst strategy.
They're all together in one voice channel.
Yeah. We'll just know who his favorites are, but who he gives the worst route to. Yeah. We were ready to get started, and then there was a bit of a reset, so that's what we're waiting for right now, is waiting for the keys to get, whatever they need to do with that to get both teams back and ready to go. And as soon as they are, we'll get into the dungeon. Shouldn't be too much longer here. But are we thinking just quick 2-0 for Echo? I mean, is there obviously Yepers' talented squad as well, but, what do you think? 2-0? Or is it a chance?
I do think that it's very likely to be a 2-0 in my opinion, but there's an opportunity for Yepers to win streets specifically because they are so quick, Echo, in this dungeon that I think the possibility that they make an error is really high, because if they want to go super quick and they do those like really insane pulls that they did in time trials, it might work for them in time trials, right? If it's a really risky strategy where they have multiple tries to execute it, but they only have one try in the tournament, so maybe it's not going to work out and they have a full team wipe somewhere, and then Yepers has a chance to actually catch up.
In addition to that, just to double down a little bit, I think that if Echo does win the streets, they will probably 2-0 just because of how difficult Spires of Ascension is on this affix set. It's Tyrannical Sanguine Storming. It's a really difficult dungeon to execute clean. Echo is obviously like one of the top teams. They've won so many different MDIs. I have a strong suspicion that they will be able to pull out a really good Spires of Ascension if we make it, or whenever we make it to map 2. And so Yepers really needs to win Tazvesh Streets.
So this is data from live, actually, which is kind of interesting. The average runtime, 36 minutes, 26 seconds. That's a little bit longer than what we're probably going to see today. Average just 7.4. I feel like that's less than I expected, honestly.
I think that fastest runtime is about to get blown out of the water, too. We're not going to see a 29-minute
29 minutes, that is the...
That's the fastest live time? Really?
Yeah, apparently. That's really long.
That's still a 2 chest, though, pretty sure. Right?
Yeah.
What's the timer for Streets?
Interesting.
It's like 40... 39?
That would make sense.
I want to say it's in the
39.
high 30s, yeah, which would be a 2 chest.
All right. And now, what was Echo's fastest time in time trials? It was like,
well, it was a 21, but it was 12 minutes.
I was going to say, yeah. 12 minutes. Wow.
And it was 45, wasn't it? Do I remember wrong?
Don't remember. But also, to play devil's advocate with what you were saying, Nagura, about, their time trial times being, they have a bunch of practice runs and, they could try over and over again. We've been saying that same thing about Echo for like the past 3.5 years.
Yeah.
And they just always play
True.
same way in tournament anyways and make it work.
They do sometimes have like full team wipes. The thing is, they're so good at recovering mistakes as well.
Yeah.
So even if they have like a full wipe somewhere, they are so quick to get back to where they were. And if the other team isn't like right on their heels, then Echo is still just gonna make it probably.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Could be. Well, you never know. Maybe somebody could get their music wrong. It's like the easiest thing in the world, but like maybe somebody just slides the wrong direction. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. I also wonder about the comps as well, because in the time trials, both teams were playing Decay Holy Priest, Warlock, Survival Hunter, and Havoc Demon Hunter. And I do wonder if they switched it around, because it's fortified in the time trials versus Tyrannical on live servers. And again, both Hunter and Warlock have been nerfed since then.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm not sure if there's something they're going to change.
I don't think that...
I mean, they're still good, but...
I mean, most people bring the Rogue yesterday, too, so...
Yeah.
True. Rogue is really good. I think the Havoc Demon Hunter was just more like a buff bot, right? It was just there for the Chaos Sprint because it does add a lot. It actually adds a lot of value to the Survival Hunter's damage as well because a decent bit of their DPS comes from Wildfire Bomb, which is fire damage, and so like the Havoc DH is pretty valuable.
I think the Rogue is only brought in dungeons where they actually think they need the utility, the control of the Rogue. Because the Havoc Demon Hunter plus the Blood Decay is definitely a higher damage comp, while they switch to the Vengeance Demon Hunter plus Rogue if they think they need more control, right? Because Vengeance Demon Hunter probably does less damage than Blood Decay, but provides the buff anyway, and the Rogue does less damage in comparison to like a Havoc plus Blood Decay, but provides more control. So I do think that's kind of what they're thinking about. And I think for Tassivas, Tyrannical 22, with the affix that we have, I think they can go for a full damage comp, technically.
All right, fair enough. Just blast through the trash and then just kind of do the extra damage on the bosses. Makes sense.
Yeah, maybe even pull some trash into bosses, just AoE it all down.
Especially if it brings along some relics.
No, we'll definitely see a lot of that.
Oh, yeah.
The real question is like, what does Inspiring do to Streets? So since it's like a brand new dungeon, for a lot of different dungeons, you kind of have a good idea of like what Inspiring makes really difficult in these keys.
Hey, ready to go.
But not a lot of practice has been dealt with here.
All right, enjoy. We're getting started. We'll check back later. We'll see who takes it, Echo or Yeppers.
Right, so it looks like Echo is sticking to that same comp, the full damage comp they played in the time trials, while Yeppers switched out the Demon Hunter for the Rogue. So that is a lot more control that the Rogue is providing, but you don't have that damage buff, the magic damage increase on their damage dealers, and probably also providing a little bit less overall damage, but more single target control damage. So we'll see how that works out for them. But let's see how big of a pull they're going to be doing here in this first boss room.
I'm expecting just about everything in the first trash room for Echo here on top of the mini-boss. And they'll probably end up popping Lust here too. They did pull the mini-boss in, but they haven't popped Lust yet. I wonder if they're saving that just for the Tyrannical boss right afterwards. Definitely have to be considering that, but I mean, it's kind of crazy. On the Tyrannical affix, when you're running this insane DPS comp, you really don't have to worry about the trash staying alive for that long. So everything will just kind of get blasted down. It's pretty ridiculous that the amount of damage you can put out, even without Bloodlust, with this particular comp, specifically the Warlock and the Scream.
Yeah, and they actually did see the inspired mobs. You can see that security guard there in the start, and also that the specialists have been CC'd, and now they're pulling them in with the boss. So they also focus down and Vi, meaning they have the haste buff plus the cooldown reduction as well. So really well done by a lot of control. It looked so easy as they just walked in and they weeded down. There was actually a lot of thought, a lot of control in that pull. They executed perfectly.
I love the POV we have of Clicks just bathing in that weapon for forever. Just Warlock things. Don't have to worry about anything. You just press Dark Pact and don't worry about actually taking any damage for a little while. Now, there are some optimizations you can make with this boss where you have your DPS player stand in the center of the room and the tank can kite the boss in a circle around the group just to make sure that that shield is never facing any of your DPS players. But looks like they're not really opting to go for that right now. And I imagine at about 40% here, Echo is going to be pulling the boss into the rest of the trash here. And right on cue, here we go. The second trash pull is pulled. They'll probably pull those two commanders near the end as well at some point. You can see those specialists coming in as well. And this is just, again, making sure you get as much funnel damage on top of these bosses as possible. If your Warlock can cast Rain of Fires, that's much more procs for their 4-set. And you get a lot more effective damage out of those Wildfire cluster bombs that your Survival Hunters put in.
Yeah, and Yeppers not too far behind either on their side, as they also did already engage the boss. They are also slowly pulling in trash into the boss with the inspired mobs that they have CC'd earlier. So definitely doing similar things, just slightly slower or slightly smaller pulls from the start. But not too far behind at all, and they're doing a really good job executing this as well.
Yeah, and they're opting to go for the exact same style of pull here. Boss gets a little bit low, go ahead and pull it on top of the second set of relics. Refresh those buffs on your characters. You know, looks like they're going for the Drifter here. Yeah, both teams actually ended up going for the Drifter here, and they're going to be using this to skip, I imagine, pretty much all the way to the Bazaar. They might deal with a little bit of trash here, maybe get a refresh on the Relic buff here, or they'll just let Xaylia start doing that RP. And you can see Xaylia off in the corner of your screen did enter that Bazaar to start that trash RP.
Yeah, So keep in mind, there's no healer now with Echo here, so they have to do this without a healer. Of course, Blood Decay really good at surviving on their own, but some of the damage dealers might not have such a good time, so they need to make sure they're using their defensives wisely to stay alive here. But Salia now already back, so managed to actually really quickly, as he's already back up the group.
Yeah, I think he just got the very first weapon, right? He started the RP and got the first item on the ground. The Disorient did cause Clicks to pop his pod tender, so he doesn't have that cheat death available to him. But honestly, trading a pod tender instead of a death is pretty useful here to keep the battle as and whatnot. And they reset the Woe Drifter, so the second everyone is stable, Zalia can go back and do some more of that RP if he needs to.
And that was really well done that they reacted so quickly. You can see Clicks did proc his pod. Gingy immediately used his turtle to not die, because of course when the tank is disoriented, that means that all of the mobs will stop attacking the tank and will hit whatever else is the second person in the aggro list. So Clicks going down, Fragnance using darkness, Gingy using his turtle to survive.
Look at this pull from
Yepers.
Look at what they're doing on Yepers' side. Every single trash pack in the room on top of the boss. This is nuts.
Wow.
They don't have bloodlust for this. They're just going in natural. Just the cooldowns they have. You can see they have 2 Dismantlers, so they're going to go for double buffs. If they can pull this off, this will be an incredibly huge time save for them. I don't believe Echo is going for this. Yes, they haven't pulled the boss. They're just doing all the trash in there. But their tank has died.
Actually going down for Yepers. There's no way they can recover this, I don't think. They do have a pot tender procced on the Warlock, so he cannot use the Battle Rest to get the tank back up, and that is a full team wipe. That was a really cool effort, I think, though, because if they could have executed this, I think they could have caught up to Echo from the time that they have lost her in the first boss room. But yeah, this is a very dangerous pull to do, and it's just a lot of pressure on the tank, especially.
Yeah, really unfortunate to see that not go for them. They were so close. Most of the trash was sub 20%. I think it was the double Dismantler that ended up being the end for Roth there. But a little bit of tech coming out from Echo here. You can see that they have one of those overloaded male mentals banished off to the side at around 1 HP. The trick there is when you kill those male mentals, it drops a haste bubble on the ground, which is just a massive haste buff for anybody that stands inside of it. If you keep that alive for the boss, you can just kind of go crazy.
Sorry, can we get a Fragnance POV?
Oh,
because
that'd be
Fragnance
great.
just went down, and I think he's doing something. Because he released when they had a Battle Rest available. So I was thinking that he maybe...
He's back.
interesting.
He just went through the portal. They had the portal unlocked already.
Okay, I guess he just didn't want to wait for the rest. Okay.
They didn't want to waste the
randomly
battle.
went
That's all
down.
it was, I guess.
But I thought that he didn't even go down during the trash. Like maybe he was somewhere else. But, I might have just not seen him.
I wonder.
Either way, they are now fighting the boss, and Yepers is doing a similar pull again. They had killed off some trash in the room, thankfully, but of course they have to pull the boss again. They still had the Salia going down actually for Echo. They have to get a rest up. Okay, there we go. Salia back up immediately, using that Soulstone there. Thankfully they didn't use it on Fragrance earlier, otherwise this would have been really bad for them. But everyone is back up. This boss actually does a lot of damage on Tyrannical, so they have to handle those bombs as well. They managed to throw them from really far away. Is that how it works? Oh, I guess they threw them to a person that was standing there. Yeah, Salia.
So I wonder, it almost looked like they were considering not doing those bombs for the first 10 seconds there, and then they realized, oh, our damage is low. Because you can see that they had this, both teams had this strategy of chain pulling the male mentals in so they can stack those haste buffs on top of the boss to kill it as quickly as possible. But I guess the damage just wasn't quite there for them. That might be something that they could optimize a little bit going further, or maybe it was their strategy in the 21 that they did for their time trial runs, but it just won't work out in a 22 Tyrannical. I would love to see that be a little bit more optimized. Maybe they just didn't play it as perfectly as they could have.
They also already have 82% trash, so they're basically done already. They of course still need to do 3 bosses that are left, so they're on their way to just get that done. Back-to-back bosses. Maybe there's some trash they can pull on top. Is there actually? Because they can't really pull that much onto the next boss, right? So maybe onto this.
You can pull trash on top of this boss, but I would assume that now would be the one doing it, unless Gingy would be misdirecting it to him. Let's see, there is a misdirect.
There's a misdirect.
It's just for the boss, though. Okay.
Okay, man.
So, unless there's trash off to the side that we don't see coming in right now, then we're just dealing with this boss solo.
Oh no, Yepper's having a full team wipe again on that boss. Boss was on 5%, 3% HP, and they unfortunately did not manage to finish off the boss there. So yeah, they were just missing CDs as well, right? They wiped on that previous pull, and then they tried again because they knew they're behind now, so they have to do the same pull again without some cooldowns available, and it just caused them to wipe there at the very end. But yeah, Echo doing a lot of damage to this boss. They did kill Vi again, so definitely valuing Vi really highly compared to some other teams, just focusing a lot. So yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, right? On bosses, Vi being a 45-second long buff of haste is probably the most valuable single target damage. I mean, is definitely still good, but unless you're like... I feel like in MDI, your cooldowns are so planned in advance that getting an buff to use an extra set of cooldowns on a boss is probably not the play when you're planning on using those cooldowns on the next pull. So it makes sense for teams to value Vi, especially in like one of the tyrannical keys.
Yeah, I think so as well. He's definitely very valuable for a lot of the damage dealers. Even though is really good for damage for Sally as well, right? For the Kyrian Holy Priest, is a lot of damage. But even without Sally is doing 8k DPS here, while also providing PI to one of the damage dealers. So yeah, just big value from that Holy Priest. And we have to get through one more boss. This boss fight actually taking quite a long time. That's why I assume on Fortified times were so quick, because they just because the bosses didn't take up so much time. Because there are a lot of bosses in streets.
Looks like Echo have studied up on their Dratnos expert routes here. You can see that they killed the second boss right in the corner of that doorway there. This is incredibly useful if you're the person who has that gluttony debuff that gives you a damage buff every time you soak an orb. It puts all of the orbs in one centralized place so that you can very quickly go over and get, as you see on fragments there, a 13 or a 14 stack of the buff, giving you a ton of extra damage on this boss and just making the boss last much less time than otherwise.
Yeah, also interesting that they give it to fragments on the Havoc Demon Hunter there. Of course, you can give the buffs to multiple different people by giving the buff around, but now it's a now. I don't think that's going to be as useful. But yeah, I assume Venthyr Demon Hunter doing quite a bit of single target damage there as well.
Oh yeah, no, I mean...
Look at Blood Decay, 12k DPS.
Yeah, Blood Decay is not okay.
Yeah.
Let's just quickly look past that. Yeah, the Venthyr Havoc is actually a really interesting choice that I've seen come out from a lot of players. It's such a consistent single target DPS option. Not for a fight like that where you have multiple targets that you have to swap to, because you can only really apply the Sinful Brand every so often, right? But on just pure single target, it's pretty consistent damage. So giving it buffs is pretty useful for just tyrannical bosses. Just waiting for the door to open to go into the Oasis here, though.
It looks like Fragnance was still finishing the event there. And I wonder if that's maybe what happened earlier, that he just didn't, that he was supposed to finish the event earlier when they were doing the trash in the second boss room. And he went down and then they just decided to do it after. Because that could explain why he died earlier. I'm not sure what the Demon Hunter tech is though. Because apparently he can somehow skip, I guess he Shadow Melted. That's it. He just Shadow Melted it off. That fixates you when you pick up the gift.
I actually, next time we see streets, whenever that might be, I'd love to get a POV on the solo player as they run away from the group and see what they actually do. I want to see what the strategy is for teams to deal with, specifically what teams are doing for the Oasis RP that you have to get to.
But now we're on the band boss, and let's see who picked up which instrument. It's very important. We do see clicks on this. It is a saxophone, right? Or is it something else?
That's a big saxophone, if that's what it is.
Yeah, it is very big. It does look like one. Now is, of course, playing the guitar, it looks like. Who's the drummer? Oh, Sally has to be the drummer.
Healer is always the drummer. Yeah, the healer is the drummer. They give everyone else the buffs. I always pick the one on the right. I don't know what it is. I just go to that spot. I don't know what is the one on the right.
It might be. There's a singer, guitar, saxophone, drummer.
We'll see whenever they have to go to their positions after they deal with this trash, right?
Maybe it's a trumpet. Oh, I think there's 2 saxophones. Shinji has the same as Clicks.
Oh, are there?
I think so. It does look similar, at least. Oh, it's a trumpet. Oh yeah, saxophone, trumpet, guitar.
Oh yeah, it is a trumpet. It's a little different. Oh wait, hold on.
Screenshot.
That's a rare one. I got it.
Nice.
Putting it in our production channel. Perfect. All right.
So they had to use another rest. I do think it's a very common theme to see the priest go down, actually. In most MDI groups we've seen so far. And it makes a lot of sense, right? I think they are pretty squishy. Like, I'm not saying that they're, like, bad players, but so many of the damage dealers have... I mean, look at the Warlock, right? It's really hard for a Warlock to die. You have Pot Tender if something goes wrong. You have Unending Resolve. You have Death Pact, which is literally just like a full HP shield. And Fragnance also has lots of survivability. Hunters, I guess, don't have too much. They have the Turtle. But yeah, Holy Priest, they're pretty squishy.
Yeah, I think
about it.
They also have like the worst defensive cooldown in the game, right? Desperate Prayer, I think, is pretty much the only thing they have, which is like, wow, extra HP. That's cool, I guess. Oh, there's the Warlock gateway tech. Such a good gateway to get back up that without having to go around the staircase. But just need trash percentage now. Where's that going to come from for Echo? Are they just going to do one last mass pull in this section of the dungeon? That's the only thing I can think of that they could do here.
Yeah, I think that would make sense, because obviously up on the last boss area there's no trash you can pull unless you can maybe snap something up somehow. But no, it does look like they are just pulling some trash here. Line of sighting everything to gather it up. Let's see what they pulled. Some smugglers, some wise guys. Yeah, this is not enough, right? They're gonna have to do another pull after this.
Yeah, maybe they just do the mini-boss. Yeah, that's so inefficient, though.
Yeah, it seems a bit weird. Now they're pulling the mini-boss in. Interesting.
I feel like this can't be the strategy that they used in the 12-minute time in the streets and time trials, right?
I mean, definitely not. We're already at 16. I mean, it is tyrannical, as I said, and the bosses, of course, because there are so many bosses in this dungeon, I think tyrannical just makes it harder to get such a fast time compared to Fortified. But still, I don't think they did this on Fortified, on time trials, this pull.
Okay, so knowing what we know about Echo, what do you think the chances are Mirez told them, hey, Yepers has 14 deaths, let's not show our strategy?
Okay, so I would say that's a really smart decision, and I've said that many times, that teams should do that. But Echo has, in many interviews, Echo has always said that they are not actually changing their strategy even if they're ahead. They just say, okay, so we have this strategy and this route, and we are doing it, no matter if the other team is 20 minutes behind.
Oh, wait. Get a POV.
They said that a few times.
Get a POV of the Warlock right now. Oh, it's too late. Okay, so they're at 96% trash. He put a portal upstairs,
there we go.
Jumped down,
There's a snap.
and then he snapped trash up on top of the boss for the last 4%. Before by portal
That's
back
a really
up.
cool tech.
Okay, that's where that extra trash comes from. So maybe that is a little bit of their strategy. Maybe they could probably do that with a lot more trash if they wanted to, right?
Yeah, you know what? You might... I think so. That might have been what they did to get this fast time. Just snapping a lot of trash from the bottom room up here onto the boss and then just AoEing it all down.
Wait.
With the
this boss
unnerved... I don't know.
What is going on?
Wow, okay, they do have Bloodlust, right? But... yeah, I'm surprised that they managed to get this boss done so quickly. Wow.
And then they also have a gateway tech to just go ahead and get right to the boss. Of course, you can gateway through the beams. Wow, that That was a very fast zombie. Okay, so you know what? I think we're kind of on the right track here. I don't think this was their complete strategy, but I think we saw little bits and pieces and hints at what their strategy might have been to go as fast as they did, because one dungeon level plus tyrannical does not equal 6 extra minute of time. But regardless of how they did it, Echo does take the first game of the series against Yepers and goes up 1-0.
Wow, that was incredibly quick, and there was some incredibly interesting stuff going on in that too. That was one of the most Echo runs I've ever seen, I think.
There was definitely some forbidden tech that was shown off there.
Yeah.
Some weird stuff that they were doing.
Was there in the last boss, like, I honestly don't know how fast you can kill that boss on Turnicle, but was there something that they used from a mob maybe? Like some buff that you can somehow get, or I don't know. How did they do so much damage to that boss? Was it just normal damage? I'm not sure.
I think it's just because they have all their CDs up.
Maybe?
Could have been.
That plus Lust, it kind of makes sense that if they have everything
it's a containment
available.
cell. Is that just from the first boss?
Containment cell. Is that the cages?
Oh, it's just the first boss.
Right.
Oh, it's
okay.
Yeah, it's the cage for the first boss whenever the boss is like swirling his sabers at you, isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Right.
I thought that there was like some hidden tech.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the damage those, yeah.
Hidden tech for 86,000 damage.
Yeah, it didn't do that much.
Very hidden.
It's a percent or two, you know? Hidden until now. Revealed. There you go. So, again, compared to the live data, guess what? Echo's pretty fast. Average time 36 minutes live. Echo gets it done like, what, 18? Fastest run 29. So 18:41 versus 29 minutes. It's a cool 11 minutes faster than the fastest time ever recorded on live servers.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. I mean, what a run.
I think Yepers would have beaten that fastest run time as well, even with their.
I agree. Yeah.
Their wipe.
Yeah. They definitely could have. It was just a couple things. I mean, it was really that first wipe for Yepers that kind of ended the possibility of that run being close. You hate to see it, but I mean, even still, Echo just seems untouchable right now. You know.
Yeah, we can take a look at some of those that wipe as well. What were you saying, Nagura?
I just wanted to say it is interesting that the Yepers thought, or for sure they can do this pull, right? This pull with the boss room where they pull the whole trash on the boss, because otherwise they wouldn't have tried it, right? And they can execute it. So it's interesting that Echo didn't do it, right? Because usually when another team does a pull, then Echo would do it as well. So either they think it's too risky, or they just don't have the cooldowns up at that moment, or I don't know.
It seems like Echo likes to take those risks, though. You know, they like to put together things that are intricate, high risk, but high reward. Let's take a look at some of the replays here. Here's the cursed replay with the wipe for Yepers.
I actually think that this is a really good pull, and like Nagura was saying, it is very high risk. Double and then you get this mail order. Ideally, you would like to have this mail order, or maybe somebody with like an immunity to be able to deal with this. But the quaking, dude, just look. The quaking is the end of the pull. It's not even that the pull is bad. It's just the quaking insta kills it before anything else happens. Roth ends up dying to a quaking plus mail order catastrophe, and it's like, oh well. I mean, that was the end of Yepers.
Quaking and the mail order, yeah, that's a lot.
So beyond that, there was a lot of really cool stuff that Echo is doing in this run. So first off, tanking that robot in the corner, it allows Fragments to just basically get 15 stacks instantly whenever he steps on top of that robot. You see Genji right now in the buff frame, he has 20 stacks. In addition to that, Fragments and Genji at some point went off to the side, killed a Woe Relic, meld plus feign death to the remainder of the trash pack, and then they had this Woe Drifter just patrol from across the world into their room, and then they were able to Woe Drifter out. And now, in addition to that, we saw this with Clicks leaping off the ledge and then coming back, and then just snapping a bunch of trash onto the final boss for the remaining 4% enemy forces that Echo needed. There was a lot of really weird and cool stuff that we did see from this route. I don't know how much of it you can use in like normal people keys, but
it was a point,
cool.
I mean, that's why we love the Mythic Dungeon International, because you get to see things that don't look like they should be possible, right, Sai?
I found the tech. I know why the boss died so quickly. There's a mob in Streets of Wonder, and then remember, this is new to everyone here, so we're kind of remembering trash mechanics here. The Enforcer in that trash has a spell called Force Multiplied, which makes everything near it deal extra damage and take extra damage, 20% extra damage. And that also applies to allies. So you snap that mob up to the boss takes 20% increased damage.
Oh,
that's what it was. That's what that snap tech was.
Wow.
That's the Echo diff right there.
No kidding. Well, leave it to Echo to figure it out, right? They dominate Tazvesh Streets. We're going to Spires of Ascension next if we need it, Theater of Pain. But this has been a little bit of an nasty one, too. I mean, we've seen Sanguine be a problem for teams on this one already.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we saw Evolved win versus Incarnation in the Spires key, and their rando was 23 minutes, which is still pretty long, I would say. I think Spires generally is a long dungeon, and even in the MDI, we haven't seen like super fast times if you compare it to some other dungeons. But I do think Sanguine definitely slows this key down quite a bit, because we've seen so many pulls where, trash gets pulled on top of bosses in the MDI and you just nuke everything down. But with Sanguine, all of a sudden you have big issues doing so on Orifrion, right? If you want to do a spear pull, even on the first boss, if you want to pull stuff on top, you have the Sanguine everywhere, and then the mob you cannot control where the boss is flying to in the first boss room. So if there's a Sanguine pull and the mob flies in there, you have a problem, right? So Sanguine definitely an issue, and I'm interested to see how Echo and Yeppers are handling that dungeon.
We saw multiple robots recharging in Sanguine pools yesterday, so hopefully we can avoid that kind of thing today. But it's hard to kind of ask like what Yeppers needs to do to compete against Echo, because Echo seems to have all these things that people have never seen before. Obviously, Spires is a dungeon that's been run like infinity times by everyone at this point, so there's going to be less of that here. But at the same time, like it's so tight too. So if you're Yeppers, it kind of just feels like you need to play like the best flawless run you've ever played in your life to have a chance of kind of like staying with it. Is that accurate, Tuttles?
I would tend to agree with that, and it comes down to just like Nagura mentioned, just the Sanguine management. We saw it yesterday in the Incarnation versus Evolved series, just some of those Goliaths bathing in Sanguine. Whenever that happens, that is basically just a 1.5-minute penalty. So it's very easy to see like deaths and understand how much time that's going to end up costing you. It's not always easy to see like how much time Sanguine can cost. Echo has always been one of those teams that's just crazy efficient with how little and how minimal Sanguine healing that they get from run in and run out. And for Yeppers, it comes down to practice. It really just depends on how many hours they put into the Spires of Ascension. This dungeon's a big time sink, and like I would have maybe have banned this dungeon personally. I understand why they banned the Court of Stars, but the Spires of Ascension is such a heavy time sink where it's like I could put 20 hours into this dungeon and still just feel like I've just Sanguine healed every single mob and not be happy with my run.
I mean, maybe it's just kind of a comfort thing too. I mean, maybe they just do feel like this is the dungeon that they have more experience on, that they have to do less kind of like thinking on the fly. Whereas Court of Stars, obviously that's something that you haven't really been able to practice on live for a long time. I mean, you can put in some practice on the tournament realm, I believe, am I right? But it's still going to be something that's like outside the norm, So I doubt we're going to see it play today, but I hope to be proved wrong.
Yeah, same. I'm actually kind of surprised that Yeppers was the one that banned the Court of Stars, right? Because they've got Lazel on their team, who's somebody who was a Mythic Plus keyer back in Legion, somebody that probably has the MDI route still stored in their MDT somewhere. So, yeah, unfortunate that was banned. But this was a nasty just set of dungeons in general, right? Sanguine Spires or Halls of Atonement. You have to choose one to ban against Echo. I don't know what.
3 dungeons with Sanguine in it. Yeah, I mean that's which is, in my opinion, one of the most annoying affixes to have to try to play around, because there's just so much that can go so wrong so fast with Sanguine. 3 dungeons with it. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, especially in these MDI pulls that they're doing, right? Usually when you do a live key, you can try to pull mobs that are like equal HP, and then it's easier for you to kill them at the same time, and you just handle the Sanguine kind of like bolstering. So you just try to kill it at the same time, so Sanguine is not an issue. But in these MDI pulls, when you just pull 20-30 mobs together, there's bound to be some mobs that have more HP than the others, so they die quicker, and then there's some mobs who can't be CC'd, right? Like the Goliaths in this dungeon. So if a Sanguine pool spawns underneath a Goliath, it might just heal for an hour because it's standing there and it's casting and you can't move it at all. So you have to manage the Sanguine before they die. So when you have like knocks, like Shining Force from the Priest, for example, you need to make sure you use it before the mobs die, because you cannot actually displace the Goliath. And that is something that's very difficult when you have lots and lots of mobs on top of each other.
In addition to that, like the Kyrian Spears are abnormally tricky to deal with because they stun the mobs for such a long time.
True.
And with things like Serve Hunter and Warlock being into the meta, where AoE packs just kind of melt with the amount of AoE, like trash pulls just end up melting with the amount of AoE that those classes provide, it can become problematic if, like, an Ether Diver, like Nigura was mentioning, just the mismatched HP, like an Ether Diver and a Goliath, if they're in the same Kyrian Spear, the Ether Divers could just heal those Goliaths to full if you're not careful.
Right. Well, it's a major concern. We'll see who ends up taking it. Echo versus Yeppers, map number 2, underway. Enjoy it. We'll check back in a little bit.
Alright, so we see a Windwalker on Yepper's side. Interesting. So Lascelles playing Windwalker, while Echo chooses to play the Rogue on Fragments. Otherwise, the same comp on the teams. Both of them doing a really big pull here, just pulling kind of everything together. Echo decided to kill the Relic, while Yeppers seems to be... Was it the Woe Drifter they killed?
Well,
oh, Zatsi going down too.
Off on them just yet. Yeah, Zatsi goes down. It's another Angel. But it doesn't seem like it's going to be that big of an issue for him. He can just release and run back really quickly here. Yeah, he did do that. Okay, instantly released because, you know, most of the danger of the pull is gone. But the death there, as well as just the general uncomfortableness with the trash mobs here, maybe a little bit of Sanguine healing, means that Echo deals with this pull like 30 seconds faster. They're already going to be on to the next trash pull before Yeppers is even finished with this one.
Yeah, that was incredibly quick by Echo. I think this might be partially the Rogue difference here, because they just have so much single target damage for those higher HP mobs, and now they're just pulling the whole boss room. This is so dangerous because of Sanguine. You have to be very careful here on where they were killing these mobs. You can see they did kill a Vi this time around, compared to earlier. And they just have all their cooldowns ready again. You can see Click's doing so much damage with that Infernal that he has popped, and they also use Bloodlust for this pull as well. They're trying to kill the mobs on the side where the mob doesn't fly to, the boss doesn't fly to. And it looks like they've been doing a good job to get the Sanguine pretty far away.
Yeah, you really have to make sure that it's completely out of the range of where that mob could fly to, otherwise it's just going to heal. That's very close. Is it in Sanguine? No, it's not. Just barely. Man, ooh. I could swear that it's touching the edge of that Sanguine pool, but it's just barely not in it. That could have been really bad for Echo there. The boss could have easily healed for a solid 20 or 30% there, which is not what you want to see in a 23 Tyrannical Key, but man, just playing on the edge there and getting away with it. I mean, a team like Echo doesn't need to get away with that, but I guess they just did.
Isn't that Sanguine pool that they spawned from the Goliath also in a somewhat dangerous, or he was in a somewhat dangerous spot, I guess? It's gone now, so it's not gonna happen. But Yeppers now also pulling the boss. They didn't do that big pull. Of course, they lost a lot of time on the first pull. Then they also killed Woe on the first pull, which did nothing for them really, because it doesn't, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't speed up the Angels, right? Because you can speed up the Angels with like Stampeding Roar, is what people say. I'm not sure if that's even true. I mean, it was like, that's what I was saying the whole time. I was like, this is not true. And people are saying, no, it's true, it's true. So I was like, fine, I guess.
I think there's a certain amount of like Boomkin hate that was going out, where people just decided, hey, let's just gaslight all the Druid players by making them believe that their Stampeding Roar makes the mob go even faster. I'm pretty sure that was a joke. And you know what? Honestly, it's my fault too. I'm one of the people that said it just for fun, because
yeah, I mean, I never really believed it, but at some point, even I was like, I mean, maybe. Either way, we do see Echo have down the first boss, and now they didn't do a pull on the left side. Sometimes we saw teams immediately after the boss go to the left, do a pull there, but they walk to the right, pull those Stealth Claws, unless they pull the trash over. But I don't see any other mobs here. I only see the Praetor and the Stealth Claws. So it looks like they haven't really pulled anything else from the left.
Yeah, so judging based off of the route that they've gone for so far, without going to the left after the first boss, they're probably going to be gearing up to do some big pull in the third boss room. That's typically what this kind of routing means. The biggest problem with that I could see is that usually you commit a Kyrian Spear to helping deal with that pull, but the problem that we've gone over so many times in the 2 days we've had this week and talk about Spires of Ascension is that Sanguine plus Kyrian Spear doesn't go well together. If you kill one mob in that Kyrian Spear a little bit too quickly, you're just going to heal everything. So hopefully they've got some strategy, and knowing Echo, they probably do have some strategy to deal with that. Otherwise, it could be an issue.
How did Evolved in Incarnation deal with the angels yesterday? Because I didn't actually see that part. The 3 angels in the last boss room.
Evolved did all 3 of them at the same time.
Okay.
Yep.
And they managed?
Yep.
Executed well?
Perfect.
Yeah, nice.
It was perfect.
Okay, so I do think that is definitely something Echo is going to do as well with one spear. The other spear, I don't know. Their Praetors actually are really high HP. This is actually something that we haven't seen from Echo that much. This is kind of inefficient, right? Having those Praetors so high HP still. Usually they're really good at controlling the Praetors, making sure they're staying in the trash group, making sure if they jump out, so they grip them back in or they knock them back in. So a little bit of I don't want to say it was like a big mistake or anything, but it definitely cost them, I would say, 20 seconds to finish off these Praetors that usually would be in the trash bag. But the Appers, unfortunately, having some issues on their side.
Yeah, not going perfectly for them. More deaths on the board. The trash pulls after the first boss are not going well for them. Fortunately, you could just release and get right back there. It's only like a 2-second run away, but more deaths on the board, more death timers. It's not what you want to be. Not the situation you want to be in against Echo, who are going to go for the craziest pulls in the world. And you can see, once again, going for a massive trash pull that we normally see a Kyrian Spear committed to, but because it's Sanguine, they cannot use it here, and it's incredibly dangerous because he clicks, once again, on the Warlock, using that Pod Tender, that cheat death, but you can see the problem that happens here. If that Golem, that Goliath, starts recharging Anima whenever a mob is on top of it, it's going to heal. Luckily, they got away with only about a 20% heal on the Goliath there, but still, that's going to be another time loss, and all these trash mobs running around, not being put together by the Kyrian Spear, is just more time lost here for Echo.
Yeah, definitely some time lost again. Thankfully, they did survive, though, because that looked really sketchy there for a moment when we saw the Pot drop and Sally drop really low as well. I'm not sure if it was actually a cast going off, or if it was just the caster mob that just casts dark flashes all the time. Either way, they did manage to finish it off now. 63% trash. They're going to be skipping that last 2 trash back here that usually is just very inefficient to deal with. So they're just going to be moving on. Very likely also skipping the next trash pack too, because that also is one of those inefficient packs to deal with, because you have that AoE damage reduction on one of the mobs. So in the MDI, we've seen a lot of skips, or they decide to just pull it on top of the boss. Then it's not as inefficient, but we'll see what they do now.
Yeah, there's a few different things that they could do, right? We saw the strategy yesterday from Evolved where you deal with that very first trash mob after the second boss that has a pack of relics in there. You can kill that Woe relic right away, give you a Woe Drifter that you can just then skip right to the third boss to deal with the Hurler packs if you want to. You also have access to pretty much all the trash in that third room at that point. They could go for that, but I just have a little bit of a feeling in the back of my head that Echo's going to be going for some crazy pull in that third boss room just to get all of the remaining trash that they need before they go to the final platform at the very top of the dungeon. Remember, you need a little bit over 87% trash count before you have enough trash to where those 3 angels will finish you off for 100%. So they still have about 24% trash count that they need to get before they're home free.
Yeah, I think you might be right. We've seen this pull be done in the MDI a couple of times, but we've also seen teams fail to this same pull that we just talked about. So basically they go up the stairs, and then on the top of the stairs they'll pull like 3 packs together with a Helion in there and a bunch of casters as well. And sometimes they will commit a spear to it, most of the times they will. And they haven't used stairs yet, Echo. They have 2 spears that they can still use. They have a bunch of Kyrians, so it's no problem for them to carry multiple spears around. One of them definitely want to save for the angels. It would make sense for the triple angel pull. And then 1 spear they might be using for that big trash pull we've just talked about. Echo, Click's getting hit by one of those projectiles, but thankfully did survive. He doesn't have a pot available, so has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, and remember, it doesn't have the pod tender for another like 6 or 7 minutes, so probably not going to have that until they get to the very end of the last boss. I mean, it's just still so useful, though. I mean, not having to commit a battle res to a character and just getting a cheap death out is so useful. Of course, you hate your life when you're in that pod tender, but because it's a 10-second pacify where you literally can't do anything, but definitely better than dying.
I still can't believe, because I was playing my Warlock a little bit that I hadn't played in a while, and I played Dreamweaver for the first time, because that Soulbind is completely useless for Moonkin, because you need the damage from Nia. So I was playing Dreamweaver for the first time. I had this pot tender for the first time, and I fell off a platform on Pantheon, and I was like, oh, I'm dead. And then it ported me into the middle of the room in my pot tender, and I survived afterwards. And ever since then, I'm like, okay, this is broken. Yes. Apparently, you just don't die if you have pot tender and Pantheon if you fall off.
Well, I didn't know it worked that way.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty nuts. Wow, I'm actually kind of... I never tried that before. All right, well, let's see what Echo plans on doing, because they still have to get about 24% trash count here. They're going to have Genji run off to the side, pick up that Carrion Spear, which means they should have 2 Carrion Spears available to use. They're not going for the Woe Drifter here. They're just going to be skipping around the side and then probably using a Warlock Gateway to get up from this point onwards. And let's see what they plan on pulling. I think you actually have to pull every single trash pack in this room at this point to get 24% count, so let's see how they plan on doing it.
Alright, so they're pulling the left pack with the relics in there. They're pulling the Goliath pack as well, and it looks like the Helion from the middle too. So this is a very difficult pull that they're executing here. There's the spear coming out. They have to be very careful with Sanguine though, because a lot of the mobs have less HP than that Goliath. But thankfully the healing is a little bit out, so maybe that is not gonna be... The Goliath is being focused so much, but it healed a lot. It healed 30-40% HP, and the Helion also healed to full because it jumped into one of the Sanguine pools there. So they again lost some time with the Sanguine, and they have to be kind of careful with the rest of this pool, just because there's a lot of AoE damage going on. So if they heal one more time, this might be a problem. You can see everyone dropping kind of low. But
I mean, that was fine. That was actually almost the worst case scenario. They had both of the Helions left alive with the Goliath at the end of it, and they still managed to live through it. With all of that trash that they've gotten, I believe the only thing they need left now is both packs of Usurpers, and then they're at the 87% trash count they need. Echo manages to do the thing that none of us thought was possible and uses a Carrion Spear on trash, and doesn't really wipe to it either. Huh.
Yeah. Yeppers unfortunately having a full team wipe there on their side, but at this point I've just been looking at Echo just because even if Yeppers has a perfect run there, I don't think they are gonna be as fast as Echo, because that strategy is just incredibly quick and efficient. Of course, they did have some issues, right, with the Sanguine here and there, but other than that, this is a really, really risky but very fast route in comparison to what we've seen yesterday. So really well done. They do have the 82% now, so they can move up. They still have 1 spear left, so they're going to be using it for those angels afterwards. They did kill Vi again, it looks like, so they have that haste buff again. Moving the boss around a little, do they need another set of Usurpers? They need 83, right?
Yeah, they need to do the 4-pack. I was a little bit off on trash count. So, with the pulling it in right now. Wait, are they pulling it in right now so they can get an plus Vi buff during the damage amp?
Ooh.
Oh no, I don't know if they have the damage to get through that just yet. But I mean, this actually is relatively safe because you can have now mass grip the trash mobs to somebody else whenever they're about to die, and that way you're not worried at all about the same one. You can see both Zalia and Blitz are standing out, and we just mass gripped on top of himself. Okay, cool. That was perfect. Didn't get a tick feeling. The boss moved out of it. So
it didn't tick.
Yeah, that was great. And they also, I believe, got the buff for that as well. That's, again, I mean, Echo just playing around with Sanguine like it's nothing. Like they're just so confident playing with that mechanic. So much safer as well from the runs we saw yesterday. Remember, to compare the time to what Evolved got yesterday, their overall dungeon run time for Spires of Ascension was a 23-minute run. and that was only with 3 deaths, so relatively clean overall. I don't remember them having any too many major healing going on with Sanguine either. So, I mean, Echo is just on another level with the speed that they're getting through these dungeons.
I also want to point out just how good the Rogue is here, I think. Because the pulls that they are doing, like these big pulls with the Goliaths in there and the Helions in there, I think having that focus damage from the Rogue is incredibly valuable. Because the Goliath just barely survived when all the other trash died on this earlier pull where they're speared. I think there was just like a slither of HP left from the Goliath, like maybe 1%. And then it healed to 40 because he got like 1 tick from all the Sanguine pulls that dropped. Just a little bit more damage than Goliath and it would have been fine. And I think that was mainly just Fragments focusing down that Goliath. So, and the Helions, they actually waited for them to not be stacked with the rest of the trash group. So they just stacked the Goliath with all the lower HP mobs. The Helions were out. And then they just needed to focus down the Goliath. So all of the trash mobs died at the same time and there's no Sanguine healing going on. And yeah, then they unfortunately missed it by like 1%. But other than that, just really well executed.
Yeah, I mean, all that being said, the perfect run so far from Echo, the 0 deaths on the board, all of that could be nullified with the next pull they're about to do right now. This is by far the most dangerous pull in the dungeon, pulling all 3 of the Angel mini-bosses at the same time. They do have his Carrion Spear available, and it looks like they have every single cooldown across the board, but we've seen this particular pull wipe so many of the best teams in the MDI. Let's see how it goes for them.
Yeah, they're gearing up. Actually, now...
They are really gearing up
now
for
I
it.
had an issue there for a second.
They're really getting ready.
Okay, it's possible they're waiting for a cooldown.
Maybe.
Some cooldown. Maybe if it was like 10 seconds on a cooldown, they're just waiting for it. They know that they're ahead at this point. There we go. Now they're pulled it all together. They did pop the Bloodlust as well. They use all CDs here to be able... Actually, Gingy holding on... No, never mind. Everyone is using their offensive cooldowns here to make sure they finish them evenly. The Spear is also being used that they still have left. And yeah, the most important thing is to finish them off at the same time. Otherwise, of course, they will heal to full HP. Sanguine not going to be an issue here, because if the Sanguine pool spawns, then the other mob already healed anyway at that point, probably. So, just want to make sure you kill them at the same time. One of them actually really low already, it looks like. You have to finish them off.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay, there we go.
No problem for Echo. Just nothing, no issues whatsoever. Just clean execution. I mean, do you really expect anything less from these guys at this point? I mean, the amount of times that we've like cast doubt on this team and they've just kept playing at this level throughout all these years is so ridiculous. I mean, I think the only time we've ever seen them pick up was last year, and they came back clean. So no surprises here for Echo as they just put on a clinic in this Spires of Ascension. All they have to do now is get through Devos, and man, just so impressive every time.
Yeah, that was really well done. Of course, this boss is still a tyrannical boss fight, and it's also at 23. So you can see they actually do take quite a bit of damage from the abilities that this boss is doing, but it really shouldn't be a problem at all for Echo. The most important question is how fast can they kill this boss, though? Because, again, looking at the time that we had yesterday from Evolved, Click's actually going down. They do have a Battle Rush available. They have to use the Blood Decay Rasterio. Click's is back up. Having the Vi mob just jump around there with the stun cast can definitely cause some issues. And also randomly shooting people, right? Like the ability that this mob casts also on random players. So if you have an overlap that is bad, maybe with the AoE going off from the boss, or maybe having a debuff, the magic debuff that does some damage as well, it can cause some issues. But I think they are delaying this kill on purpose, right? On the Vi.
Just another optimization.
Didn't want to, they want to have it for phase 2. So they're just keeping it alive here until the boss comes down. So they have the haste buff for the second phase, just again to get more boss damage, to be faster in this boss.
Yeah, I mean, just showing off all of the optimizations here to go as quickly as possible. And if they're clean here, this could easily be a sub 20-minute Spires of Ascension, which would be pretty much on pace with some of the fastest runs we've seen in every single MDI season of Shadowlands so far. Just, I mean, I hate to sound like a fanboy, but they really are just showing us why they're the best MDI team in the world right now.
Yeah, they are doing an incredible job, especially in this dungeon. I mean, we have this one single death that just happened on Clicks there. Other than that, very, very clean. And I think the pot tender just came up as well, right? I don't see the debuff any. Oh,
Yep.
you can only see 2 debuffs, right?
It came up.
But I
came up
assume it is
a
up.
couple minutes ago, I think.
So how did he just die through the pot tender? Is that even possible?
I'm pretty sure it works like every cheat death, where if you die to like a massive overkill, it won't proc.
So he wasn't. What happened to Clickstone? I didn't actually
Did
see
he
it,
just
but
fall
I'm
off
sure
the
Tattles is
platform?
going to show us. Tattles has to show us Click stuff afterwards.
There,
So
we
we'll
click
see
on
what
the
happened
replay
there.
channel. Yeah, Tettles really better show us what happened to Clicks
Yep.
in the replays later on. Or you think he got
You
that?
want to see what happened to Clicks?
I clicked on the replay channel when I said that.
Alright, this boss is taking a long time though, right? I think when they pulled this boss, they were 16 minutes into the dungeon, and now it's close to 20. And if you compare it to Evolved, 23 minutes is what Evolved took. Definitely still, a difference. There's still like 3 minutes, a little bit less than 3 minutes in favor of Echo. But, I mean, still, I think Evolved showing us that they are really good as well. If they can keep up with Echo in the time, obviously not, like this exact same time, but kind of close to it when you look at what Echo is doing.
Yeah, I mean, I think there have been very few teams throughout the years that are teams that can compete with Echo when they're playing 100% clean. I think most of our victories against Echo have been when Echo is the one making the mistakes, and Evolved is definitely in that group of teams that can compete with Echo. I mean, being within 2 minutes of a perfectly clean run from Echo when you've made mistakes yourselves is definitely very impressive. But let's keep the focus on Echo here as they do down Davos and will be taking the first series of the day today, 2-0 against Yepers, and putting themselves into the upper finals for tomorrow.
That's right. Wow. All right, Echo is a pretty good team. Yeah, I gotta say, pretty solid group of players. That Echo, yeah, not bad. But again, like pretty clean run, like a death here and there, but and a little bit of trouble with Sanguine. But I feel like everyone is going to struggle with Sanguine a little bit on this dungeon in particular.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about at the very beginning. Spire's Ascension is such a volatile dungeon on Sanguine, and it's such a big time sink to where if Echo has even put 30 hours into the dungeon, they could still just have a Sanguine heal, and it was like a 30-second time penalty that they lost, maybe even a minute time penalty just to do that Sanguine healing on that one trash pack. But I don't think that there's like a ton to really hamper on negatively for the Echo run. It was by and large really, really clean, like you were saying, Doa.
Right, and I mean that's kind of the thing that like makes Echo the best, right? Is that they can get into these situations, get into these dungeons, and like where other teams will have those wipes, like Echo just doesn't. It seems like they can wipe. We've seen them wipe in the past, but it seems like it's much less likely of a chance in other teams. And Yepers is a good squad. I mean, like Echo's gonna make anybody look bad, right? Yepers is obviously a talented squad, and we were talking about this when we were watching Tettles. Like, if you're playing against Echo, you really need to like kind of go all out. You really need to try things that you might not have tried otherwise, and that's going to lead to maybe more wipes than usual.
Yeah, if Yepers were doing the strategies that we saw today, if they were doing them back in Season 1 of Shadowlands, you would sit there and you'd be like, man, this team is insane. This is the best team I've ever seen. And it's just like, watching it in Season 3, I think that a lot of it comes down to the fact that, one, Yepers is a very new team. They're new to the MDI space. And two, they're just kind of inconsistent. It's not that their strategies are bad. Their individual players are all very, very talented. And if they're working together, if they could even take top 2 this weekend, I think, if they continue to get more consistent. While this 2-0, watching them versus Echo, it looked a bit rough at times, and they had some pretty big wipes like you see here. Like this is a very unfortunate situation where they ended up wiping this back. These are things that can't happen, but if they can make sure that their practice can convert immediately to like live results, then I expect this team could be a top 2 contention. And then it's ironic, this is the clip that you were wanting to see about Clicks.
Thank you. What happened?
All right, let's see what happens.
Oh, storming.
Oh, we got knocked
out. Oh, no. You hate to see it.
That's why his pot tender didn't proc. It won't save you from everything.
Yeah.
You can't dark pack that.
You probably could have dark packed Walden though, if you had both up.
But
maybe.
The thing
Happens to the best
where
of us.
Yepers wiped too, that was actually crazy because they tried to do the double pull that we have seen before in the MDI, where you pull the left side and you pull the stealth claws, and then you just line of sight and pull it all together. And that's exactly what Jeppers tried to do there, which is a very dangerous thing to do when you have Sanguine, because those mobs, they don't like to move those skirmishers, right? So very interesting that they tried to execute that, and surely they know that they can if they have tried it on a tournament, so they probably have done it and executed it in practice. But Echo didn't want to do that this time around, so I guess they decided it was too big of a risk.
True enough. Well, Echo, risky or not, moves on to the semifinal for Group A. Meanwhile, Jeppers goes down to face the winner of Witness Cuties versus Incarnation, which we'll see a little bit later today. That'll be an interesting one. Witness Cuties, a new squad coming in, guild members, guild mates with Apes together strong, but Incarnation's going to be a tough opponent, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Incarnation, even though they're a team that doesn't look that practiced this patch, they're still a team that can play relatively consistently. They didn't look that bad in Spires the other day. They just kind of fell apart at the end of the dungeon. I think they could pretty easily make a lower bracket run today if they play well. Well,
we've seen them put together really impressive tight runs and things like Great Push, so we know they have the ability to play that really clean style if they're pushed to it. So we'll see what happens. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Baldy versus Evolved, our second quarterfinal matchup here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Day number 2. Do not go anywhere. We'll return in just a few. Good morning and welcome everybody to the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doa. With me starting out today is Ironic, Nagara, and Dratnos. And today, it's the last day of Group A. We get to find out who's going to the Global Finals. It's going to be 2 teams. And, the question is Epic and who, right? I mean, does somebody have a chance to knock Echo out of the spot? I don't know. What do you think, Ironic? I'm going to go to you first.
Echo's getting out of this bracket. They've already guaranteed that, right? It's just a matter of who the second team is going to be. Well, actually, they haven't guaranteed it. They have to win first, but I'm assuming they're going to be Baldy today. Let's see. The question for me is who the second team is going to be, and honestly, Baldy has been the best second team this entire weekend, right? They looked great in their second round match against Evolved, and if they continue to play like that today, they should easily make it through.
I don't know.
I see.
Evolved has shown some brilliance, right? Like you've seen their Necrotic Wake faster than Echoes. Evolved in their first match of the day or of the series, right, of the tournament on Friday, I thought looked better than Baldy in their first match on Friday. But then when the two teams actually met on Saturday, it did look like, of course, Baldy had the upper edge there, given that they won. So I could see either of those teams making it through, depending on who plays better today, because I think that they are both capable of beating or losing each other.
Well, that's the thing. It's a brand new day, right? Isn't it, Nagura? So, is there a chance of an upset? Is there a chance of possibly even Incarnation getting through as we look at our bracket here? We see they're playing Evolved in our lower matchup a little bit later.
Yeah, I think both the semifinal and also that lower game that we're playing afterwards are both going to be really close. Because as Sarah mentioned, Baldy did play really well. So even though Echo, of course, they 2-0'd both of their games yesterday, I do think that there's a chance for Baldy to actually win against Echo. And same goes for Evolved versus Incarnation. Evolved looked really good in some dungeons and not so good in others. And same for Incarnation, right? So I think they're going to be really close.
Well, is that kind of what it comes down to? Is it just a matter of teams getting to play the dungeons that they're best at? I would expect that we would have more of a sort of a broad skill across multiple dungeons, but it really does seem like certain teams are quite good in some dungeons and having a really hard time in other ones. That doesn't seem as normal to me as, looking fairly consistent across all of those. Like, for instance, we did see teams really struggle with Tazavesh and really struggle with that Murloc start and all that kind of stuff. So, are we looking for teams that kind of have the best average ability across these dungeons?
Yeah, I'd think so. I would definitely favor a team that was just good in every dungeon rather than great in some dungeons and kind of average in other dungeons, right? I think that's why I'm personally favoring Baldy over a team like Evolved, because first of all, Baldy has a lot more experience in general. Even though Evolved is also an experienced team of their own, Baldy has been there. They've won championships before, and Evolved hasn't. So, I mean, Baldy's just a much more consistent playing team this weekend. Now, if Evolved was able to actually play like they played in that Necrotic Wake in every single game of a series against Baldy, then we could talk a little bit, because it'd be really close then. But just from what we've seen already this weekend, I think Baldy's just a bit ahead of those other teams in the lower bracket right now.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see when the matches actually happen here. As you can see, though, 2 teams coming out of each group, 1 team coming out of China, and then 1 final team will get to go to the Global Finals from our last stand tournament, which is going to happen a little bit later this year. And anyone who doesn't make it out of the 3 groups we're going to see over the next few weeks still has a chance to qualify through that last stand tournament. But, like, as time goes on, that last stand tournament is going to be ultra stacked, isn't it, Dratnos?
Yeah, there's going to be so many good teams in there. I would be terrified of competing in that one. And signups are still open as well. If you want to compete in that last stand tournament, if you think you can get in there and beat some of these teams, those are open, and you can earn that cool encrypted banner of the opportune as well by doing that. We are starting off, though, with Echo versus Baldy. Echo have opted to ban Tazavesh Gambit, which means they haven't banned Streets, and neither has Baldy. Spires of Ascension is going to be their map removed. So we're starting off in Necrotic Wake, and we will also definitely get to see the Streets. I'm actually really excited to see Echo in a Tazavesh dungeon, because we haven't seen that much yet, and those are some pathing and strategies that I think are going to be really cool to see what they've come up with. Well,
they did show us a really cool Streets a little earlier in the week, if I remember correctly.
The Gambit is the one that they're hiding. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's also just one of the dungeons that it feels like it's been a little bit less consistent for teams. Like, even the good teams can take losses on a big giant stomp or a Murloc swarm, right? It's ironic. So it's like, maybe it's just kind of like a comfort pick, and the assumption that you're not going to go to Court of Stars. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, that's the cool thing, is we do have the Court of Stars unbanned if we get to a Game 3, so...
Yeah.
We saw a really clean-looking Court of Stars from Baldy. I mean, we mentioned it yesterday. That would have been a very clean run if it wasn't for that Inquisitor just wreaking havoc on their team. So, yeah, they had a 14-minute run despite that, which is incredibly fast. So, Echo, they played back in Legion. They probably have a good strat, too. But, man, this is shaping up to be a really cool series.
It will. I mean, it's so the question is, will Baldy be able to... I feel like things are going to be kind of decided a bit on Necrotic Wake, because we know Echo already has a really, really good Streets. They seem to play that extremely cleanly. They seem to have, like, a better plan, I think, than any of the other teams we had coming in, with some of the mob interactions that they were able to kind of figure out. So... does it seem accurate, Nagura, to say that, like, Necrotic Wake could be kind of the defining dungeon of this, that they need to get a good start here because Streets look so good for Echo already?
I think so, because the strategy that Echo showed us on Streets seemed really something that you can't really adapt to on the fly, like within one day. So if Baldy didn't try that before, if they didn't already know about this whole sniping thing onto the last boss, then it's hard for them to adapt to it. While I do think Necrotic Wake is an easier dungeon for Baldy to have watched Echo and say, okay, we're going to do something similar, or even something faster, because we've seen Evolved actually have a faster time than Echo in Necrotic Wake. So their strategy in Necrotic Wake is not something that is like way beyond every other team, right? So I do think Necrotic Wake is the dungeon that Baldy has to win if they want to advance in the series.
Yeah, Baldy's been watching too, so they know what they need to get done. But we've seen kind of the Echo effect we've talked about, where we've seen teams end up taking like bigger risks on dungeons than they would have otherwise against Echo, because like otherwise, they're just going to play it cleanly either way. So like you have to kind of like go the extra mile to have a chance. But let's take a look at our live stats for Necrotic Wake, presented by Raider.io. Obviously, we've seen that 21 minute 45 seconds fastest runtime on live, completely destroyed in this on this weekend. But I mean, it's MDI. You're not expecting people to do these kinds of pulls in the live servers, are you?
No, you are very unhappy when your tank decides to pull all of the first room onto Gorchov on the live servers.
Yeah, that's true.
On the other hand, sometimes that's a path to a 3 chest. Get your key up to a nice 25 real quick, start of the week. Can be a good move. Yeah,
true.
I mean, the thing about Necrotic Wake is this is a dungeon with a very high degree of volatility historically. This season, we are so much more powerful than we were in earlier seasons. So these same sorts of big pulls that were so threatening in the previous seasons are a little bit less dangerous. But when you're pulling the whole Necropolis, when you're pulling all that trash onto a Marth and onto the first boss, like those are still places where even a team like Echo it's not impossible for them to have a full wipe and to have this run then cascade into this disaster where they don't have weapons and they're trying to come back and they lose 5 minutes off of one wipe. So I would never count out Necrotic Wake as being like a potentially deadly dungeon.
Yeah, it certainly has the capability to do that. Every time my tank in like a pug tries to go for the big pull and all that, I always type MDI pull in all caps in chat, and then people say, "What's MDI?" And then I'm like, "Oh, /psi." We get it done eventually, but I've done that a couple times.
Oh yeah, I as the tank, I usually just yell "fun pull," and and then I'm running in there, and we're seeing what comes into the pull.
Makes me wanna rank up a DK tank again.
Oh yeah.
I remember back in the day when Wrath of the Lich King came out. I was a DK tank for a long time. The good old days. Try specking it up, you know.
Cyrus is laughing.
I remember we were talking about adding more caster vocabulary cards, and there was one that we just decided we wouldn't do. And I was thinking, man, if we only had that card to pop up on the screen right now.
Be my guest. Be my guest. Come on, though. Like, you played during Wrath, though, right?
No, I started in Cataclysm.
I did.
Did none of you play? You did. Okay,
course,
the girl
yeah.
played during Wrath. All right.
Dude,
See,
I
played a Holy Paladin and a Feral Druid.
I was
That
in
doesn't mean
high
you couldn't
school,
play
man. I was
That's
playing
when a lot
World
of people
Warcraft
start
at the
playing
time, though. Yeah.
Exactly. See? All right. So Zyronic is the only one. So only 25% of the desk right now did not play during Wrath of the Lich King. See, I'm not so old.
Zyro.
Yeah. So let's have a young Zyro over there. Coming in Cataclysm. Didn't even know the Winter Grasp glory days, you know?
The epic Lich King fight. I mean, I loved it.
Lich King
that was a great
yeah.
fight.
Dude,
Yeah.
I've been thinking about the defile on Lich King compared to the defile on Jailer, and it's just like, oh, these are completely different animal. These two mechanics
But
that are like
don't you
inspired
know
by
that?
each other.
Don't you know that the Jailer taught the Lich King how
Right.
to defile in the first place? Didn't you
Yeah.
get like an inkling of that when you did the Lich King fight way back
Yeah,
when?
but the Lich King did it better, though. Because it doesn't have a grace period
Yeah.
where you can just stand in it and it doesn't grow.
You know, that's just the younger generation for you, right? They take what
True.
the older generation started, they expand on it, they improve it, right? It's impressive stuff. Good on you,
Yeah.
Lich King.
Well done.
Sorry
well
that
done.
you turned into blue mist. Poor Arthas. Well, we got to get some lore in there, you know.
Yeah.
Thanks
I'm
for
not
your
sure about
enthusiasm.
that one.
Yeah.
The
I
last
guess we
time
have
they
to get
decided
some
to
lore
mess with
in.
Arthas's stuff, they kind of cracked the sky open.
Yeah.
How
True.
about that?
Dude, could you imagine
I mean-
you're going to prank your friend and you like break their hat and it just cracks reality in half? You're like, oh.
Oops.
But remember that the Jailer was behind all of it. So first he had the crown made and given to Arthas, and then all that stuff happened. And then he had Sylvanas take the crown that he made and gave to Arthas and break it, right? So that they could hang out.
All right, so
He's like, it's time.
we have
I
a little
guess.
word on what's going on in the game. You
Yeah,
guys ever been
we got a
about to
little
start
delay.
your key and then somebody like pre-metas and it pulls trash or something and then you can't start the key because you're in combat?
Yep.
Something like that has occurred for one of our teams. So we're remaking, we're resetting it all up, making sure
It
that we
keeps
start on the
happening,
countdown.
It keeps happening with me with the 2-set of the
Yeah.
of Moonkins.
Yeah.
So when you enter Eclipse, it procs like the Fury of Elune. So
Oh.
sometimes it's like the countdown is on 1 second and I press my cooldowns and then it procs a Fury of Elune on some random mob close by. It's like, oh.
Stand way back. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if it was. I don't think it was a Fury of Elune out of either of these groups. I guess I can't prove it yet, but I suspect that ability is
unlikely.
Very
not gonna see
unlikely.
hmm
any Sunday screen time.
Which ability do you think it is? Which ability do you think actually did it? Was it just meta, you think?
Maybe. I
I'm
don't,
gonna
actually, I
guess-
don't know if any Havocs are involved in this dungeon for either team.
I'm gonna guess
we
it was an
see
auto shot from
one,
I'm fired
maybe?
up.
Oh, auto shot.
There's
from Fire.
hunters in the
Good bet.
groups.
Yeah, that does
For
happen.
sure, right? So it has to be
Yep.
hunters.
That does happen. See, I did that a couple times on bosses where I'd played like melee for a long time, for like years and years and years, and so I'd get used to like right-clicking on the boss to get
Yeah.
into my cool battle stance before the fight starts, and then I switched to hunter, and then I would just still do that by reflex and I'd just auto the boss before people were ready. I was not popular.
Listen, I'm just happy that we don't have Tettles on desk, because he'd be picking Echo as the dark horse to win this series right now.
I mean, you just take out the word dark horse and then he'd be right, you know?
Man, do you think that he knew when he made that prediction that for the next several years we would never stop telling him about it every single day that we casted with him, or when he wasn't here?
You should have known.
Yeah, he
Yep.
certainly
That's-
deserves it.
You don't live that one down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just heard that there's going to be an Eagle allied race, and that face option for Baldi's icon is going to be an option in the game, too. Is that exciting or what?
I would love to play whatever that is.
Eagle people? We do have bird people.
I'd love to play Eagle people. You know, when you use Coin of Many Faces, sometimes you turn into these fish people.
Oh, yeah.
What are they called?
What are those called again? I don't know.
I don't know.
I
love them, and I wish that would be a playable race. But
hold on, I'm
Druid
look it up.
probably cannot play it because Druid can never play any race because I guess
like the ones from Mob, the fish.
Yeah, it's from Mob. Yeah.
They're called Jinyu.
Jinyu, yeah.
Jinyu, there we go.
Jinyu, yep, that's
yeah.
right.
There was the whole Jinyu versus Hosen, antagonism.
I'd play as a Jinyu. They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Jinyu are Alliance. Like they sort of teamed up with the Alliance.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now that's a problem.
Although in 9.2.5, cross-faction play.
True.
What would the Druid forms look like for Jinyu?
They just don't get to do any of the Druid forms except for aquatic form.
Yep. Sounds appropriate. I'm sure it's gonna go nicely. I've heard that the game is ready, so here we go. Time to get into it. Enjoy Echo versus Baldi, dungeon number 1. Let's go.
Ooh, there's a Fire Mage on Baldi's side. Very interesting.
Let's go. Fired up playing Fire Mage. This is his bread and butter, his specialty. He can do some things with this spec that are completely absurd in terms of damage. So we'll see how that works out. That does mean there's no Survival Hunter, though, for Baldi. Meanwhile, Echo going with the more kind of... I would say this is the most meta comp of this season in MDI. Sometimes we see some deviation from some of these elements, but the Rogue spot in particular, a little bit open. You can sometimes play Havoc in some dungeons in that spot. But the Destro Survival, Holy Priest, Blood Death Knight, all so good right now.
It also looks like both Warlocks decided to play Kyrian as well.
Yeah.
So interesting. Makes sense, I guess, when you have a lot of mobs that they're pulling on top of the bosses. But I don't think we've seen that before in this dungeon. We've seen it in Gambit.
Shelly was using it in most dungeons yesterday as well.
Oh.
So I think that it's something that I think that the share of Kyrian as a Covenant for Warlocks is going to be going up. Like next weekend, I think we'll see even more of it than we did this weekend, because to me it just looks so consistently great on basically every dungeon with MDI pulls. Like even if the bosses don't have ads, you're often fighting them with trash, and even worst case, you always get your Relic and then your Automa to target with the Scouring Sight. So yeah, I mean, I think the Kyrian Warlock has looked really compelling. We do have the first boss going down about 10 seconds later for Baldi, but note that they did pick up 3% more enemy forces. I don't know what that changes for them in terms of what they can pull from here, though.
Yeah, very interesting. It also looked like Lip on Baldi's side was doing quite a lot more damage in clicks. It might have something to do with the extra mobs that they pulled, of course, having that extra AoE damage in there. But yeah, Echo finishing that boss a little bit quicker. And now they're doing a very similar pull. They picked up the Goliath orbs from that second broken Goliath, and now they're just pulling the mini-boss on top of some other trash as well, and both of them killing the Woe Drifter again, just getting the extra movement speed, the stealth, damage reduction to move on. And Echo now, we do know that their strategy is to activate this third Goliath and then walk all the way to the boss afterwards. Well, we'll see what Baldi does on their side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the plan is going to be for them. You know, you were talking about that damage meter at the start of the dungeon as well. I think that's a really little thought of concept of, like, if you have the Warlock and the Survival Hunter, you know, the Survival Hunter is obviously going to do a lot of damage, but some of that damage on a pull like that is going to the flesh bags, to the soldiers, to these mobs that have pretty low amounts of health and that are going to die anyways and aren't that important. And so even though the Survival Hunter is doing a lot of damage in that sort of pull, as long as you have a Warlock or a Serv Hunter, the second one maybe isn't actually adding any relevant damage to those sorts of big AoE irrelevant mobs that are in some of these pulls, right? And so as long as you have one, maybe playing something like a mage that's a little bit better on just the single target aspect is actually speeding up your dungeon more, because all that damage is still going to get done anyways. All those mobs are still dying on time. They're just going to die 100% to the Warlock instead of 50-50 to the Warlock and the Serv Hunter.
And we did get an updated Covenant now for Baldi. So it looked like Lip was playing Kyrian at the start, but he is actually playing Nightfade,
okay.
while Clix is playing Kyrian. So I saw him cast a Scoring Tithe, which is the ability for Kyrian, right? So Clix definitely is playing Kyrian, while Baldi decided to go with Nightfade on their Warlock. So that might also be why there was a difference in DPS as well. Additionally, because I guess Night Phase is just a little bit better for those bursty moments when you can activate that Mastery proc. While Clicks, on the other hand, maybe did a little bit more single target damage, which is going to be lower on the damage meters. But Echo already done with that pull, and what a huge pull this is. Baldy doing the exact same thing, by the way, on their side. Just like a little bit less fast, right?
So the thing is as well, Baldy has 68% trash, whereas Echo has 70. That means that Echo are not going to have to kill the Fleshcrafter at the end of this dungeon, but Baldy are. So that's another difference that we're going to have to look out for as we get towards the end here. And you can see something on the order of 30 seconds is the advantage that Echo have created with the first 2 bosses of this dungeon, as we're still not even 5 minutes into it. They are now starting the big Necropolis pull. Every single mob in the Necropolis is now in combat.
Yeah, and we have a cool addition to the group frames as well. We can see who's carrying the weapons now. Echo, of course, doing that pull where they get the whole Necropolis together, and they're using some curing weapons here to nuke this trash down. Now dropping really low, though, on some of this damage just incoming.
So one thing to note as well is that Echo used a spear already, whereas Baldy still have 2 spears in the tank. The spear is the big damage weapon. The hammers are, moderately big hits of damage, but the spear is huge. So an extra spear on the side of Baldy, yeah, they are 40 seconds behind or so, but they do have an extra spear that, if used well, I'm not saying it can be worth 40 seconds, but it can definitely help close that gap.
Yeah, I agree. And we do have 3 hammers on both sides, but this 1 additional spear on Baldy's side, while Echo only has 1 left on Gingy. As they're now already on the 2 assistant pool, they did, of course, mind control that Fleshcrafter to advance the gauntlet here. And
Angel
JB
spotted.
went down, unfortunately, on one of their pulls here. Did immediately release, it looks like, because they don't necessarily need JB to be alive here, right? Unfortunately, though, he would have been the one who was mind controlling the Fleshcrafter to advance the gauntlet, and he couldn't do that. So now he's here, now he's mind controlling it, but that cost them another couple of seconds for him to get back.
Yeah, they are going to still have this Fleshcrafter around to use during this part of the fight, and the Loyal Creation is mind-controlled with the DK as well, so that entire side of the room, they actually just didn't even pull during the whole Necropolis. A little bit different than how Echo chose to attack that area. Meanwhile, Echo are on the second of 3 pulls of this gauntlet, while Baldy's still working on that first one. So something like a minute's lead for Echo at this point, but that's still not factoring in the extra spear that Baldy have to potentially even the odds.
Yeah, should keep proccing his Sheet Death there. I do think either was a Vi ability, Interceptor ability, or it was maybe a Cleaver not actually hitting the correct target. We'll see, but Echo is already on that on the last couple of packs. We do have 1 more on the right side that they're gonna have to do before they find the boss. But yeah, still utilizing that Fleshcraft in the back for that friendly damage with the cleavers, and they're doing a really good job positioning the mobs as well to make sure that the highest HP target is getting hit. You can also see the positioning of the players. They're all positioned kind of behind the rod spew so they can get the cleavers in if they have to.
Yeah, making sure that those cleavers are hitting the big mob in this pack rather than the bits, the little the little mobs, right? That is really important for damage efficiency as well. That is something that will save you a lot of time because, again, those little mobs are going to die either way. And actually, you can see Polymorph being spammed on the Fleshcrafter here just to keep it alive. One of the nice things about raging as well is mobs will stay raging even if you polymorph them and they heal back up to 100% health. And then you can use that to continue to get that raging damage increase on those throw cleavers. So Baldy have done just that. They actually cleaved that Fleshcrafter down with the previous pull, and then they polyed it back up to full health, and now they'll just bring it into the next pull, but it is throwing raging cleavers, or at least it would be if Braun weren't messing with the plan, and those are going to do double damage. The cleavers, they do scale with raging. They don't scale with bolstering anymore. You can't bolster them up to do extra damage, but you can do extra damage by enraging the Fleshcrafter.
Yeah, now Echo is on the boss as they finish off to get the extra cooldown reduction on everybody, and you can see the cleaver also has been used to get extra damage in. They didn't use any weapons. You can still see they have the 3 hammers and the spear that they're saving for the last boss. And the last time we also saw some issues there with the hook's not quite missing the boss when they need to get the boss back down. So let's see if Fragnance does position that properly, but it is looking good.
It looks like there's a dot on the Fleshcrafter on the side of Baldy, which is causing them to use a bunch of polymorphs on it. It also looks like the first hook of this fight went awry, because you can see there's 2 creations already, and Stitchflesh is still at full health for Baldy. That's actually really bad, I think. I have to imagine this wasn't part of the plan, unless they have some really genius way that this lets them just... I mean, I have to imagine this was just an error from the side of Baldy. Echo have already got Stitchflesh now taken care of. 0% health left on that boss, and they are going to be heading upstairs to the last boss. They are well in the lead here, but Baldy did deploy that spear that Echo didn't have on this fight, and the spear is actually so good with how bursty their damage cooldowns are. As Fired Up gets hooked in.
Oh no.
Trying to hook the front of the... Oh no, and the next hook also misses for Baldy. And Stitchflesh at 8% health, just taunting them at the front of the room. Lepan now being chased by 3 creations, and he's trying to stay alive. They're trying to land 1 hook just so they can finish off this boss. But at this point, Echo have such a lead. They went into the last boss with the same suite of weapons that Baldy will, since Baldy used a spear on Stitchflesh, and they now already have it sub 70%, where JP goes down for Baldy. This is rough.
Echo is so fast, you don't even have Bloodlust available just yet. 3 seconds on that cooldown to go off. You can see Fragnance actually dropping pretty low, going down. I do think he got possibly exiled, so he was dying on purpose to get him back up. Yeah. And now they still have 2 hammers left that they can use, one on Zalia, one on Gingy. So the boss is going to drop really quickly. I assume they are saving them for certain shield timers, because then you can immediately just break through that shield to not get the extra damage. It is tyrannical after all. Yeah, the boss is dropping so fast now with that Bloodlust being used, and I think they might actually beat the fastest time that we've seen before in this tournament, and it was 11:36 by Evolved. Echo definitely looking to beat that timer.
Yeah, is this going to be sub 11 minutes from Echo? It is! Wow. 10:59 looks to me like when that clock potentially stopped. We'll get an official ruling to see what the timer was afterwards, but what an incredible run from Echo. Baldy not bad either, but that is not going to be enough for them. 1-0 in the series so far for Echo.
That was incredible with Echo. I mean, Zyronic, you were right yesterday when you said Echo saw that time that Evolve put up, and they were like, I took that personally, because they came back and slammed this dungeon like I have never seen it slammed before. And I mean, Baldy played great too. I mean, I think a lot of the deaths towards the end were just from like trying to push things to the limit to keep up, you know. But it's impossible to keep up with Echo. It just seems impossible at this point, doesn't it?
They are that good. Like, people who think we're up here just trying to sing the praises of everyone who does something good, when we're talking about Echo, they actually just are that good, and they proved it again here. We thought that Evolve's time was impressive here. Let's go 40 seconds faster with a perfectly clean run. Man,
I think this is the first time we saw the Kieran weapons actually being #1 overall. Like, they utilized the weapons so well that they did 29 million damage with those weapons, 51k DPS.
Wow. I mean, they did everything so cleanly. I mean, we had maybe, what was it? Yeah, just like 1 death, right? Yep, and that was it.
Now, the thing is, I don't want to, talk down about Baldy either. They had a clean run, too. We'll go over this in a bit here, but they were on pace to be very, very close with Echo. If they didn't have that missed hook on the 3rd boss, they would have been, like, right up there. But this pull from Echo was the one spot in the dungeon where they actually had problems yesterday. I remember Clix used his pod tender here. He ended up using that cheat death, which meant he couldn't do damage for 10 seconds, which dragged this pull out a little bit more. They had to, focus on the Hunter DPS here a little bit as well yesterday. Didn't happen here. Pull just absolutely melted. It was pretty much perfection all the way through, and that's one of the major things that led them to that 30-second advantage. I liked the idea from Baldy's comp, right? Fired Up playing the Fire Mage instead of the Hunter. The Warlock can do most of the AoE damage on his own, and your Hunter and your Mage could just focus on single target damage. And he was heavily focused into that single target build. He was playing Sun King's Blessing, which is just a pure single target focused legendary. Normally, if you have a Fire Mage and a Key and they want to do AoE damage, they'll use something like Disciplinary Command. So if they didn't miss that hook on the 3rd boss, I could maybe see them coming back and like making this a very close game, but with the way Echo played, I don't think there was anything that Baldy could have done to really give themselves an advantage here.
I mean, I think the big thing out of this is that no matter how this goes, if Baldy does go down to the lower bracket, like that is terrifying for anybody down there. I mean, no matter which team goes down, it's terrifying, right? But like Baldy, you know, independently, if you take Echo out of the equation, put on a performance that probably would have beaten like any other team pretty handily, you know?
Yeah. I think they were probably on
also,
pace to beat the Evolved time, or to at least come very close to it. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. No, I just wanted to say that I like the adaptation by Echo, because as Cyro mentioned earlier, Clix actually went down on that pool, and I looked at the group frames, and Clix was just using Unending Resolve before he got any damage at all. Like, he just walked into the pool and pressed Unending Resolve, because maybe he died to some just residual damage that happened at the last pool. So they just adapted that, making sure that that's not going to happen again. So I like that as well.
There's that missed hook that we were talking about too.
There was one of many on that fight. Yeah, once you miss the first hook of that fight, it is tragic, because then you get that second creation, and it is so much harder to manage those hooks when you have more creations out, because they're just flying all over the place, hitting each other, and you got them coming at you from multiple angles. So rough turn of events there for Baldy for sure. But I think a compelling showing for them in the dungeon, and definitely, you know, from Zyro's belief that they are the team that's going to claim that second ticket out of this group, I think this dungeon looked very good for them on that front for sure. I liked Echo's. I mean, we didn't talk about it, but we talked about it a little bit, but it's worth noting, you know, Clix, he had the pod tender that we in this dungeon last time. This time he swapped to Kyrian, so Echo, they're not sitting on their laurels, right? When they see some other team do something, and they're like, oh, that might be a good idea. Then they just immediately, the next day you come into the tournament, even if you had a better idea than Echo the previous day, the next day you wake up, they have that all practiced and planned, and they are also ready with Kyrian Warlock, and you're just like, oh, this is so unfair.
Yeah, and you talk about like risk taking too. You know, if you don't have the pod tender bringing you back up sometimes, like that's just kind of another situation where it kind of pushes the limit to like how perfect you need to play, right? So Echo not afraid to, you know, take even more quote unquote risks, right? If it comes down to execution, it's not really much of a risk for them, it seems like.
Yeah, I agree. Now, one interesting thing that we'll have to see how they can shape up here is this Tazavest Streets for them was like the only kind of question mark for us all weekend, right? They had a 22 tyrannical Tazavest Streets earlier this weekend that we thought looked kind of slow for them, honestly, because when you look at the streets, the time trials time for this key was 12 minutes or something, right? They had an 1830 streets after the fact, which we thought, you know, with Echo, 21 to 22, 4 to 5 to tyrannical, does that really equal 6 minutes? Do we think they can go faster here, right?
Well, my thinking
I'm not
is
sure.
They may have been holding their secret tech in the bag, right? Like if you're playing against a 24th seeded team or something, and you have something that's like a 5-minute time save, if you think you can get away with not showing that until, say, Global Finals, right? Like that is a big advantage, and maybe that's what Echo were up to there, but maybe they got to pull the trigger on all the secret tech against Baldy, because I don't know if you can beat Baldy with holding anything in reserve.
Yeah, pretty much. We'll see, because they already showed us like a pretty intricate streets compared to what we saw from the other teams in the tournament so far. So like, what more can they build on from that? I'm intrigued. This is the dungeon I was really looking forward to in this series. I'm glad we get to see it.
Yeah, the thing with streets is, in my opinion, there's just so many bosses, right? So I do think that tyrannical on 5 bosses might actually just equal that much time, because it's so hard to speed up a boss fight. Well, it's a lot easier to do trash quicker, right? But we'll see if Echo has any improvements on their strategy.
All right, well, we are underway with the first pull of the dungeon here, needing to get through security. I'm really glad the fight starts instantly when you start the key now, which is so nice here. Both teams are on the same composition. They have swapped out that rogue for the Havoc Demon Hunter. It does also look like Clix is staying on Team Kyrian, and Lip is staying on Team Nightfey, at least as far as we can tell now, although that may update after the first couple pulls if they have actually swapped since then.
Yeah, and we do know that Echo is stealing this really huge pull in that first boss room. You saw the Shining Force being used by Azalea to get that CC'd mob away because it was inspired. So very cool tech, first being CC'd by Fragments and the Demon Hunter, then Shining Force away to make sure the mobs can be interrupted, that they all pull together. And we also see a Vi Interceptor here, so they did focus that plus an which is the perfect combination of relics you want to kill if you want to maximize your damage.
Yeah, two great tastes that taste great together. The Vi Cypher and the Ur Cypher just combined to do so much damage on a couple of these specs. We are going to see them now go into the first boss and immediately deploy that Bloodlust as well. 31% trash count for both teams, as Baldi not far behind, also pulling this boss, and it looks like they're actually pulling it over onto the side, onto this trash, whereas Echo have brought the trash to the boss.
Yeah, and Clix is just standing in that weapon with his Death Pact activated.
Yeah. It is so...
It's always nice to see.
It's so frustrating as somebody who plays an actual, difficult to survive on spec sometimes, watching a Warlock press just either Dark Pact or Unending Resolve, or just like Soul Leech through it and just standing in stuff. You're just like, that's not supposed... You're supposed to move out of that, and they're just like, I don't have to. I can shield myself for 400% of my health. Alright, dude.
But they are now just... They killed so many relics within this 2-minute time that they're in a dungeon right now. I think they've already killed 4. 2 Urs and like 2 Vives, and now they're pulling another set of relics. And I do believe they're finishing off Woe on this one because they want to get the stealth plus the movement speed to skip some trash into the next area. And they're also utilizing the movement speed here to get Zalia into the room to do the guessing game basically with the gifts. So it will be nice to see a point of view of Zalia when they do that skip to see how exactly he's handling that area.
Yeah, so the way that this works on our tournament realm, it's pretty similar to Mists of Tyr-Nisai. Both teams will have the same set of items, so they'll have the same path that they'll need to run, but it changes from match to match, and they don't know in advance what the items are going to be. So they actually do need to know, just like in the Maze and Mists of Tyr-Nisai, how to handle all the possibilities, but the match isn't going to be decided by one team getting a short path and the other team getting a long path.
Oh, interesting. Okay, Sally just kind of walked in there. I guess
starts the RP.
RP, yeah, starting the RP and walked back. So it's going to be Fragments later, I believe, that is doing the RP afterwards, while the rest of the team is doing all of the trash in the second boss room. So after, when we are in the second boss room, when they do the trash pull, maybe we can... Oh yeah, Fragments is moving off right now, actually. He did use his immunity there and just moved off. So maybe he's just doing it right now as everyone else is moving to the left. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, let's see what item he's got there. Actually, oh, this is a close one. All right, nice,
that's
easy
really
one.
Nice.
Yeah, picks up the book. Fell Rush. Oh my goodness, is this going to be the speed run? He's on the last item already.
Oh wow!
No way. Okay.
Okay, I thought for a second.
All right, I'm still really, really close.
Wow.
That's it. They've got their password already, and you can see on the side of Baldi, Shakib also getting it done. Actually, getting it done even a little bit faster, and going to be rejoining the team. That's got to be the best possible set of items you could get right there.
Definitely. Unfortunately, JB did go down, though, while this was all happening. They used the Bell Rest to get him back up, so they're not going to have that available for a while. And this trash pull that Echo is doing is actually really dangerous. We've seen other teams pull it with the boss even, but that's not some... Actually, they did pull the boss. Yeah, they're just pulling everything. Yeah, they just got all the trash plus the boss. Now dropping really low. Quaking can be very unfortunate here in this area as well.
Yeah, especially if it comes out when you have to soak that money order, that gold soak. There's not enough space in there to not quake each other if you're trying to soak it. So depending on the timings, it can actually be really punishing. You can potentially, Echo even does, like, track the quaking timer and make sure that they're pulling the boss at a time where that overlap doesn't happen. That's the kind of thing that Echo would do. But meanwhile, on the side of Baldi, we have another death coming out here, followed by a few more. And I actually think this is going to end up being a full wipe, given they're in combat with the boss here. Not much they can do except maybe try and finish off this low health Enforcer before going down. And it looks like Lepan is indeed going to pull some more trash just to speed up his demise here.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Not having the Battle Rust available there for JB, and the boss is still really high HP, so no Battle Rust for the healer is going to be a disaster in this tyrannical streets. So they have to just reset and go again. But Echo having no issues on their side, and I do think they're actually quite a bit faster than we saw previously in their street run, right? So this is definitely a little bit of an improvement from their own time, which is already the fastest time we have seen in this dungeon, this tournament, which is an 1841.
Fragment's applying sharpening stones to his swords there, as we now pull towards the Grand Menagerie. They've got some relics. It's actually only going to be a pack of relics. They pulled the relics here without the associated trash. Fragment's going to kill off that relic. And then and then he's going to gateway and meld off combat with the Automa. So they actually have an Automa spawned in the hallway leading out of the Grand Menagerie that they can then kill later. Interesting.
I really like this optimization, just because they have to wait for the boss to spawn here, so there's not much else they can do, right? So just getting Automa ready for the buff, maybe it's a woe, right? That they want the speed buff afterwards, is really cool to see. But now they have to fight this boss, and this is gonna take quite a long time because this boss is just really hard to speed up. Even though they have this really cool strategy where they drag the boss to the side and make it easier for you to gather up the buffs.
Yeah, it's something that I expect they will do as that when that boss comes out, but I'm curious to see exactly where Echo decides to position it. I think it probably will just be over in that back right corner. They do have to finish off the Devourer first before they can focus too much on that Goliath positioning, though. And they are moving over towards one of those edges of the room here, again, just to minimize the amount of directions that those balls will bounce to.
And there we go. We do see the buffs are going to be moving up on the group frame. You can see, I believe it's on Fragments right now. So once those balls spawn in just a second, he's going to get a lot of buffs. Actually, no, it's on now. Which, honestly, if you look at the damage meter, not too bad of an idea.
We don't mind that. The tank... Tanks do a lot of damage this patch, and Blood Death Knights on single target are probably the best example of that. They just deal so much damage if you can play them sufficiently well to keep that rune weapon up basically the whole time, which, especially when there are multiple targets around and you're playing Kyrian, is not actually all that difficult to do with the levels of haste that they have here on the Tournament Realm.
Yeah, and now the buff did move over to Fragment, so he's gonna get some buffs as well. But they were so quick with the previous one that he didn't manage to get the full stack. So really quick.
One thing they did there, actually, I think to even optimize now's damage some more, they life gripped Clicks in as he was being targeted by the chains so that it would spawn right next to the boss. And that's actually just good to get the chains killed as quickly as possible. But then it also lined right up with when Now was pressing his shackle, and that let him spread it to an extra target, which is really big for Blood Death Knight for keeping their single target high, is spreading that debuff around and getting all those extra runes. That keeps the rune weapon up. You can see rune weapon has just ended for Now, and it's going to be back up in the next 30 seconds. I mean, this thing is such high uptime, and Now is doing so. He's second place on damage still.
Yeah, and the Woe Drifter also just came in. I assume it was aggroed Now. So now the Woe Drifter was killed on a perfect timing as well, because now they get the movement speed buff, the stealth, that damage reduction exactly when the boss dies. This is perfect optimization by them here.
82% enemy forces for Echo as they make their way now towards Mize's Oasis. That boss they still have yet to deal with, the one that Baldi is currently fighting. Baldi trying to stay in it, but they are certainly behind at this point. And Clicks is going to put a gateway down from the top of this area. This lets you escape the room faster because you can use this gateway to come out. So really good thing to do if you are a Warlock or play with one, is set up that gateway before coming down to this room. And you can see they've actually brought a little bit of trash with them here.
Yeah, and he also put the demonic circle right next to the gateway, because we do know that on the last boss they have this special strategy where they actually pull some trash and snap it onto the boss.
It looks like
get
that's what they've done here
damage
as well. I think they snapped this thing down onto the into this room, so they have the damage amp for the trash and potentially for the boss here also.
Yeah, this is really nicely done by them to get those extra trash mobs in. Especially on Tyrannical, right? Getting that damage amp onto the bosses speeds up the dungeon so much.
Yeah, this is a huge optimization here. And Echo, almost a full boss encounter ahead of Baldi at this point. This Streets is looking so clean for them. What did we have their time as in this dungeon yesterday? 1830? I do wonder...
I think it was 1831, 1840? Yeah.
And actually, it was the mini boss that they brought with them. They snapped the mini boss before the teleporter down to this boss area while they're fighting this trash. It's actually such a good way to have something useful to do while you're doing these musical interludes. And they have so much count as a result of that.
Yeah, that was exactly what we were questioning yesterday on their route, right? I remember talking about this because they were basically soloing the mini boss before they went to the last boss, and it looked like pretty inefficient thing to do for a team like Echo, right? So we were sitting there and thinking, okay, maybe this is like a mistake, or maybe they're just hiding their strategies. And it looks like they were hiding their strategy, that they can do this and snap it to this boss, because now they're not going to be having to deal with this mini boss alone by itself before they move up to the last boss. I think this is going to speed up their time by a few minutes even compared to yesterday.
Yeah, really speedy tactic there to get that snap. So that's, I mean, it's just such a huge amount of free enemy forces count, given that you're waiting on all these RP segments during the boss encounter anyways. They are now working on that boss, and look at how fast this boss is getting melted. Even on Tyrannical here, they're just doing so much damage.
Yeah, and they also have the Woe Drifter again to speed up their return to the last boss area, right? So they want that movement speed plus the stealth as well. And they don't finish off the Woe Drifter here until the boss is lower, because they don't want to waste any of that buff time. And we also now see the update on the Covenant of Clicks, and he actually switched to Night Fae for this dungeon. So I guess there weren't enough trash balls you could do on top of bosses, because that's where that Covenant shines for Warlocks, right? Where you have extra mobs into boss fights.
Yeah, so they updated the plan in Necrotic Wake, but they didn't yet change anything about the way that they wanted to handle streets, it looks like, as they get that woe buff, and they'll now be taking that gateway potentially back up. Looks like not even taking the gateway. Looks like they're just running around to the side here. Zooming
maybe because of quaking. Maybe they were scared
to. You can see Clicks took the gateway, but maybe nobody else did because the quaking was overlapping with it exactly. Unfortunate timing there, but they are still at 96% trash count, and they're now going to be bringing up one of these mobs with them to the last boss room. That's because these mobs apply an AoE Enrage to themselves and to any other enemies that are near them that increases damage done, but also increases damage taken. And Echo, that is a trade offer that they are very interested in.
Yeah, there we go. The mobs have been snapped up. It was Clicks that somehow aggroed them and then uses the Demonic Circle / Gateway to get up.
Oh.
Gingy actually going down, unfortunately, due to some aggro issues, I would assume. Did use the Battle Rest to get him up immediately, though. I'm not sure if he had already used his cooldowns and maybe even lost the Bloodlust, so that could potentially be a problem for them. But still, they should be able to kill this boss really quickly because of that extra buff they have from the trash mob they snap.
Yeah, so much damage coming out here on Soazmi. Echo on pace here for a sub 15-minute Streets of Wonder. Wow. I mean, the boss is dying so fast. What is happening to this thing? They're just going to use the AMZ, and they're not even going to bother using the portals as well to escape the damage of that circle. They're literally just going to pop AMZ and stand in it.
Yeah, that did a lot of damage. Sally, I was probably having a good time healing up that debuff on everybody. Now they're using the gateway to get over to the boss again. So really nice optimizations by Echo to finish up this boss quickly. And yeah, the boss would have been dead already, I think, if Gingy wouldn't have died at the very start. So I think this could have been an even quicker time. But compared to their best time yesterday, 1841, they shaved off 4 minutes of their streets run. That's just insane.
Yeah, there it is, 1440 for Echo in Streets of Wonder. That's going to stamp their ticket to the finals of this weekend, and also the first team to qualify for our global finals. Huge congratulations to Echo.
Wow.
Well, there you have it, Echo with the quick 2-0 victory. A total of 2 deaths in the entire match. That's pretty insane. They're going to the global finals. I think no big surprise there, but man, like no team plays on the level that Echo does that we've seen yet in this tournament. It really is kind of like mind-blowing how they can do this.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, we were all wondering what they had left to show in this dungeon after their first showing here this weekend, and I don't know if any of us were expecting 4 minutes faster. That was pretty
seriously
wild. And it probably could have been faster still, like Dratnos mentioned at the end of the key there. If Gingy didn't dive to that snap right at the last second, man, that could have been blazing fast.
Mm-hmm. It like always like it gives me a bit of a heart attack when they tank the first like wall that goes across on the last boss with the anti-magic zone. I'm like, no, don't you know that's gonna kill you? But it's they're ready for it. But it always makes me sweat when I see that. But man, 14 minutes 39 seconds, like you were saying, absolutely demolishing their time from earlier in the weekend. And Baldy, I think Baldy again like played pretty well. They had a couple unfortunate incidents, but again, like a huge threat for the lower bracket, and still a team that's definitely capable of going through the global finals a little bit later today.
Yeah, 100%. Just having a death there on that boss fight, just having to completely reset a boss pool is just always going to be such a huge time loss. I just quickly wanted to mention, though, look at the tank's DPS. Like, both Now and Le Pen, just doing a casual 18k overall DPS as a tank. I mean, that's just... partially MDI things, right? Because these big pulls enable the higher DPS. But yeah, just insane. Also giving Now the stacks on that boss as well to increase his single target damage. That is something that I would never even think about, buffing the tank instead of a damage dealer. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
It's a team effort. Everybody's contributing, right?
Yeah, he probably is one of the more consistent DPS to put that on, to be honest.
Probably,
that's kind of wild.
I mean, he's if you think about the person that's always going to be hitting the boss nonstop no matter what happens, yeah, I guess that is true. But yeah, here's an unfortunate moment for Baldy a little bit earlier.
Yeah, focusing in on what the problem is here. If you looked at JB's debuffs right before he went down there, he had not only a scintillate debuff from one of the ads that they pulled into the fight to make the boss take extra damage, but he also had the debuff from soaking a puddle from the boss, on top of the fan mail going out on the group, which is just a ton of AoE damage. And you also have to factor in the fact that they have this enforcer on top of the group, which is causing everyone to take 20% increased damage. That is pretty much just unhealable damage if you aren't prepared for it, and unfortunately they just weren't set up to go for it. Now, the way that Echo does this, everyone should definitely focus this under the live keys. Only if you get that 20% damage taken buff on boss for a little while, this is something that'll help you get this final boss down that much more quickly. Warlock sets a portal up top, jumps off, tags one of those enforcer mobs, then ports back up, and here you go. You have an enforcer and 2 sparkcasters ready to go with you on the boss. You can start generating resources, getting ready to pull that with the boss, and then when you do get that burst onto the boss when the boss spawns, you're good to go. One thing you have to focus on, though, these mobs will be evading for a few seconds when you come back upstairs. If you're a melee player like a hunter, Gingy, you could die here. Be careful. Don't let that happen to you. Oh, we cut his death out of the clip.
Oh,
man.
We're too nice. We're too friendly.
Just the boss turned hostile.
It may be the boss.
Yeah.
Because I saw him actually waiting, right?
Yeah.
Like, he was standing there doing nothing for a couple of seconds. And then I guess as soon as he started hitting, maybe the boss was the one that actually meleeed him.
You gotta wait for tank aggro. Doesn't matter how good your tank is, you still have to wait for that tank to get the first hit. It happens to the best of us, though,
well, you don't if you're a hunter is the thing. You can just press misdirect, but they never do. They never do. And then they complain when they die to Brett, and you're just like...
I don't know. I think Echo's pretty well known for using misdirect, so that's... yeah. But yeah, it was super clean. And
the sped up replay to see the part where Gingy died. Here we go.
Oh,
you've got the
exactly
RP too to do this.
See, he's AFK.
Right,
he's not
attacking them
right now.
They're evading, and now they're done evading. They're taking damage and stuff again. And what's going to happen to Gingy? Here it comes. Boss about to be hostile. There it is. The boss is hostile. Gingy instantly tags it.
Okay. And the boss was like, and I took that personally. You know? He was apparently Gingy, just like in an RP sense, he upset the boss the most, I guess. How dare you bring that filthy pet animal up into my terrace or whatever it is the boss is hanging out at? I don't know. There you go. You can't. That wasn't really his fault. You can't really worry about that too much. Yeah, that's really come on now, pick it up. Yep. Well, what can you say? Echo 2-0 going on to the global finals and our finals a little bit later today. We still get to watch them play one more series, which is great because they are a ton of fun to watch. But Baldy, conversely, goes down to the lower bracket. We're going to see them face the winner of our next series, which is going to be Evolved versus Incarnation. Now, Evolved, again, they did set a record time on Necrotic Wake, which stood about a little less than 24 hours until Echo snatched away again today, but a very capable team, no doubt. And Incarnation, a team that seems to be kind of ramping up each day, but maybe not putting as much practice in as some of the other teams we've heard rumors of, but still a team obviously with a lot of MDI history too, and one that would not be surprising to see go through, right, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, Incarnation is a team that is capable of brilliance. We've seen it out of them before. They have got the ability to do some amazing things and make some really difficult pulls work and come up with really good ideas. But coming into this tournament, they are a little bit less prepared than they were last season. And so definitely I have them as pretty solid underdogs in this series against Evolved. But again, that is not a team that I'm ever going to be comfortable counting out.
I don't want to throw around the word dark horse, but we could apply it. We could apply it to a lot of these teams, though. But while we mull that over, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, our second matchup of the day. It's going to be Evolve versus Incarnation here on MDI. Don't go anywhere. We'll return in just a few. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mythic Dungeon International. That's right. Doe's back along with Dratnos, Ironic, Nagura. No, wait, that's not Dratnos. Wait, it is Dratnos. Never mind. Anyway, surprise. We've switched personalities a little bit here and there, but don't worry about that because we're going into the grand finals of Group A. It's going to be Echo versus Baldy, and there's a random cat as well. Everybody's showing
it's
up.
Not a random
Tell your
cat.
friends, your grandparents. I mean, it's random to me.
Hey, have you not seen the cat in the background of Tettle's shot like the whole weekend? He's been chilling.
I've seen it, but I don't know the cat personally. That's why it's a little bit random to me, I guess. Sorry, cat. It looks very angry now.
Yeah.
I'll take blame for that.
It's listening to you.
I guess so. It understands human speech. That's like a first for cats, I think. There you go. Well, on that note, we're going into the finals for Group A. How about that? Echo versus Baldy. I mean, everybody thinking Echo here, obviously. Echo has played phenomenally, as they generally do, but Baldy's put on some good performances here, and you never quite know. Do you, Dratnos? You just never know how things might go, huh?
No, you never quite know, and Baldy is a very good team. This team came in.
Yeah, of course.
They've blasted the competition throughout the weekend, and that being said, Echo have to be the overwhelming favorites coming into this, right? They're a team that is just so good, back to back MDI champs or something like that, and they've come through the upper bracket. They've been well rested. They've been well prepared. They haven't been caught out by surprise in any dungeons. I think that this is going to be very likely to be Echo's series. That being said, certainly do not count Baldy out just yet.
I did think that in the upper finals, Baldy's Streets was winnable versus Echo. Obviously, it's gonna take a really big.
Not bannable
It's a tall order, but I did think that Baldy, if they had a very clean run, they had 6 deaths in their series earlier. I did think it was winnable. They would need basically a perfect run, and then Echo to make maybe like 1 or 2 mistakes. If they have like 1 or 2 deaths, any deaths to like skips or weird mismanagement whenever they're backtracking and stuff like that, I do think that it could put Baldy in a position where they would be able to take this first map.
It's Echo banning Gambit again, right? So still wanting to kind of hold on to whatever they have on Gambit that gets them, a sub 10-minute time. No reason to even chance them having to kind of do that this weekend.
It's smart. I mean, why even take the risk? You know that, you've got a good strat on it. You don't want people to see it. It doesn't matter if you can win or not. Like, you just hide it, right?
It's crazy, though, that, we've got 23 teams in the MDI that ban the worst map for them, and then we've got Echo that just bans the best map for them in the series so that they can save that info for later, which is...
That's a flex.
It is absurd, yeah.
The Streets in their last series, it was actually close until I believe Baldy had a wipe in the mail room on the mailbox boss. I believe they kind of got like a bunch of overlapping mechanics at once that are just really unfortunate. Otherwise, it is actually a pretty close game.
I'm glad we get to see this again.
Quaking is so bad during the money order.
Well,
like we've seen teams just wipe to that a couple of times now.
That just happens. But that's why I just said I'm glad we get to see it again, because we have a chance to see, what could have happened, right? It's almost like an alternate universe take of Echo versus Baldy from earlier in the day. It'll be neat. It'll be neat. I enjoy watching Streets anyway, so I'm glad we get this map one more time.
And we haven't seen a ton of Mist this weekend either.
This would be the 3rd time total, I think.
Yeah, like maybe 2 or 3 times at most. Where that'll be an interesting map as we go there. And then for the other side, we actually just saw, I believe, that Baldy play that in the last series. So we know what they're capable of there.
Yeah, exactly. And Plaguefall ban. No big surprise there. People don't want to do it too much. Hey, what do you know? Oh, Resto Druid win rate, 100%. Nagura's somewhere, like clapping and cheering.
Hang on a second. Yep. Apes Together Strong played a Resto Druid in their 4 Druid comp, and I do not believe they won that match.
You're right. Okay. You're right. Exposed. Oh, no.
Why did you have to ruin the fun?
Change the graphic immediately to 50% win rate.
50%. We need that fixed right now.
This
You can't have
right
like fake news going out, you know?
Also, a lot of the castercabulary, they've called verbs when they're clearly nouns. So it is just multiple embarrassing failures from the production here.
That does have to hurt. I mean, you know, yeah, there's some embarrassment going on behind the scenes, I'm sure, right now. It's tough. It's real tough, yep.
See unhirable talent.
Himself. Look at that tree. Look at that tree pointing at the 100% win rate with that expression.
Compared to the rest of the healers, though, Resto Druid's doing quite well. He got 50%, right? Holy Paladin, Disc, and Mistweaver all at 0. So 50% better than those.
Mm-hmm. I was worried that when we came back to this camera, there'd be all sorts of like mean things put on the screen. I'm a little bit relieved, but
I'm just glad I'm still here. Okay. Yeah,
that's right. It could have been anything.
They beat a Dratnos actually. The broadcast has improved a substantial amount.
We come back to like a 3 box, and I'm gone.
Yep, just 4 Dratnos maybe or something. Yeah. Give the people what they want.
I don't know if that's what anybody wants.
I didn't say that's what they wanted. I just said give the people what they want, you know?
It doesn't seem like either of these teams, like, comp-wise, is, like, varied off of kind of what they've been doing. I mean, Baldy, I guess, it fired up, played the Mage on, like, Necrotic Wake. You know, maybe we see them kind of mess around with some other type of things. I mean, we did just see a Resto Druid, right? So maybe we do see them kind of experiment with some other stuff.
True enough. Well, the market is open. It's time to go. It's time to take it to the streets one more time in this series. Echo versus Baldy. Clearly an eagle on Baldy's side. Echo, we don't exactly know what army that, what animal rather that is, but it doesn't matter because the map's getting started. Let's see who wins it.
It's dragon. Exactly. We're preparing for Dragonflight.
That's right, they're dragging that logo all over the bracket. All over the upper bracket. As we now have Echo and Baldy both starting off.
I can't breathe. Apparently, according to production, Dratnos is now muted. I don't know the legitimacy of this claim, but I will be taking over here as you do see Echo and Baldy making their way into the first boss room. This is incredibly dangerous on Inspiring. So you do actually see on the side of Echo, they did page that Inspired Bomb and they Shining Force it away from the pack so they can get kicked from these Hyperlight bolts.
Yeah, meanwhile, Baldy are just cleaving it down as it's coming into the pull, so a lot of extra casts are going to be coming off here. You can see things are starting to get a little bit dangerous, but they've taken care of that Dismantler. That's going to give them a lot of flexibility, a lot of healing, and a lot of damage. I mean, look at the way their health bars instantly are stabilized throughout the 10 seconds of that buff.
This whole entire trash area is so scary, so the fact that they're willing to triple pull all of that trash and pulls that, whenever you're doing it on live, and I suspect the Dratnos routes, just a 1 pack at a time kind of pulls. Like, do not pull these with the boss or with other things. Be very cautious of making sure that multiple of these packs work by themselves.
Yeah, vitally important to do because there are just so many dangerous things that they do, but they have a plan for each of them here as, yeah, Baldy, a lot of danger. Oh, Shaq going down. They do have a res available. Lip will need to find time to cast it, though, and it has been cast. They've got him back up.
Okay, this is fine. Right. I mean, you're not happy to burn a battle res here, but this is definitely one of the most dangerous points of the dungeon. Down again. And Shaq going down. This is so bad. So now they don't have a battle res for him. Their first boss is going to take so long. This boss is like almost impossible to reset. You have to take it like out of the room to reset him. So this is not something that they can just easily reset either. So they have to continue moving forward. JB getting incredibly low. Immediately gets meleeed by that.
He's got to find his weapon as well. He's disarmed right now, it looks like. And he's got his weapon,
just,
but maybe just one of those spinning blades. Yeah, he's trying to get back to find that weapon, but the damage is now ramping up on the rest of the group, and he's found it. Able to start casting heals again. Really, really unfortunate placement of that. Those beam splicers also denying some real estate in the room. Although, did you know you can jump over those if you want and not take any damage from them?
Did you see JB just laughing as he sat there for 15 seconds disarmed? He's just like, okay, well, you'll get a heal eventually. Maybe.
Yeah. At some point.
All right.
It was only himself as well that was in any danger, but they are now pulling it onto more trash. Meanwhile, Echo sending Zalia ahead to start the RP in the market area. He's not actually going to do the trading. He's just started the RP of that broker walking up to the door, which does take like 20 seconds, so it's nice to get somebody doing that ahead of time, and then he's going to come back and fire off his Boon of the Ascended to help heal through this bowl.
Yeah, so it makes sense that he's just going to start that RP there. Now, in the meantime, we'll be like grouping up the mobs and just everything else will be happening. Then eventually they're going to send fragments forward, and he's going to do that marketplace jujitsus where he's dragging the just like those boxes around, I guess. And that's why you see them grabbing this this Woe Relic. So Xaylia can then, while the remaining 3 people of Now Clicks and Gingy, they're going to be doing some trash. Fragments is soloing that marketplace. Xaylia is starting the RP on the other side of the map. And this is just so optimal for time whenever you have just like your healer running around. They don't need him yes or anything. And look at this. Echo has already engaged the trash in the mail room by the time that Xaylia has made it.
Yeah, they are doing such a good job of keeping the pace up here as Echo looking to even engage the boss now. They're dragging that Male Elemental forwards, making sure that it dies in a place that will be good for them to be, because when it does die, it leaves that nice haste bubble, which they are going to make very, very good use of during this boss encounter, just for the extra damage. Oh, they gotta watch out for that quaking, though. Good quaking spread. They are soaking the puddles that are near this area, and then they're not worrying so much about the puddles that are gonna be far away. Because the way the puddles on this boss fight work is they actually leave a moderate dot on you when you soak them, but if you don't soak them, it leaves that nasty gunk on the ground in the space that you're gonna wanna use. So you need to strike a good balance between soaking them and not taking too much extra damage.
It looked like Baldy had another death when I'm fired up. An unfortunate circumstance. You do see Shakib on the right-hand side doing that marketplace like we were talking about Fragments doing earlier. We are getting the POV of Shakib doing it. He is getting in combat with some of the trash. You see him immediately meld off those mobs. He does still have that Woe Relic on him to keep himself invis, and he's going to meet back up with this party. But Echo, man, they are moving really fast through here. They're able to down that mailroom boss, and look at this. They're just walking around. They're going to Mind Soothe this mini boss. Mind Soothe is actually very powerful on that mini boss, just because it allows you to almost walk through the hitbox of it without aggroing.
Mind Soothe it's crazy how much range there is. JB is going down for Baldy. Now is going down, though, for Echo. But they are going to mass res almost instantly there. So maybe this was actually something that he got in combat or something and wasn't supposed to, and just went off and died and instantly gets the mass res. So that is only going to cost them 15 or so seconds as they now make their way towards the Grand Menagerie.
Look at the damage meter. Fragments and Gingy are soloing a pack while Xaylia and Now are in
It's not a pack, actually. It's just the
relic.
free relics. Yeah. So they pull the relics absent the rest of the pack. So probably what Now is doing is pulling the pack away or something, and then Gingy and Frag are killing the relics or something, getting the Woe killed, and then they're leaving the Woe Drifter in the hallway and getting out of combat with it. They're melding off or feigning off combat with the Woe Drifter, and then they're gonna bring it in to this boss encounter once they're on the last of the 3 bosses, and they'll use that to time their Woe buff with right at the end of this boss fight so that they can use it to zip all the way over to Mize's Oasis afterwards.
It's honestly such a smart way of dealing with it, because they don't really want... First off, this boss takes a long time, and so their Woe Relic would not be up, like the Woe buff would not be up whenever the boss encounter does end, so killing it on this fight doesn't make sense. In addition to that, you would just rather have that Vi Interceptor haste buff for this encounter. So it makes sense that they are dropping combat with that Woe Relic. It's just another one of the Echo optimizations. You guys talk about how they've been banning like Gambit all weekend. They have so much weird tech inside of Streets that it makes sense why they would also be like potentially banning 2 maps.
Oh, look on the side of Baldy! Lip is in a pod!
Oh, this is so bad. Oh, they're wiping!
Oh, the explosion! Okay, it lands. Oh my goodness.
But JB's dead.
Okay, yeah, so JB is down. He's going to be in angel form for another few seconds here, trying to top up the group. The mail order's coming in. Is he going to be able to land a heal after it lands? No, but they are going to be able to nether it, or they're just going to soak it on the group. That's fine. They're going to keep on doing the damage. The next fan mail cast for Baldy is potentially going to be lethal for them, though.
Look at JB. Yeah. DPS, puppets, DPS. You've had enough healing for this run.
Having a little lean back in his chair. Yeah, you guys can finish off the boss for me. I'll release once it's done.
Checks his phone and see if he's got any text about the MDI.
Yeah. All right, so now Baldi are going to be making their way towards the Mises Oasis music boss encounter. Meanwhile, Echo, done with 2/3 of the Grand Menagerie. They also have Mises Oasis to deal with after this boss.
How do you feel about the two different routes? Because they're very different.
Echo's has so much precision in it. The reason that Echo is doing what they're doing, I believe, is so that they can facilitate that snap of the mini-boss before the last boss onto Mises Oasis, right? Doing it in this order lets them kind of come back across with this woe buff that they're about to kill and grab that mini-boss. And then I think they snap it into a corner of the stage on Mises Oasis, and they get to bring it down there. And they get to, that thing gives a lot of count. They got a lot of count by snapping that down and killing it during the otherwise kind of useless RP time on the music fight.
It is an efficient pull, but it is a lot of backtracking to have to like run all the way across the map again. Whereas for the side of Baldi, they're saving a lot of their time by the absence of backtracking. Echo does have that Woe Drifter buff, as you do see clicks inside of that soul shape zooming across the map. So maybe not the worst thing, but just look at how long it takes for him to run all the way across that map just to get everything started here.
Yeah, it's definitely the kind of routing that, I mean, I'm sure it has crossed their minds that the backtracking is, that they are backtracking. I'm sure that they've tested the alternatives and come to the conclusion this is faster. Look at that. So now has got them snapped over these mobs that were near the middle of the area, and that is going to include that big mini-boss as well. They do need to make sure that they are careful of its mechanics. It actually does have quite a few fairly deadly mechanics, those circles on the floor and those two players that are getting dragged towards each other. But a really nice thing about this boss room, you can see Zalia actually has that force pulling him to frag, but because he's on the drums, he's immune to getting pulled because he's rooted on that drum kit.
Okay, that's an interesting way of doing it. And then Clicks can also use like his extra action button.
He can use his instrument to pull it away there. Oh my goodness. The tech.
I don't know if that's the most useful thing. You could just walk away from it.
Yeah, but, you know, saved you some globals.
It does save you some globals, for sure. Like, Clicks would prefer to not be dragged towards melee, though, I think, all things considered.
Yeah, definitely. As we have now Echo engaging the second bit of trash here. Baldi already on the boss in this area, but they still have to do the Grand Menagerie boss that Echo has already killed. You can see everybody has done a good job, except for Lip, of extending their haste buff during this boss encounter. The way this boss fight works is when it grips you in the last 2 seconds of its big AoE cast, some musical notes will actually appear under it. And so if you're a DPS player, you can use that opportunity to hit your extra action button, go through those notes on the way out, extend your big haste buff, and do a lot of extra damage. It is dangerous, it's scary, but it is a lot of damage if you're able to make it work.
All right, and Baldi's going to be able to down this Oasis boss here in just a second. The suppression spark is coming out. Not too much danger. You need to make sure that you are in. You would like to stay in for that, as opposed to, even though it's like dragging you in, it's kind of a weird mechanic. You don't.
Yeah, you want to stay in until the last 2 seconds when you see your notes and you slide out.
Exactly. Dealing with it like that makes a lot of sense. And now Baldi is running over to that menagerie area. They are at 88% enemy forces count, so I think that they're going to need a little bit more trash. They're probably going to drag it into this menagerie room while the RP is still finishing up a little bit. There is a decent amount of RP on a lot of these bosses in this dungeon, so it makes sense that Baldi is pulling that trash into the boss room and they're gonna deal with it in here. Oh my gosh, the fan almost dies. Quaking.
The Quake, yeah. He is going to be able to stabilize a bit. One of the problems with playing Quaking actually as a Blood Decay is because it's like environmental damage, it doesn't actually increase the size of your next Death Strike. So you have a pretty hard time topping yourself if you're at 20% health, you haven't taken any damage from enemies in the last 5 seconds, you've just taken damage from a Quake. You actually are kind of in danger. And they've done a good job, though, of preventing any imminent deaths there for Baldi. As I say, that Shack going down to an imminent death on this pull.
I mean, this is so scary. This is a lot of trash that is on top of this boss, especially dealing with that Dismantling. Ooh, JB going down. I think so. This is actually really scary. So they have to move out for that big.
They don't have B-res either.
And the Peacekeepers, if you don't know what the Peacekeepers do, it's because you're always standing in melee. But they'll dash to people and they'll charge you if you're standing out at range on the specific time that their cast is supposed to go off. And if you have 2 of them up at once, he's pointing the bullet on his head. What is Jimmy doing? And if you have 2 of those Peacekeepers up at once, you immediately will die like JP. I have been a victim of the Peacekeepers before.
So Clicks now for Echo is going to take the teleport up, set up his demonic circle at the top of the stairs, and then he's going to jump back down, tag one of the mobs, and then circle back up to bring them up here with him. And you can see now we have these extra mobs coming in here, and the crucial one is that Enforcer, which is going to cast Force Multiplier. It's an AoE Enrage that increases damage done and damage taken of these enemies. So by having this snapped up here, they are going to have Soasmi taking 20% extra damage, also dealing 20% extra damage. So it's a double-edged sword, but Echo are in the business of collecting swords of any type.
Do you think that this is useful for like people on live, or do you think that this is something that you would?
I mean, it's dangerous. It's hard to set up. It's probably not something that like you need to do at any key level, right? The kind of key level where you need the time. You probably can't afford the 20% more damage on the boss, but maybe. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a cool strat.
That makes sense. Oh my goodness! And then the boss getting incredibly low, 20% on this encounter, as you do see Zalia making sure to go through those portals. You're going to want to late kick this double technique every single time. You want to kick it at like 9.5 seconds on the cast, just to make sure that you're able to optimize how long the boss is not going to be doing.
The boss is already dead here for Echo.
Boss is dead.
They are going to take the 1-0 lead in this series over Baldy, nearly ready to just win this whole tournament. One more map is all they need.
I cannot believe how fast Echo is compared to everybody else, especially on this dungeon. I mean, holy cow. Streets, and I mean, I don't even know if this was their fastest time of the day, but like, it was still miles and miles ahead of Baldy. And I mean, yeah, sure, there were some deaths, and we see more right now because it's kind of over, but like, still, even without deaths, I think Echo would have been significantly ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean, what, the one against Baldy the first time was 14:41? Didn't catch the time here. I think it was around
14:35 or something.
The same time, yeah. It was like
might have been a little bit quicker.
And Baldy, it kind of like, it was almost like a weird like replay of the first time we saw them play, because like Baldy had the the deaths in the mailroom as well on the first go around. They had them here where, yeah, you're just pulling that much with the quaking. It's really difficult to get through.
Yeah, it certainly is. But it does give Echo a 1-0 lead in the series. Again, not super surprising. And yeah, I think that was their fastest time, wasn't it? 14:34? So faster than the one earlier today. Not sure if that was faster than the one earlier in the week, but yeah,
it's still slower than the time trials time, but those were a different set of affixes. So definitely, I mean, an incredibly fast run, and also the consistency, right? The fact that Echo are able to come into a dungeon like Streets and are able to make these runs happen every single time, basically, is crazy to me as well.
I don't think I think that what we saw from Baldy wasn't even like a bad run. So they didn't have any like full wipes or anything. No. They had like 1 and 2 spot deaths like here and there. It ended up costing them a decent amount of time, but it didn't like completely ruin their run. And I think against any other team that's not Echo, their Streets were like, okay, so it's a brand new dungeon. It's very difficult to deal with. They looked okay here, kind of similar to like kind of reminiscent of the Court of Stars. Oh, the bomb exploded. That's what killed JB. That's unfortunate.
Wow. I mean, this is a boss where like basically every single mechanic can one-shot you pretty much. So there's not much room for margin of error, even if you're one of the best teams out there, you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, Echo just has this down so solid. They did like have like a death or two. I think like they may have lost like now going into that room for the Menagerie boss. Didn't exactly.
I think they may have been planned though. Yeah, I think that may have been planned so that they could get the relics separately from the pack that it was attached to. So, yeah.
No, we did see. I think they're the hippo soul shape for a little bit. Gotta be running the hippo soul shape. Tettles, you a hippo soul shaper?
I'm a big lizard kind of guy.
I'm a big lizard kind of guy.
Right, but we're talking about favorite soul shapes.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Like cat soul shape.
There you go. I was running the turkey for a little while. I'm currently a alpaca, though. I think I'm live.
I'm a dinosaur. Dinosaur.
You are old. You are?
You've got the pill behind you? Yeah.
Yeah. Dinosaurs are cool.
They are cool.
Yeah.
Dinosa. You are a dinosaur.
Wow. Does that work?
Yes.
I guess so. Kind of does. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll allow it. Echo 1-0 over Baldy. I mean, it's again like it is kind of a victory lap for both teams, right? Both teams going to the global finals. Echo just kind of showing off at this point. We're not going to see anything new, per se, but we're going into what, Miss next, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of Miss. We haven't seen either of these teams be in Miss so far this weekend. So I'm interested. These affixes for Miss are kind of tough. The Spiteful we talked about a little bit earlier in the week.
Yeah, Spiteful and Mists is one of those affixes that we've seen teams like. The margin of error in Mists across all 3 of the Shadowlands seasons so far has been relatively low between most of our MDI teams, to the point where you need to make sure that your Spiteful optimization of like making sure that everybody is like against the door by the time that the Spiteful is coming out, and you're able to actually go through that door before those Spiteful spawns. That's like a super level of optimization that these MDI teams need to show today, just to continue to propel themselves forward. We kind of see it in Theater of Pain as well whenever you have Spiteful. A little bit less so with those portals, but Mists and the Maze, I expect these teams to put on a really good showing in this dungeon.
Yeah, making sure you're in front of the right door, too, is also crucial in the Maze, which we did see someone, I think, mess it up. I forget who that was yesterday, but happens to everybody.
It'd be very awkward.
It is.
This match, it would be surprising, though.
It would be surprising, yeah.
Well, if you think about it, okay, if you need all the time you can get against Echo, right? One way to get more globals is just to not look at the symbols, and it's just a 33% chance in each room that you just get the right one by running blindly into
the dice.
it. But if you think you need the extra time, right, then...
But how many times would you have a 33% chance? Because wouldn't it actually be
1 out of
lower
3?
Because you'd have to get the
it gets better.
33% chance.
But then some of the rooms are like 50-50 as well, because some of the rooms there's only like one possible path once you know where you're at in the maze. So, it is 50-50, right? Either it works or it doesn't.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, hey, you take the
That's
coin
a great
flip.
point.
Yep. Why not?
So next time we do a Mist together, am I allowed to just like randomly pick a door every single time?
I'm doing that already, yeah.
Hey, it's a 33% chance. I'm going for it.
I would say the average amount of times I get sent back to the start of the maze in a Mist is somewhere between 1 and 2.
Dude, sometimes when I'm poking, I just sit there, I'm like, I'm not waiting for this. I just run into a door and I hope it's the right one.
I would love, like, the Raider IO, we have, like, the average deaths for a dungeon. I would love to know the average, like, maze mess-ups, like, in a day or something.
There's got to be some, like, API way you can track that, because it procs a certain voice line, right? So you can maybe track the voice line activation kind of thing. I don't know. There's got to be a way. Nobody wants this, but it'd be kind of interesting.
We won't be the people that'll solve it, but maybe somebody can solve it.
We are not that advanced, no. We get dinosaur. I don't know, like, why there's like a megaphone. Oh, it's cheerleader.
That's cheerleader
Titles.
Yeah, he was just saying letters in the word dinosaur. So.
That's right.
Yeah.
I didn't see the cheerleaders at first. Cheerleader label at first. The titles. I have titles turned off. And a lot of times on my characters. So.
I don't expect either team to do anything different comp-wise, because you just have the Warlock be Night Fae. I think they were running Night Fae already for the last dungeon. So like. Unless somebody wants to do something wild, just for the sake of doing it here, to put on a show.
Rogue over Demon Hunter, probably, yeah. I think Rogue.
Yeah. I mean, you could woe skip the beginning.
We did see that.
It's been a lot less popular this season to woe skip the beginning. A lot of teams. So in Pugs, you're woe skipping the beginning, but a lot of teams, like, at a higher level, you'll start just like shroud skipping all the way to those packs that are towards the first boss area. I'm really interested to see what MDI teams do. MDI teams always do weird stuff at the very beginning. They've done double villager. They've done double villagers some season. You're like, hey, well, I don't really know. You decided that this is a pull.
Well, if you're gonna pull the villager anyways, you want to fight 2 of them, right? Like it's just inefficient to fight them. Yeah.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I agree there. Yeah,
that's the move.
Yeah, I only get 1.
Exactly.
The more the merrier, they say, but that may not be true in this particular category. I don't know. Maybe. Echo. I guess it is kind of a dragon, isn't it? Looking at that logo.
I mean, I think
I was like, is it a dog, kind of?
No,
it's
a
like
dragon.
A skinny dog.
It is a dragon.
Yeah.
It could also be like a Tasmanian wolf or something, Tasmanian tiger.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Don't be foolish, those are extinct. Don't be foolish, those are extinct.
I don't know, I'll think about it. Enjoy the map, though.
All right, so we do indeed have the rogues coming in. It's going to be a shroud for Baldy. Echo, on the other hand, are going to be pulling 2 villagers, because if you're going to pull one of them, you should pull 2 of them. And there they go.
Oh, it's funny how we were both right about one team skipping the villagers altogether, the other team pulling both.
Yeah, really? There we go. We have a start of a pull now for Baldy. This is a much more standard kind of Season 2 strategy in this dungeon. Just getting this 4-pack, bringing these 2 bow breakers down onto it, right? Whereas Echo going with a much bigger, more aggressive first pull. But look at the amount of count that this gives them. 16% on the board already. That is going to allow them to do quite a bit of skipping at the end of the dungeon.
I don't know if I like this, though, because they lusted this boss. So it's ultimately going to come down to like how fast they're going to be able to push this first encounter. If they are still able to one-phase the boss without the lust, that's crazy, by the way. That is going to be a crazy amount of single-target DPS. However, if Baldy is able to completely alleviate and skip one full phase over Echo on this first encounter, on this Ingram Malak encounter, I think that could mean that Baldy gets the better advantage out of this trade. But Lip going down on the side of Baldy, he is their own... Lipan could battle res him if he really wanted to, but at this point, these bow breakers are so low, it doesn't really matter. You'd rather just kill them off and then manually
save that res. Yeah. Now it is worth noting that our fastest time in this dungeon came from Incarnation, I believe, at 16 minutes or so. If these teams are expecting to be faster than that, which I think that there's a good chance that there are optimizations to make over the Incarnation's plan in this dungeon, a couple minutes, right? Then all of a sudden, lusting at 0 versus lusting at 2 minutes into here might be really big for making sure you have lust on pull on Tredova at the end of this dungeon, right? So that might be an advantage of doing it Echo's way, if they can make it through the dungeon so fast that the lust coming up early is relevant.
JB getting lip rezzed. Looks like Baldy is a little bit slow, and Echo even pulls Ingram Malak before Baldy gets to the encounter stage.
With 17% more trash.
Wait, what? That's absolutely crazy. Obviously, they did burn their lust, and so there is going to be a discrepancy here on the side of Baldy. They're probably going to be able to push the boss a little bit faster, but if Echo can kill this encounter even close to where Baldy is time-wise, it's going to be insane. And so now Droman is dropping that 20% threshold. Droman has entered that in like phase where Ingram Malak's going to be taking bonus DPS, and now you see Ingram Malak is dropping so fast, the Infernal is coming out for clicks.
Yeah, so much damage coming out here, and it looks like that Bloodlust will not be necessary at all, as they have Ingram Malak now to around 20%. So actually the Lust would help quite a bit. Would save a lot of time to not have to deal with this last 15%, but at least they're not going to have to do another phase. That's the big thing on this fight, is if the boss is like above 25 or so coming into this, then you're like, maybe we got to target the tree again, and that is a lot slower.
Look at where Baldy is. So they burned their lust on Ingram Malak. Ooh, and right out of the phase, they're at 6%. So it's not even that more advantageous to even lust this boss on this dungeon level. It's like a 22 fortified. What if you saw it maybe like on a 24 Tyran? I think that teams would probably lust it 100% of the time, but it makes sense that on a 22 fortified, you're willing to burn just like that 20% HP unbuff.
Yeah, it is, again, it is extra damage during a damage amp, so it's nice, but I actually think that Echo may have a fast enough path in this dungeon that they really did need to press Lust so that they would get a second Lust.
There was an Infernal on top of that stand. Did you see that for a
second?
Yeah,
those wacky Infernals, they drop in all kinds of weird places.
Something that's super interesting about the compositions this season is, so now we're running like Warlock, like a lot of teams are running Warlock plus Hunter, and so you can utilize the pets from both the Warlock and the Hunter to be able to pull trash and then group it back up on top of the packs. Last season, we didn't see Hunter be super popular, but a lot of teams ended up running that Marksmanship Hunter just so that they could use the pet to be able to continue to pull through the walls. But now this season, I expect this phase to be even bigger than we saw last season, maybe some like triple pulls. For a lot of the times, though, we only saw like double pulls last MDI.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever possible. The thing about the maze is there's this great degree of all these extra places where you can get pulls through the walls and get these extra groups in here, and making good use of that. I mean, if Echo are able to pull a bunch of stuff through the walls in the maze, and they got that 17% extra from the double villager pull at the start of this dungeon, they're only going to need like 10% from the Gorm area. They could potentially just take that onto boss, and maybe we're just going to see them go second boss, jump down, skip some stuff, and pull some other stuff onto the last boss, fire off that second lust, out of here in 12 minutes.
I mean, that's whatever you put it like that. It sounds absolutely absurd, but Echo always continues to surprise me. Look at this. Click's walking up to this wall. He's sending his Fell Hunter through the wall. Gingy on the other side. I think he's also pulling some trash into the pack. I don't even see where Gingy is at this current time on the side of Echo. He has to be. There's a frog.
Oh, watch out for that frontal, that tongue lashing. All right, they've done a good job of getting it now onto their tank. And Gingy also returning to the party here. Let's see if he's brought any friends with him. Let's see who Gingy's +1 was. Are there any extra mobs?
Dude, he was gone for 20 seconds. He has to be bringing a lot of stuff. He was gone for a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see any extra mobs joining the party.
Where'd he go?
Maybe he had to take a phone call.
Maybe.
All right, they are now taking care of this. I don't think that was it. They're now taking care of this Gorge Gullet.
I don't think it was either, but it's funny to say.
An important thing to note about this dungeon with Spiteful is you can actually get through the wall if you're quick, right? Before that Spiteful Shade actually spawns, you're out of combat for a brief second. So as long as you have the last mob killed, while there are no other Spiteful out keeping you in combat, you can kind of get 5 or 10 extra seconds and not have to wait as much. As you can see, they are going right into the next pull. Again, extra mobs coming through the walls here. Echo at 61% and counting here.
All right, looking on the right side of the screen, you do see Baldy. They're pulling that Gorge Gullet. So they didn't pull the Gorge Gullet into the previous pack, but you do see I'm Fired Up. He is utilizing his pet. He's sending it through the wall to grab that pack that Echo is currently fighting. And so these are the packs that they are merging together. These MDI teams have a lot of different routes depending on where in the dungeons they're going, because all of the options are available, but the teams have the exact same path through the maze. And so there are a lot of different routes. And Baldy getting... They let the cast go off, so they all got rooted, and then there was a couple deaths as JB couldn't get out of the ground effect. Oh, no.
And that's that root is when you have that shield go up on them, right? And you break through it. Yeah, that one, especially if you're used to playing Horde and you usually just have a Belf for it, it can be rough when you swap over to Alliance for Tournament Realm, not as able to have that available to dispel it.
All right. Looking at this, Echo grabbing a lot of trash into Mistcaller, 76% enemy forces before this trash ends up going down. I think they're going to be like 85%, and your theory of Lust the last boss with like 1 or 2 packs of trash is looking like it's more and more likely the longer that we see this.
Yeah, Echo are just blazing through this dungeon. Mistcaller already getting very low here. There's so much trash on this boss encounter as well. Look at how well they are trapping the illusionary Vulpins, though, making sure that those aren't coming into the fight. I'm sure Zaylia is ready to come in with a clutch Shining Force as well, if necessary.
Fragnant's very happy that he has a cheat death there, as he got hit by those defenders' spears for a little bit. That was the spear flurry. He was just standing in it. He just immediately cheated, almost died.
Again, just beautiful work there. Click's actually hardcasting Fear, but this trap is going to land on that Vulpin. And this fight is so much easier if those aren't coming into melee, especially with a comp like this that has 2 melee DPS in it. They're quickly going to take out this last illusionary clone, and let's see if they're able to kill Mistcaller from 10 to 0 without getting another cast of the guessing game. It is definitely possible on a fortified key like this. We'll see if they're able to actually make it happen. That Vulpin is actually going to be taking damage because it is in the resonating arrow. Is going to take a bunch of extra damage. They actually have it just almost killed off before it despawns. But here's that Mistcaller now. That push is going to be at 10%. Goes straight into the guessing game. They are going to just do this last guessing game. Sometimes if you have it starting another cast, it can be quite easy to take it from 10 to 0 during that cast.
There's actually some new tech this season. So if you have a dodgeball queued up while that guessing game is going off, if you just like line of sight it around the corner, you immediately skip it.
Oh, cool. Cool tech. Yeah, it looks like Echo's just decided, hey, it'll be faster if we just don't overthink this and just kill the mob. Just identify it quickly, kill it. We have so much damage. Let's not do anything too crazy here.
You know, it's funny. We've been talking about Echo an awful lot. Baldy is still in a pretty good position.
Yeah, so Baldy, they're only behind a little bit of count, right? They're going to be behind like something like 20, 15% count once they're done with this pull. They are on the same boss that Echo just killed. I mean, I do think there's something like a minute and a half behind, but being a minute and a half behind Echo is not an easy thing to do. That is certainly very impressive out of Baldy. Let's see what Echo are going to be up to, though, in this Gorm area. They only need 16% count. They are going to deploy the sap to move past this first pack. And I think if they just ran holding W, the Shroud's going to come out.
I think they only need like 2 packs, yeah?
Yeah, so if they pull this pack and then the next 2, and ideally I think they want to avoid the Bs, that would probably be enough to get them to 16% that they need here on Tradova. The Bloodlust is available, and I suspect it will be popped soon. It has just come up here for Echo, so I do think that was a huge part of the reason why they've timed things as they did and popped that Bloodlust where they did, is because they have this dungeon done so quickly, and it is indeed going to be the second Bloodlust for Echo here at 10 minutes 30 seconds into the dungeon. 0 deaths so far. They have the Mass Grip coming out into that Resonating Arrow. So much damage here from Jinji.
If you would have told me that you were projecting a 12-minute Misatir to Scythe coming into this, I would have called you crazy. But look at this, as Echo is dropping Tradova to 68% HP, already entering that first shield phase, burning immediately through it with that Lust still active. Now's Necrotic is pretty dangerous, but with the Blood DK Dancing Rune weapon, they do also have that Dwarf Racial. Now is able to just make sure that he's cleansed all the time. Whenever he's also playing that Kyrian, he does have that Kyrian file to be able to cleanse himself again. He's just making sure that he's not going to be going down. All that trash ends up getting killed off, and now is in a great spot health-wise, and Echo's looking really good coming out of that second intermission.
100% trash count as well, as they've dealt with all that trash they brought onto the boss. The last Spiteful Shade's gonna fall 20% and dropping on Tradova, and this run is such a scarily fast run that Echo are putting together here.
Caller.
Yeah, I mean, Echo have just done all the trash and the last boss while Baldy have been working on this one. And 7% now on Tradova. What a dominating performance from Echo, as they are gonna win this series and this weekend 2-0 over Baldy.
I am flabbergasted by what we've been seeing from Echo here. It's 11:46 miss. Like, okay, all right. So that just happened.
That was
Baldy
nuts.
guys. The Baldy guys are having so much fun. They were laughing at the end whenever they saw that Echo had finished. They look at their timer. They're like, "What in the world is going on?"
What can you do? Like, I mean, I don't know if there's a team in the world that can like take on Echo right now. It's very rare in an esport to see one team be so far ahead of like literally everybody else, it seems like. I mean, obviously we still got 2 more groups to watch, and we're going to be, checking those times as well. But
yeah,
holy cow, 11:43 on Mists.
I mean, it is worth noting we have a team with a faster time trial time than Echo's Gambit in one of our later groups.
True.
So there is brilliance from a bunch of these other teams. But the thing about Echo is they are good in every single dungeon. Every single dungeon is their good dungeon.
Why is the Rogue at 4th place in DPS for the side of Echo?
That's
Why is the
life,
Blood
man.
K
Just
at
life.
29k?
Actually, the Blood DK is winning on every single category that we track as well. There is no reason. There's nothing that the Rogue is doing better.
Number 1 in everything. I mean,
Shrouds used 1.
Shrouds used, true.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's right.
Big value.
Even the most interrupts. Wow.
Yeah.
double Villager, by the way. Called it.
Yeah.
Unafraid to go the double Villager route. But it did give them like a good amount of extra percentage. They didn't need to go like behind the boss like you see a lot of them go.
Yeah.
King and Dratnos. If you're going to pull 1 Villager, you should pull 2. Hey, he was right. He was right.
Dude, look, they're so scared they don't know what nouns and verbs are, and they don't want to put the wrong one up there, that they've just stopped doing noun and verb now. Look at the cowardice coming out of production.
I mean,
mentally devastated.
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna get muted again if you're not careful.
we wouldn't even know if he was muted right now. I mean, yeah, because when they did the double Villager pack, I think they went into the first boss with like something like 27%. Like it's like an extra 17%.
I think so.
But I mean, the way they pull is insane. A noun? Question mark?
Is pull a noun?
It's a good try. It's a good try. Yeah, I'm sure you'll get it sometime.
Hey, you don't need to be great at like the English language to have a successful career in esports. Like, I'm living proof of that. But verb gets the exclamation point.
I would say
more
verb
exciting
as well. Yeah,
inherently, I guess.
That's the operative part of it. But what do you think? Oh, we've all got our titles now.
We've all got one now.
Oh, there you go. Stay a while and listen. There you go.
I didn't know you were. Okay, I didn't know you were Tortolin.
No, Deckard Cain, man. Come on.
Who?
Oh my gosh. Oh, sweet summer child. Like, even Matt knows this. Come on. It's the Diablo franchise.
Yeah, come on.
Diablo. Deckard Cain. He was the main character this year's for like all the games except for when he died in an in-game cutscene, which seems kind of disrespectful for a main character. But
yeah, I mean, I think the entire franchise.
When did Diablo
it's been
come
10
out?
years if you haven't played it by now.
Diablo
3 came out.
Diablo came out before I was born, December 31st of 1996.
Really?
Man, this game is old.
Oh my gosh. I don't know what to say. I mean, that's just like, it's kind of sad that you didn't get to experience Diablo when it was brand new, you know? But you have a chance. You can go back. You can go play. They just remade 2.
Yeah,
I could buy an Atari as well. Like, I guess.
That's right. You missed so much. Production's on my side. I like it. All right, I like the show. So let's do more of these. Yeah. There you go.
Production's always against me.
It's wild how heavy they pulled on to the last 2 bosses with Mistcaller and Tredova.
Yeah.
Where, like, when they shrouded,
it
was like, all right, they need 2 more. I was like, that Warlock gate's kind of going towards the boss, and then all of a sudden, just an army behind now, just into the final boss. But even the one with Mistcaller, like, is even scarier with the Vulpin. The Vulpin just spawning up, just running around, trying to make sure the Spitefuls don't get anybody. It's that was crazy.
Yeah. Hashtag just echo things. I feel like
I mean, the way that that Vulpin spawned and just instantly would have a trap on it, and sometimes it would instantly have 2 CCs on it. They know like that is something we're going to prioritize. It's going to save us time long run to keep that CC'd and not have to have it come into the pack and then have to spend a bunch of stuns and stuff on it. So yeah, I mean, just really, really great technical gameplay from Echo all the way through this series, all the way through this
Double Villager.
tournament.
What does it mean?
Here's a look at the Double Villager right off the rip. At the end, when we were chatting in replay, it was like Gingy on Tredova was up to like 217k, and then Doa was like, well, look at Zalia, like the Holy Priest was at like 38k, just like Boon of the Ascendant, just in the middle everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Are we gonna see like a 500 or 600k DPS like Warlock pulled this season?
I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility, I guess.
It'd have to be like
Halls
Halls of Atonement with easier affixes, yeah.
Spiteful, like a Spiteful 21 Halls or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I could believe it, yeah.
That's within the realm of possibility, I think, yeah.
Yeah, this is that big pull onto Tredova we were talking about. The second lust of the dungeon. The reason they do that double villager pull at the start so that they can have a good lust right at the start of the dungeon and then get it back up for this one. Really, really impressive planning from them. And I mean, it's just crazy how fast they're doing this.
Yeah, now watch damage meter.
Dude, it's Necrotic, by the way. It's Necrotic, by the way, they're doing.
Yes.
Well, the rune weapon is really good against Necrotic. Even with this many mobs, you have north of like 60% parry here. So
you just get to reset.
High chance. Yeah, I mean, you just reset it randomly while you're fighting stuff, especially if you're doing... What he was doing was he was carefully backing away. If you watch that tank positioning, it's really great because he was staying like 5 yards away and casting his spells and still hitting all of them, but not actually getting autoed by every mob. Most of those mobs were not actually landing even attempts at autos on him, and then his rune weapon parries carried him through enough of the ones that did land that he was able to reset the Necrotic, and I mean, that is unbelievably good tank mechanics from now, yeah.
That backpedaling that Dratnos was talking about, just like how you move in relation to those mobs, is always something that's like super important, and it's like difficult to learn. You never want to you want to be making sure that you're like strafing away from them to maintain full movement speed, while at the same time not turning your back to them to get melee from behind.
Yep. Do not turn your back to mobs as a tank in M+ dungeons. Yes, that should be something everybody knows right now. But just in case you didn't, there you go. Well, Echo wins it all. 2-0 in very convincing fashion, I gotta say. And Baldy's still making it to the global finals, so again, like, happy result for them at the end of this weekend here. But man, if Echo keeps playing like this, I don't know who in the world can take them on. It's just another level. Like they've I don't know, like they need to invent like a new level of Super Saiyan for these guys or something, because it's up there.
It didn't drop a map. This is a team that oh man, these guys are absolutely insane. They just didn't even drop a map. They're going to be menaces coming into the global finals. Oh my goodness.
Seriously. Well, I mean, so looking at the teams that were knocked out here, who do you think has the highest chance of getting through the last chance tournament and making it to the global finals anyway? I mean, maybe Evolved, if Incarnation, like, shows up a little bit more, maybe, who knows, but...
Yeah. Definitely those two teams. Even teams, dwarf this. I was pretty impressed with some of the ways that their dungeons looked. Yeppers, if these teams decide they want to make a go for it in the last stand tournament, there's a lot of scary teams coming out of this group, because before this weekend started, we were talking about this being a bit of a group of death, right? So many strong players and strong teams here. Absolutely Incarnation, if they decide they want it, if they want to go hard and go for that last stand tournament, they will be a contender as well.
I think Evolved looked really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like Tedos, was mentioned before the match that we were talking about them. Like, they do have some landmine dungeons, but they have some time to work on those, right? And they looked really good on a lot of other different runs they were able to do. Warlock's still very strong, different set of affixes. Kind of clean up some of their routes. I definitely think Evolved can make a run. They almost made a run even in the form they were this weekend, right? The game against Baldy goes down to that final map.
I also agree that I think that there are 4 teams that were in this dungeon that could win the last stand tournament.
Yeah, I mean, the other groups have to be quaking a little bit, and I'm not talking about the affix. I'm talking about the fear that comes from possibly getting knocked out and getting sent into that. It's gonna be pretty nuts. But we do have none other than someone with us from Echo. Mirez, I knew that. See, the thing is, when you're new to hosting these kinds of things, Mirez, you get in the position that I'm in, and you know the name. You're so convinced you know the name, but there's that last little moment where you've got that fear, where it's like, what if I mess it up? And then the entire community hates me. So I had that moment for a second. I didn't have the confidence to follow through, but I did know at the end of the day. But my question for you is, congratulations, first of all, by the way. But
Thank you.
What's the average week of practice like for Echo? What does it take time-wise to get into this kind of shape that we saw? Because it's been insane watching the team.
Our normal schedule is we start every day at 1 p.m. until around 11 or 12 p.m. depending on how much we want to practice or what is going on. We have one long hour dinner break with some breaks in between, obviously, so pretty normal, I would say. And this time around it was actually a bit different, because now Robin was on vacation the first 4 days. So I was tanking for the team the first 4 days, and then he came back and we had to relearn all the strats with him, basically. Like, I was making the strats in the beginning when he was not there. And then I tanked them, and then he came back and he tanked them, and then we increased the practice hour by 1, basically, or the practice time by 1 hour.
With the Tazavesh dungeons coming into this, we got to see you in streets with those really cool, the snap pulls, the enforcer for the extra damage amp. How was the process of coming up with all that stuff? How many hours did you practice in the streets to get all that figured out? And do you have any hints as to the Gambit tech you got cooked up?
Oh, I mean, the Gambit tech is obviously secret, yeah, but it involves a lot of DPS.
Gotta stay secret.
No, but the streets is actually pretty amazing, because we didn't, all of us had almost no experience in those dungeons, and we were surely Blizzard is only going to do one of the 2 new dungeons in Time Trials, and we get hit up with both. So we were like, oh, that's interesting. So we had to relearn streets, basically. And the tactics we came up with, obviously I'm not going to talk about the details in a way, but obviously everything we came up with was combined knowledge over the last 3-4 years playing MDI, how mobs interact, what you could do, and we tried out a lot of different things. And I think one of the biggest parts is obviously playing around with the WoW, running around from one boss to the other, maybe skipping something, having the opportunity to play stuff while people activate RP in the dungeon and stuff. So I think it was fairly we took a lot of time, but once it was done, the run was really consistent. I think that was something that was great about our strategy.
I have a question. Do you guys have an Angel compilation? We've seen some... most of the other teams have a nice Angel compilation for their Holy Priest this season. Are you guys partaking in that?
Oh, not at all. Ken basically never dies, so he can't, right? And if he dies, it's basically he dies, the Angel instantly cancels it. We can't even take a screenshot. So what can he do?
Smart move. That's the wise thing to do these days. One last question before we let you go. So obviously there's some time now between now and the global finals. Teams are going to be able to analyze what you were doing a little bit in some of these dungeons. The game is going to change. The meta may shift a little bit. So how it's hard to stay on top once you're up there, right? So what does it take to kind of modify things, to look at things, to make sure that when the global finals come, you're still in the same sort of shape you are now?
Oh, I mean, we're gonna probably play a lot of high keys on retail to learn, because we're not really that good in high keys, I would say. We have some people playing high keys, but I personally, for example, 15 is my max on retail, right? And obviously, we're gonna be watching all all the other cups, and I'm gonna be yoinking pieces and parts of other strats, and hopefully make we mash them into one really insane strat for globals, basically.
Cool. All right. Well, I can't wait to see it. Thanks so much for stopping by, Mears. Congrats again on the win for the squad, and really looking forward to seeing what you can do at Global. That's going to be really great.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye, Miraz.
Bye.
Goodbye. Well, we're back, and once again, Echo just absolutely crushing it in the finals. I mean, what can you say? This entire weekend, like not dropping a single map. It doesn't get any more dominating than that.
I think what interests me the most about that interview is hearing that they do have some kind of secret tech for Gambit that they definitely didn't want to show off.
Well, we know they did something to get the time that fast.
Yes.
Yeah. We don't know what.
We don't know what, but even hearing kind of the using the years of experience about how mobs interact and stuff definitely has me thinking of like, well, what kind of like shenanigans could you pull on Gambit, which honestly, I mean, some of the other teams, right, and groups B and C don't have the luxury of Echo to kind of hide some of that. Maybe we end up seeing somebody else pull out some crazy strategy that really kind of gets adopted by everybody else.
Yeah, time will tell, but I'm sure there's some fun stuff hidden there. Meanwhile, we get to look ahead to Group B, which is going to be a whole another set of teams. Of course, it's going to be Perplex, Monka, Just Reset, Dismiss, Free For All, Frog Gang, Soundproof, and Boomba Boomba. Next weekend. That's a name. That's great. That is a name.
That one made Tuttles giggle a little bit.
It did. It's definitely a giggle-inducing name. That's for sure. But looking at this group, who stands out? Who do you expect to be a contender out of this squad? This group of 8.
I think that the Perplex team. So we saw them at last season's Global Finals. They kind of underperformed their expectations and like basically everybody else's expectations. But they've come back and they looked really good during the time trials. I think them and the Monka team. Those are the 3rd and the 4th seeds from time trials. The Monka team is like kind of a mix of. It's Skylark, Mode, Crims, Maystein, and RXZ, and it's like a mix of Obey Alliance plus a bunch of like high key people. There's a lot of interesting stuff with that team, and so they don't have a ton of synergy, but I'm interested to see how they're going to do as well. I think that those are my 2 favorites coming into the weekend. Like they are the 3rd and 4th seeds, though.
All right. Anything to add to that, Dratnos?
No, I mean, I think it is just going to be about Perplexed wanting to avenge their most recent tournament, right? Going out in 8th on that tournament was really, really rough for them. So I am sure that they are hoping to not just win this group, but to win it convincingly and to show like, hey, in the past we've been thought of as being competitors with Echo, and we want to prove that we still are. So that's going to be what next weekend is all about.
I mean, I would love to see that. But you know what else I would love to see? The affixes for next weekend as well. It's time to reveal what the dangers will be faced in these zones. And we've got Eye of Azara coming in for our Legion dungeon. So that's going to be fun. If you like watching birds like kill people, that's the dungeon for you, because those seagulls are deadly.
Okay, wait. Okay, so we have a Halls of Atonement on 23 with Tyrannical and Spiteful, and then we have a 21 EOA. Are we going to see...
The EOA... The EOA is where we're going to see that 600k DPS Warlock.
On bursting?
I mean, you get
Master
40
spell
goblins.
Master spell, yeah.
Spell me.
All right, nothing to worry about. Yeah, nothing to worry about
MD me.
Literally just Master spell one time. I don't want to hear about that volcanic under you that's making it not possible to finish your cast. Just cast it.
Exactly. Deal with it,
Yeah, I was interested in the Gambit because I think Perplex had like a -10 minute one, but Fortified Grievous Inspiring there is still kind of like, I feel like anything on the Fortified there will be kind of tough. Like Tyrannical, like you would just grab like the entire, like you could just grab so much there at the beginning if you kind of avoid some of those Goliaths. But I'm kind of looking at that Halls of Atonement with the Spiteful and the Necrotic and Tyrannical. I think that's one where you could see some Warlocks doing some crazy numbers.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Looking through some of the other ones, we do have a Tyrannical Sanguine Storming Theater of Pain. That is going to be nightmarish on some of those wings as far as the knockups knocking you into the knockbacks from some of the mobs on the little platforms in the spooky ghosty wing. And Sanguine on those little platforms too, like that's, and you got those bosses on Tyrannical, like that one looks very frightening to me.
Yeah, mercifully, it's only on the 22 key level, but still, I think that's absolutely correct. It's going to be
mercifully.
Oh, thank goodness.
Mercifully, only 22.
The MDI gods were merciful by putting it on a 22.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've got a lot to look forward to next weekend as far as the affixes. No ducks. No ducks. There we go. That's the bird we're worried about. Seagull is going to be the scary one. Everyone remembers the terror of the seagulls on Ivashara.
I'm excited to see Ivashara. Hopefully it gets a little bit more play than Court of Stars. I think we saw Court of Stars like 2 or 3 times this weekend. Ivashara, especially on the 21, I hope we get to see some more of that.
Yeah, I think
mean, for me too, like, Eye is just way more entertaining than Court. I don't know, like Court's kind of fun, but I really love watching runs on Eyes in MDI. Well, we had a ton of fun with it on Great Push is what I was thinking of. Yeah, that one.
I love
crazy.
VOA. It's one of my favorite dungeons of all time. I love VOA. I hope we get to see it a lot.
Yeah.
We just might, but congratulations again to Echo, our Group A champions. Congratulations also to Baldy, our runners-up, and also the players, another team getting a spot in the Global Finals. You know what? You might not be able to get to the Global Finals, but you can compete in the Last Stand time trials to earn the encrypted banner of the Opportune. Again, you know, great to just slam down in your live runs at like the best times when things go wrong. Somebody just dips, they just leave, you just slam it down, and you're like, I'm an MDI champion.
Well, why are you always using it in failures? It should be like, you know, you just
when
like
else do you use it?
You just pug a 20, you kind of like dominate and then just slam it down at the end. Somebody asks you if you have an item that's tradable, you just bounce, you know, Portal to Orbos. Like,
No. You top DPS, you link overall in party chat, you slam down the banner, you leave, and you don't say anything else.
Yeah.
The point is that depending on the type of person you are, there's a lot of different places and times to use this. So you want to go check it out. You want to get it if you can. And of course, if you're one of our teams that got knocked out this weekend, you're not just about the banner. You're about getting that shot at the Global Finals for sure. That's going to be a fun tournament down the line too.
Is that a noun, Travis? Beneath
He just laughs. He's like, I'm not going to dignify that with a response. All right, that's where we're at. But I think that's going to pretty much wrap it up for us this weekend. I haven't gotten the okay yet, but I think that's going to be about it. So let's get into some final thoughts here. Matt, Mr. X Morello, what are your final thoughts here for the weekend? Again, you know, next week starting at 10 p.m. Pacific time as usual.
Yeah, no, I mean it was awesome to get to jump on and just like watch a bunch of dungeons. You know, I kind of do keys on live, but like seeing obviously these runs and just kind of everything that these teams do, it's just like on another level. I'm excited that with you know, obviously for groups B and C, but with the more time to really kind of experiment in some of these dungeons and really kind of like push some of these like even further, because I think after, you know, if you're a team and you're seeing how good Echo has done this weekend, you kind of have to go back to the drawing board. Maybe not for your group, right? Because you're not contesting with them to get out of groups, but for the global final, you're going to have to come up with some stuff that's really going to push it far. So I'm excited to see some of the stuff that the community at large comes up with.
All right. Well, Dratnos, it's been a long 3 days. It's been a satisfying 3 days. What are your final thoughts?
Yeah, Echo good. Echo real good. Fast dungeon. Attack.
There you go.
Attack.
That was all nouns, all verbs. Not much else in between there. Tettles, final thoughts from you?
I gotta make a warlock.
Nagura's already like one step ahead of you. She's already getting like ran through things. She's getting geared up. You're way behind.
I gotta make a Destro lock. Thank goodness the Creation Catalyst is out.
Well, Nagany was a good name for a warlock. Do you have a good one, Tettles? Do you have something set up?
Oh no.
Tettles
they had
cringe.
to do it to us one more time.
That may be very good. Tettles cringe. Why are you?
Wow.
Can production please stop this before I blow it in the microphone immediately? Don't test me. I will do
your
it.
threats fall on deaf ears.
Yeah.
I don't.
The bad part is you say that threat to them, but then you're giving them the opportunity to mute you. You kind of just had to just go for it, I think.
That's true.
You just had to kind of, you kind of alerted them of what you were going to do there. It's like pretty premeditated.
It's not you've lost the element of surprise. That's for sure. That's for sure. But
no,
certainly not. I think you might be muted. Yeah, I don't know.
I hope so.
We can hear you on our other audio thing, but I don't know if chat can hear you. I'm not going to check. I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, I think he's back. All right, well, anyway, on that note, I think that's going to be it. That's going to be it for this weekend of the Mythic Dungeon International. It's been a ton of fun. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks to our production crew for trolling us all weekend, but also, you know, making things run fairly smoothly. They did a good job, too. We can give them a hand there with that. But thanks to you at home for watching. There you go. Golf clap. But we'll be back next weekend, 10 a.m. Pacific time on Friday, getting started with Group B. It's going to be awesome. Don't miss it. MDI going to be returning in a week. In the meantime, run some keys, get some gear, be good to each other, and we'll see you next time.